1 year ago this week, an event was held in Yakima, Washington, at the Yakima Valley Museum. It was the Yakima Bigfoot Roundup organized by Tom Emerald, Bob Gimlin, a hometown boy, and John Kirk. Several hundred people came to hear the speakers and listen intently. We proudly present these videos to the Yakima Bigfoot Roundup 2014. Some material by Tom Emerald, mostly by Henry Gray. Alright, I'm going to find the Sasquatch exhibit and go right through it. See various things right here. This is it. See pictures of Bob Gimlin, the local Yakima. Bob Gimlin of Yakima. Connection between Sasquatch, Bigfoot, and Yakima is the famous Patterson-Gimlin film taken in 1967 in Bluff Creek, California, which brought the mysterious creature to the forefront of popular culture to this day. Yakima. Patterson captured the experience on film. Since that time, the film has been the subject of endless research and controversy. Although Patterson died 5 years after the film was made, Bob Gimlin is still active in the Sasquatch Bigfoot community and has remained steadfast in his defense of the film and what he saw in October 1967. Bob Gimlin still lives in Yakima where he trains horses, but he is known far and wide as a celebrity in the Sasquatch Bigfoot community. Since about 2003, he has come forward and is a prime speaker at Bigfoot conferences where he has earned many awards and recognitions. These are the awards. Ohio Bigfoot Hall of Fame. That's the award he got at the Ohio conference this year. And there's the, you got that. Hey! Yeah, this is it.
I remember when this was in Ohio.
Yeah.
Nice. Yep, I remember it in Ohio too.
Yep.
Nice. Very, very nice.
I hear Bob. Chris Murphy.
Yep, I hear him talking.
Yep. I saw him this morning.
Yeah.
He was at the hotel.
Yeah, we had dinner with him last night and everybody, so it was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's neat. Jerry Crew, he knew what to do.
That's right, he did.
Kvit. This is me in front of the Bigfoot.
Hey, Henry.
Hey.
You're a know-it-all, man. Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Is that guy, Pat Graves, any relation to Paul?
I don't think so. They just happen to have the same last name.
I just wondered if maybe there had been an association.
That's interesting. It's interesting that his last name is Graves also. I don't think they're any relation though.
That photo we're using in my last weekend I spent at Bluff Creek with Rowdy Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
That I got permission from Mike Rugg to use that in my new music video.
Oh, nice.
My song, Where Are You Now, Patty?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen any of the footage. He used these quadcopters with the camera mounted, so he was doing a lot of shots from up in the sky. Pretty weird.
Yeah.
Well, I better see what my wife says.
Cripplefoot. Renee DeHinden, who's going to be honored tonight. Oh, look at this. Japanese.
I was looking for deer and elk and bear and cougar, whatever, you know. I wasn't looking for, wasn't even knowing that. And Roger brought me this book of Dr. Ivan Sanderson's, which they had expedition, Tom Slick expedition. And I read that book and I realized, hey, something good. And then we were up at Harrison Hot Springs, and they had a great big thing cut out of plywood, painted and it said Sasquatch on it.
Hey, Bob.
Hi, how you doing?
All right.
And I have to kind of be careful what I say about that. But anyway, between you guys, I'll say it. We looked at that tree and I were there. There's Hot Springs. We looked at that and said Sasquatch. She said, what is that Sasquatch? I didn't. I was Bigfoot and Sasquatch together because I'd never seen a picture of what Bigfoot's supposed to look like. And she said, why? I said, it's going to be big. Ocean shores. I was on the big ocean shore. And I said the same thing. I never thought about it because I used to, if I was riding a horse or if my dog or something, we'll send you a big Indian on the reservation. Because those guys used to tease me. They call me the blue-eyed Indian, see, and so I give them back. And when I said that, some lady called me Bob, and she said, you know, we have a lot of respect for Bob, you know, and now he's by us, and
Didn't mean it that way.
man, so I'm not gonna ever say that. I'm gonna say big old ugly creature.
There you go.
You be careful with them pictures, you'll take the wrong one. Anyway, sure nice to have you guys here. We'll go out there and see if any of those people are out there that we can tell them.
What time do the top start?
5:30 is supposed to be at 5:30. And Chris and all of them should be there. They kind of, they said they were here at 4, but I understood from Jessica and the girls all that they were here almost all day. You know, and Tom gets to setting up stuff and he forgets stuff. He's not even old.
Well, thank you.
Very much. Thank you so much.
Very much. Thank you.
Well, you're most welcome, folks. You're most welcome.
Private showing, that was super. Before the crowd gets here.
That's right.
Yeah, they'll be here pretty soon.
All right.
Well, hey, you guys just meddle around if you want to. If there's anything you need to ask me, if I know, I'll answer.
Thank you so much.
We'll go check in with Tom, Bob.
Yeah, I'll go walk out there and see if anybody's out there that we want to talk to. That's John Green out there. They call him the grandfather.
A little bit of it. Yeah.
Yeah, this is much of his books now. Your book. Go ahead and get a picture. This is what we did. This is got the name of it started. This is Bob Titmus. And that's John Green.
And that's the exhibit.
Probably to facility up in Michigan. She's just in there kind of learning the ropes. And so I'm in the middle. Two of them are on
Yeah, we're definitely gonna make our way down there. Introduce ourselves and meet everybody.
John Kirk, Jason. So I just gone to about a year ago now. And then I worked with May-HBM off and Todd Preston.
It's Mrs. Gimlin right there. There's John Bendernagel. And that's the museum. I'll let y'all take a look at it.
Such a nice taste of pastry, you know, for the park and stuff like that. And so I told him, I said, whatever, and he said, well, I'm doing it. I said, well, Don, anything I can do to help him? I said, yeah. Because he wants me to be argumentative. Yeah, check. Yeah. The guy after mine was an angel. I was like the end of April. But that was done.
Oh.
That was mine. I've done 12, 17, 14, and then Don was done. And I might say, well, you know what? I made this as long as you what do you think? Because it was really a percentage or 1,000 max. Well, the percentages are only equal to 450, 500. Well, I might think nothing even new. Yeah, he means good inside here, but his brain, I don't think he follows as good as his tongue. And that's why I told him, we wish you best luck. I even announced something on our Facebook. You say, God's doing an event, you know, I wish him best luck.
Pardon me?
I want one of these.
He's like that all the time. Trust me.
I like that sweatshirt. I want one of those.
Don't fit me.
No problem. I don't think he's doing his this year. Those are $50 each. That would be $30.
So they're for sale now?
That's a good book.
Is it? I was
Yeah.
heard that on reading something about it, and I was like,
It's
oh.
really good, yeah.
And what is it about?
Bring them to me because
It's about a young woman who comes across a tribe of Sasquatch.
And befriends them, and they're all
Sort of. It's a little bit of a different twist to it.
okay.
So what is
It's an excellent book, though.
Good book.
What's that?
You know
Yeah.
what's getting auctioned?
Big stuff along the back.
Gotcha.
There's that. So
That's really pretty.
loose change. You know, cute. And there's mine.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
How much are the necklaces?
The necklaces are 15 apiece.
How about the wallet?
The wallet, here's what like mine is not exactly mine's.
Hey, Mark, are these for sale?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That would be $50. One of a kind. Handmade.
How much is the flask?
Which flask?
Rock and roll, better late than never. Welcome to the Yakima Bigfoot Roundup.
Yeah.
My name is Tom Yamro, and I've probably interacted with most of you. So
Yams.
good to see you again. Take care. Thanks for coming out tonight, and we want to thank our host, the Yakima Valley Museum, for having us this weekend. It's going to be another great tribute event, and all the more so because of who's here. So I want to thank you all for making the effort to be here. And why we're here, besides the honoring of the pioneers of Bigfoot research, is because of a traveling exhibit called Sasquatch Revealed. And that exhibit is going to hopefully keep going on and continuing to different museums ad infinitum, hopefully, and it's a great way to bring education, the information to the public, in a nice static exhibit. So I'm going to start this evening's short program here, by introducing Christopher L. Murphy, the curator and creator of the Sasquatch Revealed exhibit.
Thank you very much, and welcome to everybody, and special thanks for coming to this event. The exhibit I want to talk a little bit about, because while I get a lot of credit for it, I did get a lot of stuff from a lot of other people over the last 20 plus years, so there's many other people involved just beside me. And there has to be a very, very special credit go to Andy and his staff who put that exhibit together. Now, this is my 5th public museum exhibit, number 5. The first one was held in Vancouver, British Columbia, back in 2004. And it was very well done. It was on 1,800 square feet. It was very well done. And it was probably the best besides. Andy has done a better job. He has put all that stuff properly together, and you can see it all nice and close. So I really appreciate everything Andy has done. This is the best exhibit I've ever had. I started collecting in about 1993. And as I say, I had many contributors to the material that you see in that exhibit. Primarily, John Green was a major contributor. He let me copy his casts and so forth, and some of his artifacts. And there was a whole pile of others. Rene DeHinden, now gone. We're going to talk about him a little bit tonight. Some of you probably knew Rene. He died in 2001, but he was one of the major researchers, Sasquatch researchers. And I was very friendly with Rene for quite a few years. As a matter of fact, I used to see him 2 or 3 times a week. I would go over to his place in Richmond and we'd sit and smoke our pipes and drink coffee and talk about the Sasquatch. I'd bring him over some of my mother's cooking because he was a terrible cook. And, terrible. And his coffee was even worse. But he was his heart was there. He was after the Sasquatch, and he spent basically his entire adult life looking for the Sasquatch. Unfortunately, he never found it. Now, Vancouver Museum in 2004, that was a bit of a shot in the dark. What I had done is I had collected a few bits and pieces, and I thought that the Vancouver Museum should say something about the Sasquatch. They should have a little corner, just a little triangle or a little corner where they can put up something about the Sasquatch, because British Columbia is the homeland of the Sasquatch, right? That's where it originally came from, over Alaska and then down into British Columbia. And in my opinion, if it's going to be found, it's going to be found in the heartland of British Columbia. So I asked the Vancouver Museum, would they have just a little corner. I'll put some casts in there, I'll put some photographs in there, some sculptures, some artwork, just something representing the Sasquatch at the Vancouver Museum. Some of you may have been to the Vancouver Museum. It's a very large museum. It's a first-class museum. It's now called the Museum of Vancouver rather than the Vancouver Museum. Don't ask me why they did that, but anyway. And I did send the curator of the museum, actually the director, a letter and said, well, look, I got all this stuff. Can you have an exhibit in a little corner? And then she wrote back and said, well, let's go one better. We'll let you have a whole exhibit, 1,800 square feet. So then I had to really scramble to find a lot of stuff. So I went to various people, and I kind of lucked out because I got some really good stuff. And the stuff that I had to give back after the exhibit was over, I could take photographs of, and I could do photo cutouts. I could do many, many things because I had the item right in my hand, and I'm a bit of a photographer, so I could take great shots. So some of the stuff in this exhibit is the result of that. Every exhibit has been somewhat different. As I say, this is my 5th, because during the course of the time, I get more stuff, and it keeps coming in. It's not a lot, 2 or 3 little bits and pieces a year, and that mounts up. So every exhibit has basically been a little different. Now, just a few notes. Everything we know about the Sasquatch is in that exhibit, okay? That's it. If people know something beyond what I have out there on display or on those cards, as you go in, you see all those 18 panels that are on the wall. Those panels tell you everything we know. If you can take the time to read them, read them. Now, they were done with John Green, Dr. Jeff Meldrum, myself, and a guy called Roger Knights. Not here, I don't think. Roger Knights. And we put those together probably 5 or 6 years ago, a little bit longer, to sort of use in exhibits. A summary of everything we really know, and that's it. If people know things that I don't know, and I don't think any of the researchers do, if there's other things. Now, I do have a website. Well, not my website. The website I'm on is called Sasquatch Canada. That's easy to remember. Just net search, Sasquatch Canada. The lady who runs that is in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Winnipeg, Manitoba. Sasquatch Canada brings up her site. Flip down and you'll see Chris Murphy's virtual museum. And in there, you will see everything you see out in this exhibit, plus a lot more verbiage. Tons and tons and tons. Again, everything, every sighting I've got my hands on, there's a PDF or a link or a reference, and there's hundreds of photographs in it. So try and remember Sasquatch Canada. Scroll down, you'll see a big picture of the opening of the Vancouver Museum, and it says Chris Murphy's virtual museum presentation. Click on that, and then you'll go and you'll see everything all properly laid out. Now, you know, you have to kind of think about things a bit. The virtual world is wonderful, and that's where all the kids are these days. Everybody's carrying around computers and so forth. It's really wonderful. But there's nothing like seeing something real. Okay? So when you look at a cast, you look at a photograph of a cast, that's one thing, and it's okay. But when you sit see it in a museum, the real thing, you get a little bit of an extra feeling there because it's three-dimensional and it is real. So that's what we do in museums. And the photographs that you see in that museum are the real photographs. They were once taken with those old types of camera that you had to take the little roll in and get it developed. Some of you might remember those, okay? And those are some real photographs. And they're photographs taken all over the place. Renee Hinton gave me some and whatever. But I put them all in those little plastic containers, little plastic stand-up efforts, and they are real photographs. Now, there's really no difference with digital, but just so you know, they're real, okay? I have written a number of books on the Sasquatch, and my first book was Meet the Sasquatch, and that particular book actually accompanied my Vancouver exhibit, okay? It accompanied, and it was advertised as accompanying. So everything that was in Meet the Sasquatch was in the exhibit. So people could take the book around and they could read about artifacts that were displayed. That book eventually went, you know, as all books do, you know, out of style, whatever. So I redid it and called it Know the Sasquatch, and I added about another 30 or 40% more. So Know the Sasquatch basically is the book for this exhibit. Everything you see in that exhibit is going to be in Know the Sasquatch, with a photograph and a complete description, etc., etc. So if you're really interested in the Sasquatch, Know the Sasquatch is the book to have. And then I have Tom Steenberg worked with me on a book called The Sasquatch in British Columbia. Okay? And that took us quite a while to put that together. And this is where I isolated out British Columbia because, as I mentioned, BC is the homeland of the Sasquatch. If it's going to be found, it's going to be found in British Columbia. I can even tell you where it's going to be found one of these days. Right? So, British Columbia is the spot. And I had originally put together a massive chronicle, but it got too big. It just got too big of all Sasquatch sightings. But you can find them on my site, on that site I gave you. You really want to look around, you'll find everything on there. Anyway, I carved out, with Tom Steenberg's assistance, I carved out British Columbia. We concentrated on that. So the Sasquatch in BC and British Columbia is everything we know up in BC about the Sasquatch, right? everything we know is in that book. Now, something a little strange, you know. When I had my exhibit at the Vancouver Museum, we had a guest book. A guest book. And as people finished going through the exhibit, they could write what they wanted in this guest book. Of course, it got filled up with kids' graffiti and all sorts of things. But there were some serious comments in it. I mean, it was big. It was 27,500 people went through that exhibit, right? So I had a big book of comments. And I would go through them, and there was all sorts of nice comments and all the rest of it, and kids fooling around. But one comment was from an anthropologist. I think he came from Denmark. No offense, Denmark, no offense. But he really laid it on to the museum as to why on earth they would even consider putting on an exhibit for the Sasquatch. And it's a fictitious mythological creature, and he really laid it on thick, okay? I'm an anthropologist from Denmark, and we would never do this, okay? So, the only thing that this eminent anthropologist didn't realize is that the Sasquatch is a cultural thing in both America and Canada, that way and this way, right? We've had the Sasquatch for thousands of years. We can date it back thousands of years. It's been in our culture, and mostly in our Native American culture, or what we call in Canada, First Nations culture. Stories. Kathy Musgrave-Strain, she put together a book, Giants in Canada, Bigfoot and native culture, and she went back and found hundreds of stories of what sounds to be the Sasquatch that go back. We don't even know how old they all are. They're so old, right? So we've had the Sasquatch in our culture for many thousands of years. And museums are all about presenting cultural things. So naturally, the Sasquatch can go into a museum. Any museum in this country. And when I do approach museums and say, do you want my exhibit? I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm not giving you solid evidence that this creature exists or doesn't exist. What I'm giving you is what has been in our culture for thousands of years. And of course, they can't deny that. So the Sasquatch is basically a cultural phenomenon, and I say it's on the fringes of science. We haven't been able to conclusively prove that it exists yet. And we're trying very hard. We're trying with everything we can, right? And we're not there yet, but hopefully we will get there, right? Anyway, from a scientific viewpoint, the Sasquatch is really your call. It's your call. The scientists have given us what they have, and what we have is in the exhibit, or it's in the books. Jeff Meldrum's book, he gives us everything scientific. Dr. John Bindernagel, he lays on all his scientific stuff. And you go to exhibit, you see all these bits and pieces that are associated with all the words that they say in their books, one way or other, the casts and the photographs and everything. So, but it's still your call, because we don't have conclusive evidence yet. Anyway, that's about all I got to say about the exhibit, and I hope you enjoy it, and I thank you again for coming. And the exhibit will likely travel after it's finished here. There is a move afoot to perhaps have it at the Polson Museum in Grace Harbor. Some of you might be from the Olympic Peninsula, and nothing's confirmed yet, but there seems to be a lot of interest by that museum to also have this exhibit and run it for, I would say, a year at least. So you're probably going to see me down there next year sometime. Thank you very much, everybody.
So they'll go get Tom. Really professional.
Hey, you're right. Well, this is an interesting idea.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Thank you. And I guess I only have one comment. that if the Sasquatch is going, if their homeland is BC, they obviously vacation in California. That's in a loving way, right? We're Californians.
Snowbirds. Totally getting the RV go down.
Yeah, there you go.
Yakima Bigfoot Roundup. Get your tickets ready. I would ask someone to draw, but I'm not involved, so. Here we go. This is for a beautiful Walter Chippy leather foot. Number, I don't know where we started. Is 5184 adequate? 5184, seriously?
Are you reading the last four?
Yeah.
Fine, I'll take it.
Huh? Oh no, it's in your name tag. Did
Well,
you take it
I
out?
took it out.
This is a rare shirt. I can say this is rare. This was made by Scott McLean, and I guess it will go to size appropriate winner. From 2007, an original Patterson Gimlin 40th anniversary shirt. Extra large. All right, and the winner is, gotta love door prizes, right? 5206. 5206.
Close, huh?
Must be present to win. Really? Anybody? 5206? Okay. Put it back in
Sure,
the bag.
that's
Draw
fine.
three.
Yeah,
Draw another for
I
the
understand. It's okay.
You'll pick 5207.
Sure.
How about 5229?
Oh.
Really?
5226.
I bet they're in those name tags that have.
See mine?
5131. You're upside down.
513.
Your world is upside down. Put it in upside down so when you flip it over, it's right side up.
Right.
Close.
What? What do you say?
I'm 5264. It's off by one number.
Oh no.
5264. See?
Okay. We got one more, and then we'll get on with it. Because I know where we'd all rather be. This is for a big guy. Yeah, guess whose shirt this was? Never worn though. John Green Sasquatch Summit. Beautiful shirt, right? Yeah, wonderful. Okay. If you're little when you win this, trade up.
You want a what?
5222. Really, the Outlaws win this?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Couldn't have put it in a better way.
Yeah. Aww.
Okay, thank you. You know, I'm not here to really get too into depth. When we were asked to do this event, we said, let's have an event back in Yakima. And that's, besides our honored Yakima resident, Bob Gimlin. And let's hear it for Bob Gimlin.
When two outlaws do something, then you have to pay the price. But I don't really have anything special to say except this is so incredibly wonderful to have you here, and for Tom to get this put together, and for the museum to be able to have Chris's display and everything here. Of course, Chris explained all that to you. And he did a great job. And when they put it together here, I had seen it at another place, and I don't want to criticize any of them, but they did a better job with it here than they did the last place that I saw it. And you folks will hear some incredible speakers tomorrow, so get a good night's sleep tonight. Be wide awake tomorrow because it's going to really happen. And you know, I know we're getting a little short on time here, Tom, so all I'll do is just wind this up. Say thank you all again so much, and you very, very special people. I hope I get a chance to speak to each and every one of you. It might not happen, but it isn't because I wouldn't like it to happen. So anyway, enjoy this, and I'll be here as much time, as many hours as I can the next 2 days. And if there's anything that's left out in questions or whatever that I might be able to answer, I'll sure give it a try.
Thank you,
Bob.
Thank you, Bob.
So again, we decided, yes, it's time, 5 years later, let's have another tribute and get everybody back together. And I think it's going to be a much different feel. I want to thank everyone, first of all, again, for coming and supporting this event. And I'm basically just going to review, again, the people we decided to also pay tribute to, as well as Bob and Roger Patterson. Jerry Crew comes to mind for his achievement of that first plaster footprint cast. And yeah, Jerry Crew, let's hear it for Jerry Crew. And you know, that's because of just the last few years I've been able to contact his sons and some of his family, and I happened to have the fortunate coincidence to run into the Crew family reunion this summer in June. And the only question they asked me was, do I have my guitar? You know, so, I'll touch on that in a little bit. But Al Hodgson is another man there on the right who was a fixture in Willow Creek and in what happened with the Bigfoot Sasquatch investigations and documentation of that era. He was a clearinghouse for things, so just put together a simple little slideshow. Lower left, and you see I'm using the proper term there. These are the pioneers of Sasquatch research. Bob Titmus, John Green, and Renee Hinden, whom we'll hear more about in just a bit. And again, the final two we'll talk about this weekend in depth. Grover Krantz, Dr. Grover Krantz, and Al Berry, who's Ron Moorhead's partner. We'll have tributes tomorrow after the banquet in depth to all these gentlemen. So again, these are some of the men involved in the Bluff Creek area. Jerry Crew, who was assisted by Bob Titmus, was finding these prints, and it was Bob Titmus who advised him, hey, why don't you make a plaster cast? And so he did. And Al Hodgson soon after drove Betty Allen up into the area with his family, took him on a picnic, and they found a cast, or found a footprint and cast it. And of course, the famous, soon after John Green was down there when he saw Jerry Crew's picture. So even John Green they were all in this area, of course, in the late 50s. And Renee Hinden, who's not pictured, but it all led up to what happened with Bob and Roger Patterson. So again, Jerry Crew, the footprint, the front page that he was on. And again, this is from our late friend Scott McLean, about Bigfoot running around. It's this October 8th, 1958, and all about Jerry Crew and the print he found. So it's great. I think it was the first incident to go worldwide in the paper. I mean, there were other issues in the newspaper, but this one really got spread around the world. And again, just a week later, you know, they're still writing about it, and the picture is still circulating through the news. Bob Tidmus played a huge role, and I don't know that we know. I know we have friends here who knew Bob and can share some stories on him. I know he was a serious man, and but he was also the master caster. You know, he was the one out there pouring plaster, and that sounds like a song.
Yeah.
Bob Tidmus, and we know right now Willow Creek, California. If you ever get down to Willow Creek, California, the majority of that is Bob Tidmus's cast collection. It's just an amazing place. And I know we have some stories to share tomorrow night about Bob that are harrowing and funny because he lived through them. And they involve covering himself in leaf litter and spending the night in Bluff Creek and having one walk all around him, sniffing for him. But, okay, this is a great piece of history. This was shown to us by the sons of Jerry Crew. This is a family memento they have. And we were all in Willow Creek in 2011 for Finding Bigfoot was shooting a 2-hour episode, and the Crew brothers came and brought the family mementos. So this is a paper bag. But again, he was a, pivotal figure, legendary figure. Recording what he did as a newspaper man, and later was as an author and a Sasquatch researcher. Renee DeHinden, case we'll hear about soon. And again, they teamed up on the Pacific Northwest expedition. Tom Slick, and again Al Hodgson. So these are the men we'll be paying tribute to this weekend. And yes, the pioneers of Bigfoot Sasquatch research. And before we get into our next talk, we will have a little musical interlude. We'll try to wrap this up. Thank you, that's it. We'll start it out. We're going to be having music this weekend from myself and Paul Graves and Lenny Green, so it's going to be a fun time in between talks. And the talks will be excellent as well. It's called Jerry Crew.
He knew what to do.
Co-written by James Bobo.
Bobo!
Now I picked up the paper last Monday Eve, saw a picture on the front page, couldn't believe a serious man holding a giant for cast. The news of this image was bound to spread fast. Who was this man who brought this image to us? His friends and his family say he's the guy they can trust. He saw some things on Bluff Creek that he couldn't explain. He's all over the front page. What was his name? Jerry Crew. He knew what to do. Yeah, Jerry Crew. Those who believed him were but a few. That didn't stop Jerry, 'cause he knew what to do. Yeah, he knew what to do. Well, he would show up for work and find these tracks near his cat. People sometimes pranked them, but this wasn't that. But these were much deeper and they roamed far and wide. He couldn't match the depth with a 60-inch stride. He told his friend Bob about these strange prints. Bob showed him how to mix plaster to capture the evidence. Bring out a cast and then we can see what kind of creature you got there and solve this mystery. Jerry Crew, he knew what to do. Yeah, Jerry Crew, those who believed him were but a few. I didn't stop Jerry, 'cause he knew what to do. Yeah, he knew what to do. Ray Wallace said he did it. He's a known liar. If he could make a fucking set his equipment on fire, and all of them tracks could be made by his clan. There's just animals out there who just eluding, man. You know the film that came off that track that Jerry Crew was constructing, and the creatures all black. Yeah, Gimlin and Patterson gave the world a good view, but it's nice to thank Jerry because he knew what to do. Jerry Crew, he knew what to do. Yeah. Yeah, Jerry Crew, those who believed him were but a few. I didn't stop Jerry, he knew what to do. Yeah, he knew what to do. Jerry Crew, he knew what to do.
Yeah! All right, yams!
And no, thank you very much. And before we have Chris up to speak about Renee DeHinden, I do want to point out that this event is a labor of love, and I want to thank everyone that's helped today, the volunteers and the sponsors and the artist sponsors. And some of them are here tonight. Thank you for your art and your generous donations, and you'll see some amazing creations there in the back that we plan to auction tomorrow. Yeah, we have Mark DeWorth in the house. If you haven't met Mark DeWorth from Ohio, let's hear it for Mark DeWorth.
Yeah!
And so I would recommend a trip to the ATM in the morning. Anyway, thank you very much. You know, that's not why we're here, but I then can drive home safely on Monday. So. Anyway, or arrive safely. I also want to point out, before I get carried away here, that my other co-organizers here, John Kirk and Bob Gimlin, would you just join me for a second?
John Cook.
All right.
John Cook.
Been a lot of work, and I'm the lead contact guy, but this is my consigliere, Juan Antonio Gutierrez, and Mr. Bob Gimlin, who I always call to see if we're doing things right. And I generally say,
The Godfather.
See you tomorrow.
I don't know, Chris. Well, come on, Chris. Without further ado, Christopher Murphy and Thomas Stewart will share their thoughts on Renee DeHinden.
All right.
Let's start it.
Where's Thomas?
Where's Thomas Steamer? There he is. Somebody doing a bobo.
Yeah, it sounds just like.
He is a cool guy. Yeah.
Don't get this. Hello. Let me shout it loud.
Don't you want to sometime?
What?
Don't you want to sometime, yeah?
There was a day.
Hey folks, this is just a little profile of Renee DeHinden. Now, some of you may have known Renee, as I mentioned in my little talk. He died in 2001. However, he was searching the Sasquatch in British Columbia since about 1953. And he was the most colorful of all the Sasquatch researchers.
Yep.
I mean, he didn't have a lot of education, mind you. I don't think more than about grade 5. But he had a certain quality that It was unbelievable, unbelievable. He was comical, he was mean, he was the nicest guy you've ever met. He was a great researcher. He went up into the bush for weeks on end and came out, all of those certain things. Now, I got to know him in 1993, and we became very good friends. As I mentioned, I would see him 3 or 4 times a week. I would go over and sit with him. This went on for years. So I got to know him very, very well. Now, he kind of gave up everything to search for the Sasquatch. And what we see up here is where he lived. He lived on the Vancouver Gun Club property. And he became like the caretaker there. He was there full-time, so they had a full-time guard. He would do some sort of maintenance work and some yard work. And so they gave him that trailer that you see on the left, the top. And he had a truck, and that was his truck that you see on the right. A green, what kind of truck was it? It was old.
As an international, he called it the Green Hornet.
Yeah. Now, he also told me time and time again that if he caught the Sasquatch, and it was over, he wanted to go and find Ogopogo. That was his next big thing. So he bought that boat that you see there to go searching for Ogopogo. I never went on the boat, did you?
Yes, I did, and he nicknamed that boat the Bismarck.
It was Swiss German, by the way. So I've just shown you on the right a little bit of a corner. You can see his unit. Now, that was not a self-contained unit. As a matter of fact, there wasn't even a bedroom in that unit. If you look at the top left picture, you see that little trailer to the left. You can see a window there. That was his bedroom. That's where he came out of that trailer and went in there. If he wanted to use the facilities, then he sometimes went over to the Vancouver Gun Club. Okay. But he did have running water in his little trailer there. Now, at the bottom, you see there's a little nest. Rene was quite a funny guy. He would get a little soft heart for things. And he got a very soft heart for the swallows that came back every year to the gun club. And there would be hundreds of them. And he had this ugly old cat. I couldn't stand that thing. It used to rip the piece out of me. And the cat would walk out, in front of the trailer. And of course, all these swallows, because they nested up underneath the eaves of the building. And Rene felt sorry for them because he said they didn't have a place to perch. So you see that little wooden perch underneath there? Every swallow's nest underneath the eaves, all the way around the gun club, had a little perch for the swallows, so they could land somewhere. And he would watch the swallows attack his cat, and his cat would go nuts. Of course, he'd never catch them. But that was Rene's very, very soft spot. Swallows.
Oh, and by the way, the cat was named Cat. K-A-T.
Now, what you see at the top there was, now that should have been his living unit, but that was his storage unit where he kept all his files and everything. I only got in there, I can recall once, but it was probably more. But that's where he kept everything he collected over all those years. And he was quite neat. He was quite neat. He had, metal filing cabinets with manila folders, and there would be tons and tons of stuff. Did you ever get into that, the Inner Sanctum? Did you ever get into that trailer?
Yes.
Now, of course, the trailer that he lived in, that one that you see on the right there, okay, and that Rene was actually my 2 sons when we first met him. Now, that didn't have any sort of central heat, and the way Rene heated it, because it gets cold, it can get very cold in British Columbia, and he had that big stove there that you see on the left here, and that was a coal and wood stove, and he would load that up with wood, and you would open that door and the heat would blow you over.
The trailer?
I'm not kidding
Right
you.
there.
It was, you remember how hot it was. It was terrible. And he had a Coleman thing to cook things on. And I would go over and I'd see him cooking something and I almost cried. It looked so horrible. That's why I brought him over my mother's stuff. It was horrible. Horrible, right? And his coffee was bad too. Anyway. So that gives you a little idea of his central heating, okay? Now, this is Rene's job. Okay, now you see there a big chunk of space in the field. Well, his wife gave him the idea when they were up in Harrison, where they had a shoot. You know what a shoot is? Where they shoot at skeets, and you use a shotgun for skeets, and all the little pellets go up, and they hit a clay pigeon. Well, those pellets come down at some point in time, and there's thousands and thousands and thousands of them. And she noticed this up at this chute up in Harrison, and all the little pellets would go down into a sandy area. And she said to Renee, if you could collect those pellets, they're all lead, you could probably make some money, right? So he thought about this and thought about this, and he went to the Vancouver Gun Club, and he saw that, yeah, like, it's a big club. And I'll show you some more pictures of it later, but guys stand around firing shotguns at these clay pigeons, and the pellets go up and the pellets come down. So he went out there and he mined them. He used the sluice box and he mined the lead. And he collected the pellets and he cleaned them all up. I'll show you this, cleaned them all up and resold them back to the gun club. So that way he made enough money to buy his food. Okay? So that, in 30 years, that was what he cleaned, all that. I think, how many, about 30 tons of lead?
Yeah. He'd polish it all, bag it all, and sell it back to skeet shooters. That's basically how he made his living.
So these are the positions, I believe. I never saw the gun club in operation, but those are skeet positions, I believe, and that is the gun club, whatever it is. Maybe it says who won and who lost. I'm not sure. I used to hear them going off all the time, bing, bang, but I never actually went out there. Now here's Renee and his sluice box. This is a newspaper photograph. This one and the one on the right. And that's him digging the soil, which has the lead pellets in it, and then sluicing it, using water to remove the lead pellets. Of course, the earth goes up and the pellets go down. And there he is with a big pile of them. Now that big tray over there is where he used to put all the pellets to clean them. He never wore gloves. He never wore gloves. I would go over there and he would be black. His hands right up to here would be black with lead. Absolutely black. And I used to say to him, Renee, you know, lead's not good for you. You know, you shouldn't really have it all over your hands and your arms. You know, when you handle lead, you turn black. Yeah, that's how he was, black. But he would just say, no, it's got nothing to it. And it never did hurt him, as far as we know. He died of cancer, but it certainly wasn't caused by the lead.
He usually just say something like, "More gosh to go Sasquatch hunting with."
That's true, very good. Yeah, exactly, Tom's got him down to a T. Now this was when I first met Renee, and I sat down with him, and my sons came over with me, and that picture was taken. And those are my two sons when we first met him. Now I got a couple of notes up here. The large safe. When I first met Renee, he said to me, I've got all this good stuff in a safe in the back, in one of these big sheds. He said, and all the best stuff is in there that I collected, the film, Patterson film stuff, and this, that, and the next thing. And he took me out to the safe, and I said, great, let's get in here. And he said, well, I don't have the combination, I lost it. I mean, it was terrible. And well, prior to me going over there, he tried to break the combination off. And this was one of those safes about this big and about this wide, you know, that you use in stores. They are impossible to break into. It is a total impossibility. And I said, Renee, you smashed off the dial. Now we can't get a guy to come in, right? So eventually I talked him into getting a guy to come in and drill holes in the back, and they use these little rods and go in there, and it cost him like $250. Boy, he never forgot that. But we did get the safe open, finally. We did get it open. I'm going to touch the movie projector. I'll talk about the DeHinden pinup. When we first met, he gave me these tiny, or not tiny, about 2-inch pictures of the Patterson film. And they were called the Sebachromes. The Sebachromes is what they were. They were very fine prints. They were about 2 inches by 3 inches. Almost as big as a regular photograph. And they were very clear. And of course, I worked for the telephone company, and I had all sorts of connections. Anyway, I took one of these prints, that one. So I called it the DeHinden pinup. I said, you know, you're always talking about this thing. And so what I'd do is go over and hang it on his wall when he had some people over there and say, Renee, here's your pinup. You know what pinup is from the 1950s? Well, you know what it is, eh? So some guys came over, and I sat there and I took this large thing out, over this trailer, and I pinned it up on the wall, and I said, there you are, Renee, there's your dream girl. That's your pin-up, right? And that was it. But I said, nah, she's pretty good too, you know. But the funny thing is that Renee didn't laugh. Everybody laughed but Renee. It was a very, very good, it's a big blow, right? And he just sat there with his arms folded, looking at this thing, I thought, geez, maybe I've offended him or something, right? He didn't laugh. Just like that. You have to see Renee for this. The other guys laughed, and I kidded him around and said, okay, Renee, there's your dream girl, etc., etc. And about an hour later, I left and drove home, and when I got home, the phone was ringing and ringing and ringing. I thought, oh no, he's going to give me help or something. And he's on the phone, and he says, Chris, where did you get that photograph from? I have never seen anything so wonderful in all my life. I can see all the muscles, I can see all this. That is so wonderful. Nobody had ever blown those images up before. So from there on in, we blew things up, and we started to see a few more things. So that's the story of the Dihinden pin-up. That was taken in Harrison in 1993. And there you can see Renee, and then my son beside him is Larry Glenn. And these were guys that were all around, and that's Barbara Wasson, who was basically kind of like Renee's girlfriend. She was a very nice lady. She wrote a book. She was an author. She was a professional. What was she? A psychologist?
Law student, lawyer, partial law. Yeah,
she had brains.
Legal.
She was really good. She was a smart lady.
Paralegal.
Yeah, I mean Renee,
Daniel Perez, Warren
He was way
Thompson.
down here, and she was way up there. But
Chris Murphy's son, Daniel.
Opposites have a means of coming together, don't they? So that was the 93. And I got to push this like this. Now this is Renee making casts, because what we decided to do is that we would make casts and maybe some people would buy them. This was a long time ago. And so he had sand out the back, and we had casts, like the originals or really good copies. And he used to make casts of what he called river sand. He would never buy any sand. He would go down to the river and get the sand. And it was really good. It had all these bits and pieces in it. And they all sort of came out into the cast, so they looked a little better than perfectly good sand. And he would make casts, and we would sell them. We'd put them on. We didn't have the internet. Well, we did in about 95, but prior to that, we just sort of sold them word by mouth. And, we gave some to museums. I got calls from museums for them, and so forth. So it was kind of fun. I took Renee to I'm a Freemason, and I belong to a lodge in Vancouver, and various others too, and do a lot of things. And I took Renee to one of our lodge meetings, and I said, I want you to present the Sasquatch at one of our lodge meetings, and it was a full house. I advertised it, and said, Renee Dihinden is coming in, and he wants to do a presentation at one of our lodge meetings. And we had a big hall, and Renee came with me, and he put the film on, and he showed all his photographs from all different places he'd been on a projector, and he really impressed everybody. So there he is, up at the head table. He's right at the end there looking at me, right? And I advertised it. Zenith Lodge was the name of our lodge. Zenith Sasquatch Night. It was one of the biggest events we've ever had in the lodge. I couldn't believe it. We couldn't get everybody in. We had to put chairs out on the floor because we didn't have enough on the sides. Quite amazing. The Sasquatch is a very good attractor. Now this is that's Renee and I. And he's sort of laughing because he had a heck of a sense of humor, and he used to do a lot of laughing. Now on the right was one of the biggest disappointments in his life, that he was really upset with this, and I don't blame him. And there were these idiots, these complete idiots in British Columbia. They were idiots, and they hoaxed the Sasquatch sighting and got a lot of people on the bus to say that it was, and everybody was in cahoots, and they did. You probably read about it. They call it the mission hoax, right? Mm-hmm. And a whole pile of people swore that they saw the Sasquatch. Others were coerced to say it, and they had a man in a costume run across the road in front of a bus, and a whole bunch of things. And it went on the news. They called Renee in, and they made footprints, and Renee was fooled. He thought this way. So, Green was too, pretty well.
Just a little bit at first.
Just a bit at first. So Renee went up, they called the police, and Renee went up there and he's looking at these footprints. And they were quite good, the way they did it. And Renee said, you know, everybody is pouncing on the guy. Well, is it real? What is it? And all the rest of the stuff. And he had to say, well, it looks real. It looks real. You know, he didn't really know what to say. And he talked to me later about this whole thing, and he used to just shake his head. Anyway, about, was it a week after, or how long? About a week.
It got nationwide publicity in
Went all
Canada.
over. You look in the newspapers. 1975? 1977. It went all over Canada, all over everywhere, this Sasquatch sighting. Then these guys, these idiots, now if you read my book, which Thomas helped me with, Sasquatch in British Columbia, I refer to this event, and I say right in there, I am not even going to give these fools, idiots, the pleasure of seeing their name in print, because I can't stand people who hoax things. I think of Tom. Anyway, poor old Renee was really upset about this, and about a week later, these guys came forward and said, no, it was us, and they proved conclusively that it was them, right? And they'd been in cahoots with all these people. So poor old Renee, that was a big, big setback for him, because he had really thought that was. At some point, he was pretty damn sure that was a genuine sighting.
The hoax gave a good insight into witness perception of what they see. Because if you ever saw the costume these people used, it was ridiculous. I mean, I've seen better gorilla suits on Gilligan's Island. I mean, it was horrible. I don't know how it could have fooled anybody. But it fooled about half the people in the bus, especially the bus driver. I won't mention his name, just his initials, Pat Lindquist. And he actually, one of the hoaxes was in the front side seat by the window, and it was his job to go, oh my God, you know, when Buddy ran across the road. But he didn't have to. The driver, Pat Lindquist, did it for him. Not only did he stir it up, he brought the bus to a screeching halt, opened the door, and started running after him. So the poor guy, who was only 5 feet 6 inches tall in the costume, was running across the creek. Lindquist is right on his butt. He turns around, almost trips. Lindquist told the reporters it was 7 feet tall, gorilla-like features, flat face, and flaring nostrils, and it smelled like a sulfur pit. I mean, it was almost too good, you know? And they didn't even make any attempt to fake a smell. So that made them all laugh. And I think the man wanted to see a Sasquatch so badly because he believed in the creature that in his mind he really believed he saw a 7-foot, flat-faced, gorilla-like creature with flaring nostrils that smelled like a sulfur pit, not a 5-foot 6-inch college student run away sweating to death in a very bad rubber gorilla costume.
He probably still believes it.
Yeah. But as Chris was saying, it was a big disappointment to Renee, and it really knocked a lot of wind out of his sails.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was taken in by it.
It's
Yeah,
too
he fully
bad.
admitted it, he was taken in by it.
It's too bad because he really took it to heart.
Yeah.
Okay, those are the Cripplefoot casts that Renee made. You've all seen them. I got copies of them in the museum there. And Renee kind of was very impressed with them for many, many years, but then he started to feel a little awkward later on, seeing as we never caught the creature. That was Renee's first book, and Renee was very instrumental in the Canadian postage stamp that shows the Sasquatch. I received all the publications from Canada Post on that, and he's mentioned in there, and so was the Patterson Gimlin film, and Renee, etc., etc. And that was the postage stamp that shows the Sasquatch. Now, you remember the commercials that Renee did for Kokanee, the Kokanee Beer Company, and there were many, many commercials. Tom's got a whole collection of them, and they were excellent. Renee won an actual Lotus Award for those commercials because he was so natural. And then they would ask him something, and he would just splurt out. And his acting was wonderful. It really was. They were great commercials.
It was the best acting award. He was just being himself.
That's it. You know, he just couldn't help being this guy. And that is a photograph it's kind of a photograph painting they gave him. And you can see there's the Kokanee guy, and that's Renee's head, and it's sort of a takeoff on Mount Rushmore. You can see the dog.
Oh,
Dog.
Oh,
No, it's got a name.
yeah.
Anyway,
Brew.
Brew. It's a dog's name. Anyway.
They filmed that commercial in a lake just between Mission, Abbotsford, and Chilliwack. And it was like a full set. Rennie was having a ball. Time of his life, because he had a girl there that was giving his coffee for him and stuff like that. He was being treated like a star. They had a whole trailer filled with outfits for him to wear to make him look more rustic, like rather than beach covers. And Renee pulled in to do the commercial. He got out wearing his normal everyday clothes. They took one look at him and they said, "We can't improve on this." So all he did was take away his old Canadian Tire baseball cap and gave him a coconut beer one to wear. But otherwise, he just let him wear his own stuff. The trailer away, it was just loaded with clothes. They said, "We don't need it. We can't top this."
It was quite something.
Yeah.
Quite something. During my association with Renee, he gave me copies of the film and all the rest of the stuff, and he wanted me to try and do something to kind of smart work. And this was my first attempt at artwork in '96 to get ahead of the creature, and I sort of took a photograph and I used pastels and whatnot to get that image. And I was surprised because I took it over to him and I thought he'd say, yeah. And when I took it over, he looked at it and he said, "Well, it's the best bloody thing I've ever seen. So best yet." So that sort of went, and it became probably the most published artwork on the creature, that one. And that was the statue done by Igor Bortsev over in Russia. He sent to Renee, and that's Patty at the film site. And his son still has that statue. That was his, I'm going to read it, but that was his memorial. He died, he passed away August 23rd. He born on August 23rd, 1930, and he passed away on August 18, 2001. And there was a memorial service for him at Vancouver Gun Club, which was very well attended, Now that's Renee's son up in a place called Enderby in British Columbia. And he's got a farm which he calls Jurassic Park, because he raises all these strange animals, these Highland sheep and caribou and all the rest of it. And when I arrived on the property, it's a long driveway, and I parked the car because I had to kind of walk over to his place. And as I did it, these two great big white dogs come tearing out, and I thought, "Oh my Lord, this is it. They're going to tear me apart." Those two dogs loved me to death. They would not leave me alone. They would not. They are loving dogs, right? I couldn't put my hand down and I didn't have a dog's head underneath. I'm telling you. I don't know what they are. He told me what they were. Some of you who are into dogs might recognize them, but they're big dogs. They're totally white, and they just love you to death. That's it. They just want to be petted. And I think that is my last one. That is Eric, the Hinton, Renee's son. He has two sons. Another son that lives, he's up in the Okanagan too.
And a daughter.
And what?
Yes, a daughter.
Yeah, but I don't know much about her. Where does she live?
Well, picture Renee in long hair, you got it.
Ooh, ugly.
Oh!
Anyway.
Ba-dum-bum.
Ooh, ugly.
Renee was quite a guy. He and his wife, they divorced about 1953, but they remained good friends. And I went up and visited his ex-wife 2 or 3 times. She's now in the Okanagan. She helped me get Renee's stuff to put in my Vancouver exhibit. And now a lot of that stuff is with Eric. And Eric, he's not really into the Sasquatch, but he does have a lot of good stuff that belong to Renee, which hopefully one day we'll be able to get. But whatever there is, I got pictures of it. So there you are, folks. I think that's the last one. Yes, it is. And that's Renee the Hinden.
Does anyone have any questions about Renee? Yeah. Anyone have any questions? Tom?
Can you imitate him, please? When he found out that two cowboys got the film.
I don't care what that clench has to say. The Sasquatch is here, it's red and blood, there's no bloody word about it.
right. Well, that's it for tonight.
Well, thank you very much. That's it for tonight now. We convene tomorrow. I'd say the museum is open. Andy, who's been helping us here immensely, said you can stop by anytime after 10 with your badge on and get in free and peruse the museum, the other parts of the museum. And we will convene here again, and of course we consider our core lectures tomorrow. And then of course Sunday we have an excellent lineup with Ron Moorhead, and John Myosinski, I believe, has arrived, is in the house. Yeah, John. Let's hear it for John Myosinski, Ron Moorhead. When we do this, there's just a lot of great people here tonight, and that's what we hope for when we do this. We hope that people will come. You know, there's a guy here named Jamie Jackson I hadn't seen in 5 years, and with Jason Alexander, and it's just great that they're here. Mm-hmm. And I'd like to, make one special note here that I'd like to thank the Olas for coming from Ohio with Patrick, Andy, and Betty. Contingent from Massachusetts.
Yeah. Dax Rushlow. And even someone I think came from Toronto. Okay, there he is. Hey, well, also to remind you, go have a look at what's in back. We're done for this evening, but we're informally, we are invited to a wonderful place that we call heaven. And it's out in Running Springs Ranch. Are we good to go? Yes. Yeah. Is it 271 Running Springs Lane? All right, do you have your smartphone, Sandy? Google this, people. 271 Running Springs Lane, and the town is Natchez, Naches, Washington. We're going to have a campfire and hang out in the barn and reminisce. All right.
My timer just went off, so we're done. Listen, you got to use a timer for this and macaroni and cheese. So. Thank you all for tonight. It was a great start to the Yakima Bigfoot Round.
All right.
I'll have to get down there and go check it out. Like I said, I got close to that place, but I've never been there. I will.
People drove those at function.
I'll be there.
You
didn't make it in the show.
People drove those at function.
I know.
They have those out here.
Oh, see, that's what I want. I want to go down. I would be more than that, because especially with you guys who have been looking at it. You guys, you know.
We actually do
I
go
don't
out
want the
and
other.
look.
We
have the
I'm going to that one. There's another one coming up.
That was the tribute to John Green up in British Columbia.
There's a new one coming in Washington.
I know.
I'm going to that. Or West Coast.
We'll walk up them.
Yeah. Let's go. You gonna come? Come on. You gonna show me around upstairs?
Yeah.
He needs his Christmas lights to turn on. That would be pretty. Careful.
The market is still buzzing.
I know. I don't want to. Oh my gosh.
It's beautiful.
So beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
Look at this bed. Look at this.
I don't understand how we keep them so
On the back when I was riding
No,
the
you're
bull.
lying.
No.
My grandfather rode bulls.
Really?
Yes.
What was his name?
Paul Harrison.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
When did he ride? You know what year?
Roger don't need to shuffle like the ick.
Would that be like Roger?
I don't think so.
Yeah. That's my.
That's the monkey bed.
Bathroom right
Is
there.
that what you mean? Yeah. That sounds like my room. Okay.
And that's my bathtub over there.
No, what is that?
Next time we stay at the house, we'll have one of
That's
those for
your
you. So you don't have to.
Okay.
That's
Well,
so
that's
pretty.
No, we'll make sure you get the bedroom right next to the bathroom next time.
Well, hey, that ain't so funny, Robert, because it might happen. Anyway, when they did the roundup here,
Sketchy, but I like it.
the photographer sat in that window, that big window opened out, and we gathered out there out in the corral out there, and they
Okay.
took pictures of it, the whole group. That's
Yep.
here. And they asked the old man to walk out in front, and I stood out there. Hey, don't take that picture. You ladies don't understand what this is.
This is a sewing machine.
Yes, it sure enough is. All right.
It's
It's a washing machine.
Oh.
Yeah, that's exactly what it
Wait,
is. The
does
washing
this have
machine.
like a thing in it where it's like,
Well,
you like,
It's kind of like a tumble.
This is a modern washing machine.
oh yeah, I don't know that kind. I know the less modern ones and the new ones.
And this is what wrings your clothes
Yeah,
out.
you put it in
Get all
there.
the
Yep.
water out of them.
Little elbow grease.
Was this operated by an old hit and miss type machine? Or?
That's a lot of work.
Old hit and miss engine?
I don't know how it's operated. I never saw one.
I sit real forward.
Before the 90s, that's what they used.
Those are shoes. Those are awesome.
Yeah.
I remember my mom using one of those.
Wow.
Oh no!
No, just kidding.
Oh.
Don't feel bad. We
But
we
my
got
grandma,
lost over in
yeah.
Yakima. We left, everybody took off out of the parking lot. We thought we were following people, so we were doing loops around Yakima, and then boom,
Yeah,
we ended up
it looks
finding
like
it.
a sewing machine.
Well, we got a nice
Old
tour
radiator all
Well, it was nice.
of God knows what.
Yeah,
With cops
Anyway.
yeah, cops.
Quite an old barn.
Yeah, cops.
When they bought this
saying
place,
how
I
many
guess
years
this
do you
barn was
have
not
at that
that
Bigfoot
good.
event? With
Yeah.
the helicopter.
Yeah, the
Working
helicopter
on
following
it,
us.
fixing it up.
It's like we have no Bigfoot.
And then Mary and Wendy and I would put stuff up.
Are you gonna record the whole conference?
Branding irons.
Yeah.
Mary's
Because Daniel Perez wants to copy.
Oh Lord.
Can't be here.
Yeah. This sweatshirt, this design glows in the dark.
In my room.
Yeah, it does.
Nice.
Yeah, the t-shirts, they have the t-shirts that have the same design, they also glow in the
So
dark.
when you're out squatching, that can actually be like a
I didn't see
thermal
that.
illuminator.
You actually passed on that? Or school?
But I've helped do a lot of your stuff.
I have a glow in the dark plastic cup, you know, so I turn the light out here, you can actually see in the kitchen by the glow.
I mean, they got a guy who
It's kind of like night vision.
We
Greenish.
did have them. Yeah, and then they're,
I don't know.
you know, they don't have.
I can't believe what she did.
Oh,
Yeah, but you guys are working.
That was not a fight.
Hey,
We wanted
Summer, see
like
that thing over there?
male
This-
aggression,
this?
violence.
No,
Yeah,
see that
kinda
pink
like
chair?
boxing
That's
match.
another
Like
wash machine
sexual-
type thing.
Oh, this, yeah.
You
this-
turn
You can't
into a
let a,
horny.
you can't let a
See,
woman
this is
like
more what I've seen.
See that? You gotta run your clothes through
Don't let
that one
women
too.
control the
Can
monkeys.
you hang them here?
Right.
Yeah. I've seen that. That woman's wires elbows.
I haven't heard that since we camped out.
I know.
I was hearing it all the time that
plug
weekend.
in.
Oh, jeez. Here we are. Some of us went to the barn for a bit. Hey, John, how you doing?
Good.
All right.
Not really. So,
Henry,
Henry.
I was here for the first one.
Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
Remembering your face.
Uh-huh.
Sorry to take over your guys' conversation, but the Eastern Shoshone and then the Western.
Hi, Dan.
Hey.
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay.
So, the petrified the red.
No, it's his and Dax's.
Ah.
Look, they got married. They got married. We married.
That's interspecies breeding.
We married them.
Hey.
They're hanging out in my shirt.
Would you marry a cat?
Yes.
Monkey wouldn't be married a Sasquatch. Who you marrying?
Oh, stop.
Stop it. Stop it.
We like
Go away.
each other. You're against that?
Hey, Gary.
Call me Bertie.
You're not. You're cute.
Sweet.
Because you know how hot.
Doesn't matter what.
Excuse me.
How am I saying?
Oh, somebody's sitting there.
Last time it's gotta be the last time I heard it. I mean, I never heard anything close to that. Through the years I spent out in the woods, I heard that one story. It sounded like
bring it in the morning. All over this land.
I'm loving these kids.
I bring out danger.
I don't want mine. They're summer kids.
I bring out a bomb. Bring out the blood.
Summer!
Yeah!
You disadvantage your kids. Don't throw them in the fire.
Never. Never. You like my, never.
Never.
Got them.
What's going on, buddy?
Are you having fun? Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta have fun here.
Sing out danger.
Good. You fine?
Sing out a
warm?
Sing out
Good.
over this land.
Supposed to be sing along, yeah, she's got it right.
And I got a bell. And I got a song to sing about loving this land. It's a song of family freedom. It's the bell of home. It's the song about love.
Nice.
Yeah.
Woo!
Have little squashies and loaves.
Oh, so bad. I said,
Doctor, indeed. Doctor,
The squashes and love. There we go. Oh, is it cute? Look at him. He's so cute.
days when the rains
came.
In there, you know it.
Misty with all kinds of brown-eyed girl.
Sha la 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 da. Sha la 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 ti da. La ti da. Some play the roots, some go alone, some go to the mountains, some even camp in the snow. But no one's had a camping trip like old Alberto.
Like that one.
We took a vacation, she was prospecting for gold. Rode the boat to Toba Inlet, was a good place he was told. The Indian guide warned him about the Sasquatch. Albert ignored him, saying you drink too much scotch.
then when they did the presentation in Arcata,
We hiked into the woods for 3 days, all was fine. Day 4 came along, things began to unwind. His backpack was ransacked, he lost his flower and prunes. He was waiting for this critter by the line of the moon.
Henry May is the biggest big
Waited, but his eyelids they closed. He snatched up his sleeping bag, but still Albert dozed. He woke up in a bundle, he couldn't grab for his knife. Albert Osmond was in for the ride of his life. Albert, oh Albert, what did you see? Then Sasquatch made you one of the family. Albert, oh Albert, what do you say? I only saw Sasquatch, got carried away.
He does some really good things like
the 3 midges it seemed. If he wasn't in such pain, he would have thought it was a dream. He got dumped in a heap, and then he rolled to a stop. When he opened his eyes, well, his jaw had just dropped.
Because he has no actual factual account.
And there standing before him was a family of 4. And no, my dear friends, it wasn't the family next door. It was 4 hairy giants, and they gave off a smell. Albert Osmond had been carried to where the Sasquatch did dwell.
So it's like, I consider him like an unreliable.
He's left a small valley and made the best of his stay. Watched the dancing around, all the kids that did play. In a bed of moss and leaves, he had his knapsack and boots. He dined on cold hash, and they dined on sweet roots.
Okay, he has a blowtorch, by the way. Don't let him light your cigarette.
It's like us. So, Albert, what did you see? Them Sasquatch made you one of the family. Albert, oh, Albert, what do you say? You not only saw Sasquatch, got carried away.
Abbreviated version.
Yeah.
Is Bob here?
Where was he? I just saw him.
I just untied my shirt.
Oh crap.
Yeah, and I just said it was a long, like a 2-mile long road.
Henry, you look like you just like a deer in the headlights there. What happened to you in that moment? Holy cow! You're like, did you see Tommy Amarote at close range? Is that what overwhelmed you? Bob's right in front of you. He's right there.
Birthday boy coming up.
That's right.
Birthday.
And we have a couple things for him. We heard Bob was going to be 64. He's going to get his AARP card for himself.
Yay!
But he wants to be
64!
Wow.
Oh.
In G, everybody. Okay, ready?
Happy birthday to you.
Here we go. Ready to sing? All right.
Let's do it.
Have a birthday present.
Oh, look at that.
Are we ready?
Are you ready? Happy birthday to Bob. Ready?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Bob. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, no, no. Cowboy who has everything, a new Stetson.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Woo!
looking pretty sharp there. You get a picture of my new hat?
It's amazing. You look great.
Yes,
Well, one more song for you, Sally. Almost there. West Virginia. The rich mountains. Life is on. In the trees, hanging in the mountains, rolling like waves, country road, take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country road. All my memories, a miner's lady, dark and dusty, painted on the sky, misty taste of rain, teardrop in my eyes, country roads, take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country road. She calls me, radio reminds me of home, so far away. Get up, should have been yesterday, country road, take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country road, take me home, country road. Woo! My pleasure.
They're still playing. They're still touring.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He's holding the guitar. That's as far as he's gone.
One. Johnny.
Yo.
Johnny be good.
Johnny be good. What key?
A.
So there's my
Louisiana, across from New Orleans, in the woods, around the evergreens. Little log cabin made of earth and wood. Lived a country boy named Johnny B. Good. Never learned to read and write so well. Play that guitar just like ringing a bell. Go, 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 Johnny, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go, go. Come on, Johnny. Go, go. Johnny be good. To carry that guitar in a gunny sack, sit beneath the trees by the railroad tracks. Engineer with CNC in the shade. Little rhythm that the driver made. People passing by, they can stop and say, my, but that little country boy can play. Go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go, go. I said go, Johnny be good. Now his mama told him someday he would be a man. He would be the leader of a big old band. Many people come up from miles around, see him play that guitar when the sun goes down. Maybe someday his name would be in lights saying, Johnny be good tonight. Go, 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 go. Johnny, go, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go, go. Johnny be good. I guess your kids aren't ready for that yet.
What?
But your parents are going to love it. But your kids are going to love it.
Well, love what?
That was a line from Back to the Future. Remember he played. Remember he played the
yeah,
song.
Your kids aren't ready for that. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
What next?
What are we feeling here?
Any requests?
Yeah, any requests? Let's see. I got one. Let It Be.
See?
Let It Be. Is that too quirky, kinky?
Fine.
In G, actually. No, it is in C. You're right. Wait. When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom. Let it be. In my hour of darkness, she is standing right in front of me, speaking words of wisdom. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be.
Let it be. Whisper words of wisdom. Let it be.
When the broken-hearted people living in the world, there will be an answer.
Let it be.
For though they may be parted, there is still a chance that they will see. There will be an answer. Let it be. 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 There will be an answer. Let it be. 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 Whisper words of wisdom. Let it be. And I'd always just hum this. And when the night is cloudy, there is still a light that shines on me. Shine on till tomorrow. Let it be. Wake up to the sound of music. Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom. Let it be.
Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be.
There will be an
answer. Oh, we have another appreciative audience member.
The dog liked it.
Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. Until you don't ever hear anymore. What do you want to play, Johnny? Brown-eyed girl? Think we can get him singing?
Let's go, brown-eyed girl.
Yeah, that's only kind of play. Hey, where did we go? Days when the rains clear. Down in the hollow. He's got a drum. Just keeping him jumping. Misty morning fall.
La-ti-da. Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-ti-da. La-ti-da.
Tuesday in the go slow. Going down the road. Transistor radio. We did a jump. All with our hearts and my brown-eyed girl. You're mine.
We used to sing sha la 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 ti da, just like that. Sha la 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 ti da, la ti da.
Out of all of my I saw you just the other day. Tell me sometimes I'm overcome just thinking about it. Sitting around the campfire. Around that girl. You're right. Come on, Henry, man. Let's do this. We used to sing.
Sha la 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 ti da.
Louder, Henry.
Sha la 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 ti da. La 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 ti da. Sha la 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 ti da. La ti da.
What am I drinking? Henry, would you do me a favor and get me a Coke? I'm pretty much good, man. Pretty much for sure I'm experiencing infrasound. Adam, could you grab me a Coke, Adam? Please? Here's one of my favorite all-time songs. I guess all-time. Oh, Popcorn. Who did I get? Buddy! Oh, call for some Buddy Holly. Buddy friend. Oh, yeah. I'm good. I'm sure. I'm gonna play a little more. Please, thank you. And I can juggle.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Well, the stars appear and the shadows are falling. You can hear my heart calling. You love me, everything around. All of my love, all of my.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
My life, I've been waiting.
No more. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Shadows are falling. Hear my heart calling.
your feet.
I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on.
I jumped up and
Okay, well, how long are you still here? I'm just sitting here. I have no idea what the whole scope of this thing is. But yeah, I appreciate that. I gotta see him.
Led Zeppelin. I was wondering Led Zeppelin.
It's getting too late to get a hotel room right there. No, I mean it's just like.
Where's the other?
Was it everything?
Well, I guess we'll figure it out. But
I was
yeah,
so tired. I was
that might be an option.
On the telephone one night, and we talked, and we've been talking ever since, pretty much. Jim had quite a number of encounters in the Grays Harbor area. He had some property up along the Hump Tulips River, and so basically it was like, okay, I got to write a song about that. So this is for you, Jim, and for any other witnesses out there that have had encounters and maybe have been able to talk about it. Jim. Thanks for showing up, Jim. Well, I met a man, his name was Jim, who had a story no one would believe in. While camping out, wife and he saw a herd of elk swimming in a lake among the dark covered thing. It pushed them along, had arms like an old, walked around on his tiptoes, looked like a hair-covered man on the shore. Didn't know what it was till many years gone by. Now he knows it's the creature they say started back when the world was life. Oh, Jim Henry's got a new friend. Walking with Jim Henry, there he goes again, with his hair covered for friend. Started to rain, and then a flood began on the back of Jim's place where the water really started coming in. There was a lair where the creature stayed, but even he had to get himself back and up and out of the way. He felt his presence right by his side, but it was so pitch dark and cold and dark and wet outside. He gave a shout for Jim and he to try and scare his fright and all his misery. Oh, Jim Henry's got a new friend. Walking with Jim Henry, there he goes again, with his hair covered friend. So then one day, while walking through the edge of town, something caught his attention in the ditch that made him really frown. This thing was crouched, then bounded out, and shot like an arrow so fast across the street before he could shout. Oh my, what's that? Looks like a hair-covered man, running faster than a deer being chased by a bear through the bottomland. One thing's for sure, what you know knows they're real. And he hopes someday we can all get together and make a deal. Just to live together forevermore. Cause he knows this world's big enough for both from shore to shore. Oh, Jim Henry's got a new friend. Walking with Jim Henry, there he goes again, with his hair covered friend. Oh, Jim Henry's got a new friend. Oh yeah, he does. Walking with Jim Henry, there he goes again, with his hair covered friend.
Yeah. All right, Paul.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Jim. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you all for coming out, and we're going to start today with some music. Paul Graves in the house?
Yep.
All right, he should have his guitar on. He's strumming it. Let's hear it for Paul Graves.
Yeah.
Coming at you.
Thank you, Tom.
Right on.
I want to give Tom another big thanks for this whole weekend and everything he's done. Please give Tom another round of applause. Okay, I'm going to do a kind of a new song. I got some new lyrics up here, and the name of the song is "Lady of the Woods," and it's basically about that day back in 1967. As we all know, we're kind of celebrating that day this weekend with Bob and Roger and the other pioneers. So this is just it's called "Lady of the Woods" because it was a lady that was encountered that day. So enjoy.
Walking tall, running fast, big and strong, she's made to last. She keeps her home in the woods, away from cities, it feels so good. She's all dressed up in a bundle of fur, looking for her Mr. Sir. She's the queen of the forest dance. She lays down footprints with the soft prance. She's a lady of the woods. She's a lady, misunderstood. She's a lady of the woods. She's the top of the chain. She's got it good. Well, 1967, she made her debut on Channel 11. Caught on camera at her favorite creek, when two young cowboys came and found what they came to seek. Strolled along without a worry or care, until she turned and gave them both that stare. But she's got beauty and manners and style. She soon had them outpaced by a mile. She's a lady of the woods. She's a lady, misunderstood. She's the lady of the woods, and she's the top of the chain. She's got it good. I said she's the top
has gold. But she'd rather stay in a mountain place instead of joining the human race. She's a lady of the woods. She's a lady misunderstood. She's a lady of these woods, but she's the top of the chain. She's got it good. I said she's the top of the chain. She's got it good. I said she's the top of the chain. She's got it good. Well, she's the lady. Thank you. Sorry, I messed up there a little bit. Thank you very much. We're going to have Nettie Green and Tom coming up and playing a few songs, so thanks you guys.
Sasquatch or any other thing. Wrote this back in 2009. It's called The Keeper of the Mountain. I've seen the tracks he makes. I've heard the branches break. On a night like this, when everything was still, I felt his eyes on me, where I stood beneath the trees. Somewhere deep inside, I felt a chill. Of all the names I know of that are his, only one can tell it like it is. He's the keeper of the mountain, the legend of the night, and he walks this land just like a man while keeping out of sight. What he is may be unknown, but there's one thing I know. He's the keeper of the mountain, and all he wants is just left alone. Stones thrown in the park by a giant in the dark. Just his way of telling me to go. Something's in the air. Stay only if you dare. You've been warned to go no further. Now you know. Can you hear that knocking sound on wood? You've been sent a message. He wants it understood that he's the keeper of the mountain, the legend of the night, and he walks this land just like a man while keeping out of sight. What he is may be unknown, but there's one thing I know. He's the keeper of the mountain, and all he wants is just left alone.
I've heard his awesome cry that stood my hair on end. I can't tell you how that made me feel, but I can't leave, 'cause I believe he's gonna need a friend. Once the world discovers that he's real, nothing's quite as loud as a forest with no sound, and the wild things always know when danger's near. Something comes this way. Will I run or will I stay? Is my need to be here greater than my fear? To those who say believers in this legend have no case, here's an invitation. Come on out and take my place and meet the keeper of the mountain, a legend of the night, who walks this land just like a man, while keeping out of sight. What he is may be unknown, but there's one thing I know. He's the keeper of the mountain. All he wants is just left alone. He's the keeper of the mountain. All he wants is just left alone. Thank you all very much.
You watch my bag? Yeah. Okay, you got nothing in there. Oh, you want to take pictures for me?
Classic.
You know how to work a camera? Zoom in and take about as many as you can.
Okay. Sure. That seems good.
Great to see everybody. Got it now, Robbie. Thank you. Well, we're going to have a great day. I see a lot of familiar faces. And thank you all for coming. The guy who organized this said I could play a song, so. But I'm going to send this one out to my good friends Jason and Jamie, who came all the way to this event today. So this is for you guys. It's called Bigfoot, the Living Legend. Well, I'm a mystery to everybody. Not many believe we exist. Well, I'm alive and free, as real as can be, roaming through the forest of myths. Yeah, for many a year, the caddies you'll hear my songs that many call screams. Stay as far as I can, getting away from man, living off the forest and drinking from the stream. Forest, I don't wear no hood, 'cause I'm a living legend that they call Bigfoot. Taking my time, I don't wear no watch, 'cause I'm the timeless creature that they call Sasquatch. You might see me running around the bend, but when you get there you say, where are you, friend? Well, I'm nearby, but you don't get the hint, 'cause you're busy pouring plaster in my Bigfoot print. Running through the forest, I
'cause I'm the living legend that they call Bigfoot. Taking my time, I don't need no watch, 'cause I'm the timeless creature that they call Sasquatch. Deep in the dark of the forest night, I'm just at the edge of your campfire's light. I'm camouflaged, all covered in hair. If it wasn't for my smell, you wouldn't know I was there. Hey! Curiosity draws me to your campfire's flame. I circle your camp, it's all just a game. I tie my Bigfoot to the songs that I hear. Maybe it's the beat, maybe it's the beer. I'll run through the forest, I don't wear no boot, 'cause I'm the living legend that they call Bigfoot. And taking my time, I don't need no watch, 'cause I'm the timeless creature that they call Sasquatch. You may not believe creatures like me could be living near you, so happy and free. Oh, I don't like when I see what you do, all the killing and the fighting. You're the savage, it's true. Hey, running through the forest, I don't wear no boot, 'cause I'm a living legend that they call Bigfoot. And taking my time, I don't need no watch, I'm the timeless creature that they call Sasquatch. Hey! Thank you very much. Welcome to the Yakima Bigfoot Roundup. And let's get this party started. We ready to go with John? We're starting with John. All right. Our first speaker today is a wildlife consultant. And as you see in the program, he's got a lot of experience in outdoor everything to do with the outdoors. His interest in Sasquatch started in the early 1970s and in the Wind River Mountains of Wyoming. So anyway, welcome. Today, again, is something we're very proud of to put on here at the Yakima Valley Museum. This core lecture series is just an excellent talks, and what they're going to address, of course, is the best evidence, including the Patterson-Gimlin film, of course, but culminate with Bill Munz's talk. But Jeff Meldrum, thank you for joining us, Jeff, and looking forward to your presentation, and John Bindernagel. We hold you all in high regard, and thank you for your participation. So to begin, before we have Lenny play a song, Andy Granito, who, by the way, let's hear it for Andy Granito, our host.
Yeah. Hi, I want to thank you all so much for being here. I'll be brief, but on behalf of the museum staff, which is about 4 or 5 people, Mike there at the sound is our collections curator. That's my wife Peg, who's exhibit technician. I'm the exhibit designer. Our director, John Ball, thanks you all for being here. But I wanted to briefly say that we kind of went out on a limb a little bit getting this exhibit. It's not the normal thing for a museum like ours. And so I guess first off, I want to thank Christopher Murphy, who put together that collection of objects. When I saw those, I said, we have to make this into an exhibit, because while I was familiar with the subject, I knew nothing about it, and this would put everything out there so people could see the history. So I wanted to thank Chris. Then I also wanted to thank John Kirk and Bob Gimlin, who were here at the opening with Chris, who basically thanked us for the exhibit, and we immediately said anything that could get more people here to see it, That started the ball rolling. I think it was John Kirk who recommended Tom Yamaron, who I think gets the most thanks of anyone.
Yeah.
About a couple hundred hours. I think it's probably a couple thousand hours on his part. Been basically corresponding with him all summer to get this to happen. We kind of put together the place here to work, but the whole coordination, getting you all here, all the communication was all Tom, and I want you all to thank him. And the only other thing I'll say in that regard is, or towards thanking you all for being here. I know a lot of you last night when we were serving wine and beer were saying thank you. What could we do to help? We said it's all part of the program. I encourage you to support our museum and museums like ours. You might not know it. We get no support from our city, no support from our county, no tax support whatsoever. It's all the generosity of people who appreciate what we do. So if any of you want to join the museum, you can join up front. You'll keep in touch with what's going on. If you just want to thank us for hosting, there are donation boxes around, and we appreciate anything you can do to help us. We're a tiny staff, but we work hard, and we're so glad you're here. Thanks again to all of you, and to Tom, and to Bob, and everyone who's speaking. And I won't waste any more of your time. Thanks so much.
Okay, again, I typically like to run a tight schedule, but I think today we're going to go over a little bit here. But Lenny Green, many of you know who this is, and it's a real honor and pleasure to have Lenny and Paul Graves and sharing music. I always like to add a little song before the excellent talk, so enjoy the music of Lenny Green.
Yeah.
Thank you. For years, every time I've seen the PG film, I've got this little fleeting thought that kind of runs through my mind, like, whatever happened to her? I wonder whatever became of Patty. I know probably a lot of you have thought the same thing at one time or another, and of course, there's no way of knowing. But anyway, it kind of led to this tribute song that I'd like to do for you, and hope you like it. Just a moment.
Yeah, I think I've seen it.
You came down from the mountain to where the crystal waters flow. No reason to consider company might show. What destiny would find you where you walked across the sand to leave a world divided? Did Roger film a Bigfoot or a man? Where are you now, Patty? And are you with us still? The world you split in two has not forgotten you. Doubt we ever will. Do you still go down to Bluff Creek, where the cowboys came that day? Where are you now, Patty? Where are you today? How many years does a Bigfoot have before they say goodbye? How many years would you have now, Patty, if you still walk beneath our skies? Here's to you, Patty.
not believe the fame Roger brought to you that day. And Patty may not be a Bigfoot name, it's yours now to stay. And we can't help but wonder now and then, though it's been so long ago, if you're still with the living or lie somewhere that only Bigfoots know. Where are you now, Patty? And are you with us still? The world you split into has not forgotten you. Doubt we ever will. Do you still go down to Bluff Creek, where the cowboys came that day? Where are you now, Patty? Where are you today? Do you still go down to Bluff Creek, or do you only wish you could? Where are you now, Patty? Or are you gone for good? Thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, Tom.
Distractions again. Okay, thank you all. Well, without further ado, we don't want to delay this anymore. John Binternagel has been, as you know, in the program, has been researching this subject close to 50 years or more. And his expertise and explanation of things is something that is unparalleled. And so to have him here today is a great honor, and what he does in terms of attempting to get science to address this issue, or to not treat it as a taboo subject, is going to be what we will recall as a groundbreaking effort on your part, John. So without further ado, please welcome John Binternagel.
Yes. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Lenny. And thanks to all those who invited me to participate here today in honoring especially Bob Gimlin and the work that's been done by him and Roger, of course. My approach, the Patterson-Gimlin film is so significant that I use it as kind of a reference point. Work that was done before, which is largely unknown actually, and work that's been done since. So start with just that frame from the Patterson-Gimlin film. And, we'll just get this little technical hitch dealt with at the outset. What about the pointer at the screen? Or at the left, huh? Well, you're going to operate. Okay. So anyway, there's two very positive comments here from the book about the Patterson-Gimlin film. The centerpiece of Bigfoot lore is the Patterson-Gimlin film of 1967. The film stands as the centerpiece of Bigfoot evidence. It all sounds very affirming, except that it appears in a book called Bigfoot Exposed. An anthropologist examines America's enduring legend. And this, in fact, was this issue of raising something up just before trying to knock it down. And I guess the point is that the author makes one very good point, that the Patterson-Gimlin film has been the centerpiece of Bigfoot, I wouldn't call it lore, Bigfoot knowledge, I would say. And as such, there's been this attitude that if we can debunk that film, we've debunked Bigfoot. And I just want to talk a little bit about some of the evidence that came before and came after, and in a way to kind of take some of the pressure off the Patterson-Gimlin film, important as it is. So what I've done, I've started here working up to the Patterson-Gimlin film. Next slide, and then taking from the film and moving on to where, and we have moved on. We have used it as a reference point, a place of encouragement, an item of encouragement to move on. Thank you. Okay, so let's talk first about myth and legend of early Americans, First Nations people, which of course go way, way back. Okay. Now, one of the things we have in British Columbia, Alaska especially, is totem poles. And some of the crests on totem poles are quite identifiable as existing animals, such as this rock. This is a little more difficult. This is a beaver, and there's a tendency in Aboriginal carving to kind of, and myth, to exaggerate certain characteristics of an animal. Like with the beaver, it's the prominent incisors, it's the flat tail with a checkering pattern, and in this case, a piece of wood held in the paws of a beaver. And then we come to Zunaqua, the wild woman of the woods. And I want to say, for some reason, it is not considered a mammal or an animal alongside frogs and beavers. But of course, we know that there's many reasons for that. But as Aboriginal elders will tell us, yes, Zunaqua, the wild woman of the wood, the female Sasquatch, is indeed an existing mammal. Then we come to maps such as this, which are more of a portrait maps, very, very detailed, with anatomical features spelled out. And this appears to be the mask of the ape-like Sasquatch. You know, the very wide mouth with the thin lips, the rather outward-facing nostrils, deep-set eyes, brow ridges, receding forehead, and chinlets. And this has been remarked upon by some anthropologists, although that's been kind of put aside. So let's move on to published historical accounts. Now, these interest me because some of the really early ones, this is a report from Woodland, California, and it's, the title is, "What is it? An unheard of monstrosity seen in the woods above Rumsey," Rumsey being a community in the Cathay Valley, also referred to later in the article as a strange creature and an unnamed animal. And the thing is, back in those days, we hadn't yet brought the Sasquatch into the area of primates. It was still a monster. And I want to mention here, and Tom mentioned a couple of times Scott McLean, who unfortunately is no longer with us, who did some very, very good work at unearthing some of these very early accounts, which told us a great deal. So anyway, we moved on from this monstrosity, and here's quite a bit later, it was 1930, a report of an ape. And there's a couple things here. First of all, it's seen near Sandusky, Ohio, and that's problematic. It was problematic for a lot of people who don't accept the Sasquatch east of the Rockies. But it's not to raise the argument of whether the Sasquatch is an ape or more human-like, but at least it brings us into the category of primates. And another historical account, also found by Scott McLean, spook, viper, devil, monkey, ape, or gorilla. So see, again, there's this kind of bringing in here, okay? And now this is an account I keep going back to because it just seems so important. 1904, the Lane County Leader, Southwest Oregon. And the editor had interviewed some miners on the Sixes River. And I pulled out three things from the interview. They, the miners, say he has something after the fashion of a gorilla and unlike anything else, either in appearance or action. Okay, so here we are. They've got a good sense of what it looks like. And then an element of behavior. He can throw rocks with wonderful force and accuracy. And then a little more detailed anatomy is about 7 feet high, has broad hands and feet, and his body is covered by a prolific growth of hair. And what I want to focus on is the comment of broad hands and feet, especially broad feet. Okay? Because come 1995, with this particular cast, the particular track was cast in Westmoreland County. This is courtesy Eric Altman, in which the width of the track behind the toes is fully 50% of the length. A very broad track indeed. And another track from Jeff Meldrum's collection, a copy of which I have here, which I'm going to refer to again later, a copy which he gave me, cast in Southeast Washington. Although I don't have scale here, it's only about between 7 and 8 inches long, and also very, very broad. So yeah, so we have that comment. Sorry, that's right. There. Whoop. There. From Oliver Sacks, who was a neurologist and wrote some very, very, very good stuff. Anyway, one of his comments that struck me was, we may look at the idea of history of ideas, backward or forward. In looking backward, we can trace the earlier stages, the intimations, the anticipations of what we know now. So I use that here to say, okay, back in 1904, we could have known that when we started finding Sasquatch tracks, they would be broad, and it was described for us then. But those reports have languished. Or we can say, gee, Sasquatch tracks, a lot of them seem to be very broad. Could we have known this before? Yes, we could have, you know. And so when he talks about them being the intimations of what we know now, it's what some of us know now. Okay, yes, carrying on. Okay, track cast and recent accounts and eyewitness descriptions. To move on to that. An eyewitness drawing I often use because it just captures the whole essence of the Sasquatch. Is from the 1970s in Oregon, drawn by a school teacher who'd seen a Sasquatch. And it kind of reveals our dilemma that yes, indeed, it does look like a giant human, except, you know, it has this covering of dark hair, these long arms, which happens to be an ape-like characteristic, and that short, thick neck. So I think he captures that quite well. And we have repetitions of this. This one from Mineral Lake, Washington, broad-shouldered, probably a male. There was broad shoulders, that short, thick neck again.
Darren Richardson's.
And some described as females, often sometimes on the basis of breasts, such as this one. And then, of course, the Patterson-Gimlin film. I'm sure that Bill Munns will address this, because both Jeff Meldrum and Bill Munns have been studying the film in great detail, and we'll share some of the results with us later. And sometimes they're described as females on the basis of the Sasquatch carrying an infant. And it's kind of interesting. Some of you may know, I just found this out before I left, there's a film being shown on the internet, a purported clip of a Sasquatch in which there is an adult carrying an infant in a position very similar to this, which is kind of ironical because this goes back to the 1970s from southern Alberta. And here is a very recent video from last year showing this. And that video, of course, is suffering the same problems as the Patterson-Gimlin film, whereas the Patterson-Gimlin film is accused of being fuzzy simply because it's greatly enlarged. This one is too sharp. So they're complaining about, someone is criticizing possibly computer graphics. So anyway, that's an aside. Now, then there are some Sasquatches which are quite problematical because they appear to be young adults or sub-adults. Very, very human shape, very more human proportions. And this one confused a couple of hunters for some time because they thought, they were looking at a human with torn rain gear hanging down, and finally decided that evening in the cabin as the young person made that drawing that no, that was not a human. The human who knew they were there and they thought it wasn't nowhere around. It went on. Anyway. And then another one from Ohio, courtesy of Don Keating. Again, those kind of human-like proportions of what we think is a sub-adult, young adult Sasquatch. Then we have this problem, and it's a problem for certainly people like me. If you can see, this is Field Guide to the Mammals. Before Googling things, we used to come home from a field trip, and if we'd seen a mammal or a bird we couldn't see, we either had the field guide with us, or we looked at home. And if we looked up a Sasquatch, or we thought we'd seen a Sasquatch, the closest thing we'd find here is a bear. In both my books, I have that illustration on the right, in what I call the missing illustration, the missing option. Because if we'd seen a Sasquatch, we'd be able to say, yes, it had broad shoulders, very human-like shoulders, not the tapered shoulders of a bear. And from the side, it had a flat face, not the prominent snout of the bear. And so, I mean, it helps me understand the resistance, the problems people have when they've seen a Sasquatch, because, you know, these books are a fairly new book. They should be complete by now. And our mammal list for Washington State, British Columbia, Oregon, should be, for continental North America, it should be complete, at least for something weighing 700 pounds and 8 feet tall. So there's a real psychological dilemma here. Now, track cat, let's just move to the next one. Yeah, there's this wonderful collection of track cats elsewhere in the museum here. And they're good because, you know, I often wondered, I was talking to Bob earlier, you know, when he and Roger went out and got that film, was there any background of Sasquatch knowledge in the area? Yes, by that time, quite a number of Sasquatch tracks had been observed and cast. And there's one, and this is kind of interesting because it goes back to October 1941, when Deputy Sheriff Joe Dunn from Bellingham, Washington came up to BC and cast a Sasquatch track. Now that cast has been lost, but this tracing survives, courtesy John Green, who's been mentioned as, you know, archiving and writing and basically initiating a lot of Sasquatch research. And I find it ironical because Chris Murphy was talking about, you know, certainly British Columbia does have a lot of reports, it has good Sasquatch habitat, but we have been so conservative, and I speak mainly for my colleagues here. Here it was a deputy sheriff from Bellingham, Washington, coming to British Columbia to, you know, document BC evidence, and that seems to be the way. Here we are in Yakima having this great conference, and not so often in British Columbia, but that's kind of another thing with me. People talk about, you know, scientists involved with it and how difficult it's been. And I guess the tragedy, I keep trying to bring it to my scientific colleagues in British Columbia, biology professionals. I think British Columbia one day will prove to have some of the best habitat, those clam beaches on the west coast. And we of all people should be addressing this, and we've been very slow to do so. So, okay, now we bring this up to the Patterson-Gimlin film, 1967. Right here. And okay, now additional track cast and track photographs. Okay, let's move on. Okay, now these are here partly because the one on the left was actually cast by my wife Joan and I back in 1987. And that was a really kind of a neat thing to happen to me at that particular time. I had set Sasquatch research aside because I was still trying to establish myself as a bona fide employable wildlife biologist in British Columbia. Talking about Sasquatch research was not a good idea. So I was temporarily retired from the subject. And then we did this school hike with a group of schools. It was actually a group of girls with a male chaperone. And my wife was kind of along to kind of just balance the whole situation. And these tracks were found. So we didn't cast them on the way. We didn't have some casting material with us. We were 3 days getting back there, and so I have that cast downstairs, and there's a bit of a boot print. The hiker did step in that one before we got it cast. But what's interesting is that more tracks were cast about 55 miles away 5 years later elsewhere on Vancouver Island. And as has been remarked by both Jeff Meldum and Cliff Berrickman, this appears to be probably the same individual. The very interesting, I have both this cast and this cast, very bulbous big toe, very similar morphology. Okay? So the thing about cats, I mean, as a wildlife biologist, this is the best evidence. I mean, the film is great evidence, but for me, and this one should speak to biologists. When there's a track in the ground, someone pours plaster into it, we come out, and here we have this representation of the foot that made the track. So why hasn't this great evidence, illustrated here in the museum and elsewhere, helped us move this along? Well, this idea of hoaxing has been introduced. 1982, we had Grant Mullins showing these carved wooden feet. And in 2002, Dale Wallace came forward after the death of his uncle saying, here's the explanation for all your Sasquatch tracks, folks. We got them right here, these fabricated wooden feet. Okay? And that explanation was very widely accepted. You know, the newspaper headline is going to have a bunch of these. Originator, and we're saying, gee, well, people like me, why are my scientific colleagues so convinced by this explanation? Can't they see that Rand Mullins hasn't even rounded off the square heel of his fabricated foot there? Next slide. And can't they see that these tracks they have square toes? You know, the real cats don't have square toes. You know, and so, and it you know, and what it basically shows is that our scientific colleagues have so badly wanted an explanation that they could live with that they've embraced this explanation rather uncritically. Anyway, okay, so there's a comment I wanted to raise here of historian Carl Becker. One of the first duties of man is not to be duped, to be aware of his world. And the question is, who is being duped? You know, I mean, most people think that things like poor John, nice guy, but he's totally into the Sasquatch. He thinks it's a real mammal. And so they, a lot of my friends, well, colleagues, they think I've been duped. You know, it's okay when we talk about moose and mountain goats and grizzly bears, but if I want to talk about my Sasquatch report, you know, people have to be someplace else. And I'm saying, you know, Pat Rice, for example, I'm saying, wait, we're trying to help you out. We think we know you've been duped. Sooner or later, you're going to have to address this evidence, even accept it. Anyway, so it's just kind of an interesting perspective. Thanks. Okay, so now back to this cast. I'm so glad that, you know, Jeff gave me this copy years ago because I've had it to look at and study. So that was 1992 when it was cast. Now, next slide. No, I started working with, collaborating with an investigator named Randy Brisson on the BC mainland, and going through, he'd been very good about sharing his files with me, and he said, oh yeah, I found some baby tracks one time. And here's these two small tracks, next slide. And to his credit, he'd get his boot down there, 11 3/4 inch boot, which makes those tracks down around 3 inches, almost half the length of these, but almost the identical shape. And it was quite an interesting situation. I mean, the whole experience involved, there's also adult tracks along with the young tracks. A stone was thrown, there was a strong smell. They must have arrived there. He and his son must have arrived there quite soon after the tracks were made, which is why he found them so fresh. But I think this is great. We're now sort of getting corroboration of some of this evidence, which is, this one in particular seems to have stood alone for a long time, as far as I know. Another aspect of a Sasquatch tracks is what trackers call the trail, or the trackway. And for some time now, we've known that Sasquatch trails tend to have this configuration where the tracks are in line, and people have described it as suggested. It's as if the animal was walking on a tightrope. And this is at variance with grizzly bear tracks, which show straddle or trail width, considerable straddle or trail width. Or humans, and where we, as we walk, show a little bit of trail width, and we also tend to scuff or slide our foot into a track and then drag our foot out, which again is similar to the Sasquatch. So here we have another contribution from Don Keating in Ohio, line of Sasquatch track. You get a sense of scale from the partial person there. The stride length is quite long, and they're lined up. Now back to Randy Brisson there, working in British Columbia in the mainland, on the mainland, finding tracks in an area, in this case on a paved road with a slight covering of snow. You get a little bit of sense of scale from the shadow of the person. Very long stride, but very much in line. So two features there which were quite interesting. And then there's Randy. He's not a tall person, only 5'7", but showing, you know, that this is a pretty big stretch for him. He said, you know, I myself couldn't recover from, you know, here's the tracks he's trying to illustrate there, and he basically fell over after that. But anyway, and again, not shown so well, but a long line of tracks along the road. And so it's encouraging that investigators are documenting, when they do document stuff like this, and it's not always perfect, there may not be scale, But anyway, yes. So, and I think there's one more of those lines of tracks in the sand, which was kind of interesting. Very, very clear. And I think the next slide showed an individual track. So very nice. Now, we're working, in the future, hopefully there'll be a tape measure, or even someone can just drop a coin or something beside it. The scale is so important. And of course, when the tracks are this clear, it would be nice to have a cast of them for future reference, which can show so much more than just the image. But I always try to be careful here, because sure, one can find fault with the way Sasquatch research is being carried out, but it's not being carried out by experienced, well-educated scientists, who had the benefit of a great public education at a university. No, it's people giving up their own time, especially on weekend, times when they're very tired, and they're doing their very best, because they're filling this vacuum which has been left by scientists. So there's no way that amateur investigators can be criticized, because they're doing this great job. It's coming along very well. And one more, and this is an investigator in Ontario. His name is Mike Patterson, and sometimes I don't. It's a case where he's got very good evidence, very good, I'll call it physical evidence. Jeff more correctly refers to this as trace evidence, because it's the trace or sign left by the animal. And I'm concerned that people, if we say trace, we mean minor. No, it's not minor at all. But anyway, kind of a broad track, very clear in the snow. And he's a professional photographer, has gotten very good about adding scale to his photographs. He tends to go maybe a little bit overboard in his interpretations into an area where most of us wouldn't go. But, with science, it's really not having provided much by way of explanation. That's going to happen. Now, okay, now we go into this area, and here's where things get kind of interesting for me. Just it's kind of where I am right now. All this apparent Sasquatch sign, modified trees, twisted and woven saplings, things we refer to as structures and shelters. They've been photographed and documented for some time, but maybe been ignored by some of us. Okay. And now, what I want to start with is some mammal sign, and a young person here who can tell me what mammal. No, I see the old people all know. Well, anyway, it's beaver, and it's pretty distinctive, isn't it? I think we all know beaver. We know these where it's been cut off, and these here where it's working. And one more slide of again. Beaver lodge in the middle of a pond, very distinctive. We don't need to see a beaver. We don't need to see beaver tracks. We know there's beavers in this area. Now, wouldn't it be nice if we could do that for Sasquatch? Well, some people say we can. Look at that. There must be Sasquatches here. Let's go ahead. This is the sort of thing, and these are slides. Some of these have been contributed by Winona Alexis from Alberta, and it's where someone has said, this is beyond natural. Something has, accumulated and pulled together this, and I'll call it a structure, and some people call it a wheel, okay? Another one by Winona. And this is where it's interesting for me, where I perceive by my colleagues as somewhat radical, because I accept the Sasquatch as existing. I work with investigators, and I become the skeptic, saying, whoa, wait a minute, that looks natural to me. Oh, and then there's a discussion. And you start working away, how could this have happened? And Winona agreed. I'm not sure, if this is natural or not. Then there's others, and this is from, I believe it's Del Rio in Minnesota, and there's others from Ohio, where it starts looking like, gee whiz, there really is something going on here. Beyond natural deadfall, there's been, twisting and pushing, and maybe one more. And then another collaborator I back in Ontario, he's on the internet under the name of Timber Giant. And anyway, but the point is, he's been finding this in a hardwood forest back in Ontario, not so far from where I grew up. And something, and then we have this problem. Okay, if it was done rather than just happening by deadfall, was it done by a Sasquatch, or could it have been humans in the area? And so this is difficult. Okay, now, but we move on. And we have these longitudinally twisted saplings. This one, Jeff Belden collected this and photographed this in his lab. This seems pretty interesting. The next one. Henner Fehrenbach, who you actually need to recognize too, because Henner did so much good work in the past and continues to offer help and comment. Showed us this one here, and it was one of these twisted saplings, and he found this area. It was a pine, and the blisters were quite compressed, and it actually continued a little bit over here. And his feeling was that this demonstrated that something had gripped this and twisted it, and I think he may be right. And Paul Graves, these shelters kind of interest me because there's now been a few of them described. Paul found this one, got some photographs of it. Took me there December 2012, had a good look at it. Found it, pretty interesting. And one of the interesting things about it, shown on the next slide, that Paul said, these branches, that whatever made this shelter, there was no cutting of branches or chopping of branches. The branches were basically twisted off like that. No, next slide. And here, this kind of twisting has been seen in the study area in the lower mainland where I started looking recently. It's kind of interesting because it says, it's almost, if what Paul has photographed and documented for us is in fact a shelter built by a Sasquatch, could this be Sasquatch activity, twisting off the sapling, thinking about building a shelter or something like that? And I raised this in a spirit of inquiry, and the problem again with my scientific colleagues in raising this is that they haven't got to the point of even examining the track cats and the eyewitness droids, and they're so far away from addressing the Sasquatch that they're not ready to talk about sign yet. And here's another one, directed to me by a Seattle Washington investigator, and it doesn't look like much. But in fact, it's built on top of a leaning branch. And this was him and his girlfriend when they first found it. You can see the bark slabs on the top. And then I got there and climbed under it. And what I tried to do in this next drawing is actually describe how it was put together. It was crude, but definitely fabricated. A very dense layer of matted twigs, and then this layer of bark slabs. And I think it was a pretty effective shelter. Now, obviously beyond the bear, but could he next week, Paul agreed to take me there, which is a wonderful experience. I'm very curious about this apparent knot tying. It's been described only once, I think, for apes in the wild, but certainly apes can be trained, and orangutans especially seem very good at the very good movements of the hand. Now, a little final section here, quite short. I'd like to mention the tipping point, which is when a little input is enough to have a great effect, and the chilling effect, which we're all quite familiar with, it affirms the need for conviction and perseverance, because we all experience the chilling effect when we try to talk about our research and our subject area. So I made some drawings, and I think most people think, no, the tipping point has not yet been reached. The evidence is considered insufficient, even though we have, the Aboriginal myths and legends, which are kind of interesting. The historical accounts, some of which are fairly detailed, eyewitness descriptions and drawings, really good track cat, and of course the Patterson-Gimlin film. Something else seems to be needed. I mean, sorry, if you go back one slide. Next slide. Okay, some of us think we may be actually at the tipping point. That same evidence has brought us to the tipping point. Okay, next slide. And the question is, what is it going to take to put us over the tipping point? Certainly a type specimen would do it. That's the main demand from scientists. When there's a type specimen, game over. We now start going back and looking at some of this earlier stuff. Maybe DNA will do it. And one more slide. Then there are some of us who said, no, we just need Bob Gimlin to get back on his horse and get another film. Just kidding, Bob. Anyway, that was a great contribution, and if it were duplicated, I think it might put us over. Thank you very much. have to take questions.
All right. Go ahead. Any other questions? Yes, Betty?
In the shelters, have you ever seen evidence of footprints leading into or away from the shelters, or have they just been abandoned?
Yeah, in most cases, it wasn't great track register.
You know, there's a reason why we do door prizes. And Bob, are you here? Is Bob here? Bob wanted to do door prizes, and I guess it must go back to, well, is Roger here? Roger Ellis? To a backcountry horseman. Do you give away door prizes at your meetings? Yes. So that's who we're emulating with this tradition, and it's a lot of fun. But we got plenty more. So when we put this day together, of course, John Bindernagel, and Jeff Meldrum, and Bill Miles here is support. Tomorrow we have Ron and John Monsinski and Cliff. And Christopher, of course, last night, thank you, and Thomas. So, I guess this is a man who really needs no introduction. We all know what he's contributed here to our field and our endeavor, and it's immense and very valuable, and it's something that we appreciate greatly. And Jeff continues to be at the forefront of following up on the latest and best evidence, and I think this lecture will show just how what we indeed are going towards, I think, in the future of Sasquatch research. Jeff Meldrum.
So before I get started, kudos for a fantastic event. I mean, as always, Tom,
yeah.
It makes it such a personal experience and enjoyable, and it's been great. Those of you that were here yesterday, we had a fantastic evening. It's really fun for me to reconnect, and thank you for your patience as I'm rattling through those little file cards, trying to remember where I've seen you before, because it's getting harder and harder. I've met so many wonderful people, and you've all shared so many interesting experiences. All right, you don't have to take notes, which means I'm going to talk fast, because the most challenging thing to do these anymore is to decide what to talk about, what not to talk about in this time only 50 minutes, and if I keep it under 50 minutes, we'll be lucky, but I hope you'll find it worthwhile. So fasten your seatbelt and let's get started. What I'd like to do is to begin by considering a much broader context of where we can put this phenomenon. A lot of times, and I'm sure John will agree, because he's dealt a lot with the philosophical aspects of the progress of science. And a lot of times, if there isn't a paradigm to accommodate a new idea, then it meets with tremendous resistance from the established scientific community. And so I've been working really, really hard these past few years to try to carve, not to carve out, but to, the opening is there, and to anyone that will consider it, it's there. But things have begun to happen, to accumulate, that are creating a broader context for the Sasquatch phenomenon that makes it absolutely rational and expected within the anthropological discipline. So when we talk about, and that's this notion of a relic hominoid. So when we say hominoid, what do we mean? Well, hominoid makes reference to members of the superfamily Hominoidea, which encompasses humans and the apes, both great and lesser. There are other terms that you may have encountered that fall within the finer gradations of that Linnaean taxonomic hierarchy. Like you probably heard the terms hominid, and now more recently hominin, which, as we've applied more strict cladistic methods, a system of classification, have drawn more particular attention to our, let me find that right button. This one's a little different than the last one I've used. Which one's the pointer? Is it right in the middle? Right in, oh, there we go, okay. So, drawing greater attention to our close relationship to the chimpanzees in particular, we now have a subfamily Homininae, and when we say hominins, we're referring to those members, those ancestors and close relatives since the divergence from that last common ancestor with the chimpanzee. So I think you'll recognize all these various representatives of their genera here. You recognize that, fellow?
Charlton Heston.
Yeah. Okay. But before we had this modern concept of primates, if we spread the net even further than hominoids to include the Old World and New World monkeys, as well as the prosimians, the lorises, the galagos, the tarsiers, and so on. Linnaeus had proposed a group, a taxon, called the Anthropomorpha. We break that down, that's the man-shaped creatures. And this was published clear back in 1763, and it was quite interesting because even though there's some artistic interpretation, the walking sticks, that's a tool, an artistic representation of the fact that these creatures weren't very stable on their hind legs. They didn't walk very well bipedally like we do. Not that they walked around using a stick. But many of the details, some of the facial features, particularly the feet, I'm focusing on that, but the artist has captured the essence of an orangutan versus a chimpanzee foot and a baboon foot. We can see an orangutan, a chimp, and even here a gelada baboon, a female gelada baboon, even though the face is quite anthropomorphized there. He even got the details of this little looks like a necklace around her chest there. Well, and in fact, the female geladas have a bare chest that's adorned with a series of little vesicles, which during estrus become tumescent. Looks like a little pearl necklace. So he caught that detail. But Linnaeus also described the troglodyte. This was a hirsute, a hairy, speechless, mute, nocturnal creature that was said to inhabit these, the far corners of the globe. And many just dismissed it as, some derogatory depiction of some ethnic group, perhaps. But the notion that there were man-shaped creatures was quite readily accepted because they were anticipated. They filled in that apparent gap between us and the barnyard animals, and we'll see why that was important. But there wasn't except for those in this room, a recognized candidate to represent that particular group. So Linnaeus, in standardizing this concept of the troglodyte, he made the important distinction to other other humans, Homo sapiens. In fact, Homo sapiens means the wise man or the wise ones, and that always kind of struck me as rather egotistical. I'm sure we pride ourselves in being rational and being intelligent comparison to the animal kingdom, but really it wasn't so much about that as it was the very close distinction between these two species of humans. He saw this as another type of human. Now, do you recognize that figure? Where is that? From the Voyager. Did you ever wonder who posed for that picture? Look, come on. Charlton Heston's co-star, Nova, on Planet Venus. Isn't that pretty amazing? It's just coincidental that I found that, but thought that was interesting. All right. Now, not everyone accepted or found this notion of a troglodyte as having a basis in science. One of the most vocal and ardent critics was an anthropologist by the name of Blumenbach, a zoologist, a naturalist. Anthropology as a discipline hadn't really taken form yet. But he was quite influential. He was the first to formalize the description of chimpanzees. He argued that this was Linnaeus's great mistake, the notion of a troglodyte, of Homo troglodytes, and he figured that it was just a confused description mixing the traits of orangutans and humans from Southeast Asia. Now, mixing it just in a descriptive way, not in a genomic way, as some people these days would have it. So this plus sign is only for characteristics, not for genes. Okay, keep that very, very clear. All right, he argued that, well, actually, Linnaeus did abandon the term anthropomorpha and began about 20 years later. The Systema Naturae then was published with the term primates, the first ones, the primary ones. And within the primates, Blumenbach recognized two genera. The genus Homo, with troglodytes gone. In fact, he took troglodytes and hooked it up with pan to make the scientific term for the chimpanzee, for pan troglodytes. Now this figure, I've still not quite figured it out yet, because both these figures in other sources have been labeled as chimpanzees. This one labels this one as an orangutan, but it more clearly depicts a chimpanzee. The limb proportions and the long, long digits on this one suggest that it's an orangutan. So even back then, as they were sorting out these taxonomies and these descriptions, there was often a bit of confusion. These were new, these were interesting. Now, as I said, the notion that there would be such creatures wasn't unanticipated. I mean, it was expected. Natural theologians who were out there studying nature were doing so to better understand the Creator. We understand the Creator by knowing more intimately the creation. And if the Creator is perfect, if the creation is therefore perfect, it will be perfect in the expression of its completeness. And so we should have this imperceptible gradation from the simplest organisms to the most complex and sublime. And of course, humans are just a little lower than the angels. So here we are, and then right there, the angels, plucking their harps and singing praises, and they're the gods, gods, he, she, whichever persuasion you may adhere to. Okay. This was called the scale of nature, or it was also referred to as the great chain of being. That analogy to a chain is where the expression missing links first came about. So missing links were those forms that would fill the gap, especially this dramatic void between us and even some of these anthropomorphic creatures. Okay, but then we have the formalization of evolutionary biology through the work of Darwin in 1859. The Origin of Species was published. But in one of his notebooks, Darwin drew this figure with this little notation. I think this. And instead of a great chain of being or a scale, he saw nature as a series of ramifying branches diverging from ancestors to offspring or to descendant species. And eventually, when he published his Origin of Species, the only figure he included in the entire book was this one. It was such a fundamental shift in thinking of evolution or of biology, in biology at that time, that it was the only one that was reinforced with this figure, a series of branching lineages, many of which went extinct without further issue. That was contrary to the general idea of things. I mean, what things we see today, it was thought were just the way they were, essentially, is when they were stamped with the Creator's stamp in the Garden of Eden there, named by Adam. Okay, so we had this shift in idea. This notion of the great chain of being gave way to a phylogeny, a family tree. And missing links were no longer links in this great chain of being, but they represented these intermediate forms and these shared common ancestors. So there wasn't a series of independent special creations. There was descent with modification from pre-existing ancestors. All right, now, with that little primer on the notion of how evolutionary phylogeny and classification came into being, anthropology in about the 1960s and 70s. See, right about the time that a lot of the stories of Bigfoot were in their heyday, a couple of anthropologists at the University of Michigan borrowed a much talked about principle in general evolutionary biology called the principle of competitive exclusion. As ecology was taking shape alongside evolution, the notion of a niche was catching on and was taking shape and being developed. And this niche was the kind of the exclusive
Well, just the way a species would make a living, and the parameters that defined that. And a species was adapted, was quite evolved to fill that particular niche. And two species couldn't share that, because there would always be one that did it a little bit better than the other. And Gauss, who worked with microorganisms, recognizes if you grew these two species of protists, these little one-celled organisms, separately, they did just fine in very similar conditions. But if you grew them together in the same niche, or the same medium, same medium, this Paramecium aurelia would start off kind of slow, but then it got the upper hand and it became the dominant species and drove Caudatum to extinction every time. So he called this the principle of competitive exclusion. So these anthropologists borrowed that or took that notion and said, well, that must apply. I mean, human ancestors are animal species like any other. And so if we define the hominid niche, and this is a pretty simplistic definition, but that's what it really boils down to, bipedal and brainy, and then the things that go with that. There could be only one species in that niche at any one time. So the evolution of hominids, or now we'd say hominins, since the divergence from that last common ancestor shared with chimpanzees, it was seen as a succession of just one species at a time. In fact, some would say, we don't even really need to call these different species. Everything back to there we can just call Homo sapiens. It's just different forms of human. And that was kind of chic for a while. I mean, that dilutes any definitions and understanding of adaptations of any of the populations along the way. But so while depictions like this, how many of you have that book on your shelf? Anybody recognize this? A few of you. This was back before the age of the internet and all the graphics that are available there. I mean, this was where I learned about human evolution when I was a youngster. And this big fold out here, when you have this kind of a graphic, you're kind of constrained as you're trying to depict something that progresses through time. You end up kind of doing it in a linear fashion. It's easy to depict it that way. Sometimes that draws some criticism, but the problem with that is this single species hypothesis really interpreted the evolution as occurring like this. That one species would go extinct as its successor replaced it. There weren't any coexisting at the same time. There could be only one. That's the theme of a movie, isn't it? Remember that? Movie trivia?
Highlander.
Highlander, very good. You're on top of there. Okay. Well, this started to fall apart as the fossil record for hominids began to grow. And here's a depiction of not Louis Leakey, that was his father, Richard Leakey, pointing out that fossils of at least 4 different species of hominid were coexisting at the same time in East Africa about about 2 million years ago, 1.5 to 2 million years ago. This is a robust form. This is actually, sometimes it's referred to as Australopithecus boisei, the East African form. Or to make that distinction even more obvious, it was called Paranthropus, parallel to man. And then by this time we've got a pretty brainy hominid, Homo erectus, or the African form became known now as, or is now known as Homo ergaster. This is Homo rudolfensis and Homo habilis. And so one of these may have even been originally the ancestor of Homo ergaster, but didn't go extinct. I mean, you have that split. You don't have to drive the one species to extinction if they can displace their characteristics enough that they can occupy slightly different niches. Maybe there is more than one way to be a hominid, in other words. Okay. So here's a close-up of that, so you can see the beautiful skulls. And notice the difference. Notice the distinction here between the Homo and the Paranthropus. We've got this larger brain. We don't have any sign of a sagittal crest. The face is getting a little smaller, and the teeth are smaller, because with those brains, they're using stone tools, they're making tools, they have other technologies to assist them. Whereas this thing, it took a different path. Brain you know, not much bigger than a gorilla or chimpanzee, but look at that deep face. And if we turned it over, the teeth are huge. They're gigantic compared to those hominids. And so we could envision scenes like this. I mean, this was already in that same Time Life Nature book, showing early Homo wielding their pebble tools, confronting a band of Paranthropus, heaving rocks. You know, common behavior, right? All right, well, things haven't changed much. Oops, I keep pushing the wrong button. It's just that the weapons have changed a little bit. You know, that scene wasn't so unusual to think about. We have not another hominid, but we have another primate, another hominoid living side by side with us. Well, as the fossil record began to grow, not only were there instances of a few hominids side by side, but now that, I mean, there were times when there were as many as 6 or 8. And if you recognize, as has been acknowledged by many researchers who have compared the taxonomic diversity in some of these paleo communities with modern communities of primates and lots of other mammals, to get a handle on how spotty is the fossil record. Some estimates suggest that our fossil record only reveals about 8% of the species that existed in the past. 8%. Now, maybe hominids are a little more conservative than that, but even if it was just half, this could represent just half of the diversity. There might not have been 4 or 6, there might have been 10 or 12 different species across the globe in different places. Now, most of these are centered in Eurasia, obviously, in East Africa, South Africa, places where the fossil record is capricious. So, many different types of hominids coexisting. All right, now, in addition to the bushiness of that hominid family tree, recent evidence has also suggested that many of those lineages, those contemporary lineages, have persisted until much more recently than has ever been recognized before. This was really driven home with the discovery of Homo floresiensis, the hobbit, on the island of Flores down in Indonesia. A little diminutive of hominid, different depictions. You know, here's the one when they were trying to suggest or to justify that it was a dwarfed Homo erectus. Because what else could it be? I mean, that's the only other hominid that's around. So it was an island dwarf, a population specific to the island of Flores. But others said, well, gee, maybe it was. I mean, because when I was asked to review the paper that described the postcranial skeleton for a journal, and as I looked at it, first of all, how do you call it Homo? It has a brain that's smaller than a chimpanzee's. Tiny. There was a paper published in Tandem arguing for the association of some very crude stone tools and some controlled use of fire. If you read that paper, it's a very shaky argument, not convincing at all, that this creature had controlled use of fire rather than this was just charcoal that we not in a structured hearth, but on the floor of the cave due to fire. The postcranial skeleton looks remarkably primitive. It looks like one of those Australopithecines. And now all of a sudden at the meetings they're saying, well, this could be a relic Australopithecine that has made its way all the way to Southeast Asia. You know, it's a species, related species that could be 3 million years old. Of course, Cliff Berkman has been collecting, assembling footprints that may come from this thing. The foot is kind of interesting. It has these long lateral digits and it has a very short hallux. So it would not look like our foot at all. And the foot length relative to the leg length is more like a chimpanzee. This thing was probably climbing in trees. All right. Now, on the island of Flores, in central Flores, the native people refer to this as the Ibugogo. That's their name for it. And they claim that 200 years ago, they finally got fed up with these very aggressive, ornery little hominids and decided to extirpate the remaining ones, herded them into a cave, piled up the brush in front of it, lit it afire, killed them all. The remaining, however many, I don't know what the tradition says, but one of the interesting projects I'm involved with is we're seeking permission to excavate that very cave. So we're going over, we've got the funding to go over next spring to do a liaison trip and meet with the Ministry of Antiquities and the academics over there, and then go to Flores with them, meet with the headman, and survey the site, see if we can get permission to access. Can you imagine the impact, the repercussions if we walk out with a 200-year-old Ibugogo skeleton? So, although it's interesting because this discovery was made literally the week, 3 days before I was giving a promotion seminar in what turned out to be a failed bid for a promotion to full professor. And I thought, you know, how could they not, after seeing this and all the discussions and conversation about this, you know, just completely oblivious to the significance of it. And so anyway, but not everyone. Henry Gee is one of the managing editors of Nature magazine, which I hope you'll recognize as one of the flagship multidisciplinary science journals in England. And he wrote a very interesting paper called Flores, God, and Cryptozoology. I'd recommend you Google, look it up. But he said the discovery that Homo floresiensis survived until so very recently in geologic terms makes it more likely that stories of other mythical human-like creatures, such as yetis, are founded on grains of truth. I even used almost that same slide in this presentation. It's like that Jeff Dunbar peanut. Anyway, but it wasn't lost on everyone. Chris Stringer is one of the preeminent paleoanthropologists of our generation, holds a position at the British Museum of Natural History. And he said, too, during that interview with Henry Gee, he said, one of the first things I thought of on learning about the Flores skeleton was a possible parallel with the orangutan. I had the privilege of going to China on a separate trip, not the one to look for the Yeren, but I was working, trying to develop a collaboration with Dr. Liu over here, who had custody of a remarkable skeleton that he excavated just north of Beijing. Its dates to about 12 to 20,000 years ago. Say that again, 12 to 20,000 years ago. 12,000 to 20,000, but 12,000, I mean, and this is an extremely robust skeleton. Look at that profile. It looks like a Neanderthal, except it doesn't have the highly derived features, the inflated maxilla and so forth, some of the other traits that distinguish Neanderthals from their immediate predecessors, Homo heidelbergensis. Thick cortical bones. I mean, this thing was robust, very robust. Modern Homo sapiens were already in the neighborhood for 50,000 years. So they were living side by side. For 50,000 years, there were other hominids on the block. You know, there goes the neighborhood. They were probably saying that when Homo sapiens arrived. There goes the neighborhood. So if we consider the Asian hominoids, there's Homo floresiensis, 18 to 13,000. There were some early reports of 13, and then some more later dating kind of pushed that back to, but still 18. We have Homo erectus on some of the isolated islands like Java that are down close to 27 to 35,000 years ago. This specimen of Homo heidelbergensis, 12,000 years ago we just looked at. Recently there was the description of a new site of Neanderthal that's only 10,000 based on preliminary dates. 10,000 years, that's almost into historic times. And then Homo sapiens, and then we have the Denisovans, which is quite interesting. 20 to 30,000 years, the most recent specimens of those. And then there was this new population, the Red Deer Cave in southern China, where the crania were quite distinct, and the author stopped just short of erecting a new taxon to accommodate them, but pointed out that this was a distinct population. There was restricted gene flow probably in order for them to have evolved these different characteristics. And then we have these other, since hominoids also includes apes, of course we have Gigantopithecus, which is acknowledged to have persisted to at least 300,000 years, and in some texts you'll see the figure 200,000 years dropped. And then what was really interesting, teeth that were previously attributed to Homo erectus, that were contemporaneous with Gigantopithecus, found in these karst caves, have now been attributed to Lufengpithecus, which was a gorilla-sized ape. But the real significance of that is that here's another species that has persisted well into the Pleistocene. Well into the Pleistocene, into a time when most of the other apes were extinct, as we'll see in just a moment. But still, we see titles of books like this, Lone Survivors, How We Came to Be the Only Humans on Earth, or the only hominids. He's using the word humans quite liberally in this instance. Nova had a series called Becoming Human. The last episode was entitled The Last Human Standing. The previous episodes emphasized this notion of multiplicity of species in the past, and then posed the question, so why are we the only hominins on the planet? Well, are we? And that's the whole why. And why do we keep assuming that in the face of so much evidence to the contrary? And it keeps building, and it keeps building. And that's, so we're getting to the point where it's starting to get a little traction. New Scientist, the popular science news magazine, had a cover feature entitled Human Evolution, the 10 Biggest Questions. The editors got together and thought, what are the 10 biggest issues that paleoanthropologists are dealing with right now? Not just paleoanthropologists, but human evolutionists, like genetics or whatever. And there's some interesting ones, things we talk about. How did we become bipedal? Long history to that. Are some of us hybrids? That's an interesting. Are other hominins alive today? They interviewed for me. Unfortunately, the assistant editor that got that story, the reporter, didn't do a really great write-up, but it still was a foot in the door, and I wrote a friendly but admonishing rebuttal to it, or response to it, which was published in the Relic Hominoid Inquiry, which you can look up and read. But Gregory Forth is a cultural anthropologist at University of Alberta. About 5 years before the Flores hominin was discovered, he had been studying the traditions of the Nage people. And after looking at their mythology, he focused in on this Ibugogo, and he said, there are things about this that don't smack of a mythological figure. They seem to be consistent with what he called it, an empirical or a hominological reality. He uses the term an empirical species instead of a mythological species. He's one who is helping with the effort to go and excavate. So 5 years before the discovery of Flores, he said, we should watch. This Ibugogo may be something different. And then the Hobbit was discovered on the island. And, what else could it be? It has to be an Ibugogo. So he has written quite a bit, and has got a lot of traction. He's had provided a couple of very substantial submissions to the Relic Hominoid Inquiry. But this paper appeared in Anthropology Today, and Anthropology Today, Our Legendary Hominoids, Worth Looking For. And he's very sympathetic to the question of Sasquatch. He's experiencing the same sort of thing, though. He can talk about the Ibugogo in this context, just fine with scholars. But if he casts the net a little broader, and he starts to run into some resistance, and some looks askance, and so forth. And so, with this momentum beginning to build, I launched the Relic Hominoid Inquiry. A number of you have asked. This year's been, it's kind of a one-man show. I've been urging my editorial board to jump in there and start submitting some things that we can utilize. But this year I've been a little bit behind. It still is alive and breathing, and still has the blessing of the universities hosting it on the web page, the web server. I promise I'll have a couple of things for 2014 before the year is out. But it, I have high hopes that now that we've got it established, that it will make an impact and start to gain some recognition. So y'all, I'm sure you're all fans of the original Planet of the Apes with Charlton Heston. Well, if we go back just a few tens of millions of years ago, the Earth really was, at that time, a planet of the apes. And if we look at the diversity of apes, now remember that phylogeny with all cluttered with all those skulls of hominins, that's represented by that little red line right there. So this is the Miocene epoch, which takes in from just a little shy of 5 million down here to about 23 million years ago. These lines don't represent species, they represent genera. One step up. So each of those bars would actually probably represent several different species. And so you can see the diversity. And these are just a few examples of some of the more stunning crania that have come to light. Just a couple of years ago, this jaw of an ape was discovered and dated to 25 million years ago. So it right now represents the oldest ape skeleton or skeletal material that we have. So right back here at the stem, you can see this tremendous diversity. There's Gigantopithecus right there, and the dotted line then indicates the more recent persistence of Lufangpithecus that I mentioned earlier. Now, if we looked at this, just to show the trend though, apes are high maintenance. A lot of investment in their offspring, they reproduce infrequently, they don't respond to changing environments very, very readily. And so this figure is constructed in such a way that on this axis over here, we have the percent of hominids amongst the anthropoid primates, the monkeys and apes. So down here is low percent, not very many apes. Up here, lots of apes. But then on the mirror image of that is for the monkeys, the cercopithecoids. Not very many monkey species and lots of monkey species. And here's time. So this essentially spans the period of the Miocene. And when apes really came into their own and were very successful, very diverse, and monkeys were just barely getting started. Monkeys reproduce very quickly. They respond more readily to changing environments. And you know, they're kind of like the rabbits compared to the elephant over here, if we were comparing in a very extreme way. So through time, what we see is that the apes became less and less and less diverse, and the monkeys, on the other hand, as this line goes down, they're getting more and more and more diverse. All right, so we can think of modern apes really are relic hominoids, as we apply that term. These are lingering populations of a once diverse radiation that are now restricted to tropical refugia and barely holding on by their fingernails, not their claws, but their fingernails. They're on the brink of extinction. Every population on the planet right now of apes is on the brink of extinction, of the known apes. All right, now let's turn the attention to the reason for today. So that in a nutshell is the story of relic hominoids.
What species is Bob?
Yeah, what species is Bob? Well, up here, I think Elvis is in the building. I had to put this one up because I've got quite a few pictures with Bob, and this is the only one where he's smiling. And I had to ask him, Bob, please smile for this picture, you know? And the first one he wasn't. So that's what my other hand is back here, and I'm kind of poking him in the ribs. Smile. Anyway, it's not. You all know Bob. I can't tell you how what a delight it has been to get acquainted and count him as one of my friends. And so, still, without saying, it's well known that this piece of photographic evidence stands as the most significant piece of photographic evidence that we have to work with. I mean, it has set the bar so high. People are constantly asking me about these little snippets of video that pop up on Facebook, Find Bigfoot or whatever. I said, yeah, they're interesting. But even if I can convince myself that it is legitimate, so what? It is so insignificant compared to this, and we're still arguing about this with so many people. I would much rather spend my time and energy focused on this. And again, you're going to hear some interesting things from Bill. I've had the good fortune of being able to kind of hitch my wagon to Bill and have the opportunity for some collaborations. But he's doing so many really interesting things with this piece of film. It's interesting how there's a kind of a cycle of repeated assails, attacks on the film. And it seems that each time that happens, there are new technologies available that allow us to look at it in different and more incisive ways. Can intelligently or knowledgeably say, oh, that's just a man in a fursuit. You hear someone say that, you know, just try to cover up the snicker. So, obviously, I'm interested in the footprint evidence, in the tracks. And probably first and foremost, although as an anatomist and a student of locomotion, how we move, the anatomy displayed in the film is truly amazing. But today, in the time remaining, I want to nail the lid on this argument about the mid-tarsal break. So likewise, if anyone says to you, oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about, you can go. All right. This photograph was taken by Lyle Laverty, and John Green printed it in his book. But it was never, there was really no discussion or no consideration of what this was, except in connection to these little white twigs sticking out the side of the footprint over here. When I drew attention to this after having seen tracks in the Blue Mountains, not far from here, that displayed the same characteristic, I was told, oh, it's a branch. There's a stick underneath the sand, which is kind of still springy, and it stepped on that, and it just bounced back up, after the weight was taken off of it. Well, it's not. It's not that. I guarantee you it's not that. First, there's no continuity. The diameter of this ridge wouldn't be congruent with anything attached to that. The cast was made by Bob Titmus sometime later, and about 10 days later, one of 10 casts that he made. In fact, it was quite fortuitous that, and I guess not unexpected, because Laverty had photographed several footprints, each of which was cast by Bob Titmus. So we have that double documentation anyway. But as far as I know, well, here, let me go. No, I'll hold that thought for a minute. I've jumped ahead of myself. So this is a set of stills from a 3D scan of a cast, a replica made from the cast that Bob Titmus made, the original of which is in the Willow Creek Museum now. It has a very distinctive pressure ridge. It has a very distinctive morphology of the forefoot. There are expansion cracks, as you can see, as that substrate has heaved up to relieve pressure that's concentrated under the forefoot during the latter part of the stance. The major distinction in my interpretation between the Sasquatch foot and the human foot is the human is characterized by a longitudinal arch. Now, and it's a fairly stiff, rigid longitudinal arch. It's mobile to some degree, but as the individual proceeds through the step, those joints twist and lock into a close packed position to make a rigid platform for better efficiency of the flexors of the ankle. And we have this tremendously developed Achilles tendon that's quite distinct. A chimpanzee doesn't have that. Chimpanzee has muscle fibers that go all the way down almost to the heel bone. There is no bungee cord tendon there that acts as an elastic storage mechanism. It can return kinetic energy back into the step. Now, recently, one of my colleagues, because I've also been applying some of these same interpretations to early hominid footprints or hominin footprints, one of my colleagues, in an effort to bolster his notions that the Laetoli hominin footprints from East Africa are just little hominids with modern-looking feet and footprints to go with it, did a test, kind of on the fly test, where he had people in a mall walk across a force plate, and he documented a few people who have a mid-tarsal break. They had a mid-tarsal break. It wasn't as dramatic as we see with the Sasquatch, but they had flexibility here where this star is, and thought that completely discounted my interpretations. Well, far from it. It simply further confirmed the fact that the longitudinal arch is a very recent innovation in human evolution, and it's still variable. And some people have flat, flexible feet still. Not that they were walking on human-like feet, modern human-like feet, 3 million years ago. And it's because they don't look at the footprints. You know, they measure the length and the breadth, but they don't look at the anatomy. You cannot look at those footprints, as I have, in contrast to modern human footprints in the exact same substrate as occurred on the flanks of Mount Kilauea in Hawaii 200 years ago, and see that they are apples and oranges. I mean, as far as the subtleties of, I mean, I'm seeing apples and oranges, I guess, to the untrained eye. I won't say that my colleague is untrained, just inexperienced. The Sasquatch foot, on the other hand, has this great degree of flexibility, which is a legacy of a climbing adaptation with an opposable big toe. And so the heel comes up, flexes here, weight's concentrated over the forefoot, sparing the toes the bending stresses that have shortened the human digits and allows for longer, more grasping, more prehensile digits, but just non-opposable ones. And then sometimes there's some material heaved up back into the, how we doing on time? Back into the heel area. So you can see the correlation with the footprint. And here you can actually see the kinematic. You can see the action taking place. If you look right here, that heel is vertical. It's vertical. If there was a stiff arch, the rest of the foot would be sticking in straight to the soil. But it's not, it's bent, it's flexed. And then at this point, the heel is, or the foot is pushing off because by here, the center of gravity is essentially over the lead foot. So it's not using its toes to drive off. The toes are there for traction, not for propulsion. Most of the propulsion comes from that midfoot. Now here's just a little sidebar. You know, critics have looked at that and say, look at those white feet. They look fake. Look at how that hair just stops right along the edge there. That's got to be faked. Okay, look, come on, keep pushing the wrong button. Now, what do you think of that? Do those look like Patty's feet?
Yeah, a little bit.
But they're not. They're a chimpanzee's feet. Foot. Showing a mid-tarsal break, showing a white sole, thick skin on the sole, showing the hair up above that glabrous thick skin of the sole pad. Absolutely natural looking. Absolutely natural looking. Even to the little, you know, the little high, you know, next time, those of you that are endowed with more hair on your legs than others, you can see that there's actually a little gap that goes up your Achilles tendon a little ways. It's not a perfect straight line all the way back. It has a little, and she shows that if you look carefully on some of the frames. So let's see. Just get back to where I was at. Okay, the cast that Roger Patterson made compared with that Bob Titmus made. You can see Roger looked for the cleanest, clearest examples. Did you have any say, Bob, into which ones would be cast? Roger pretty much did. Okay, well, this was a great one. You can see the toe stem's really nice. You can see the outline. You see the little hint of the flexion crease right across here that marks the metatarsal phalangeal joints, which, by the way, if you look back here, look at those long toes. Yeah. They're long. They're really long, which isn't suggested by this ventral view here because the sole pad comes way up underneath. Just like the palm comes up past your knuckle and produces a flexion crease right across here. There's the hint of that right there. Anyway, I reconstructed the foot skeleton based on this before I ever had contact with this. And then, but if you notice, and I think I got it pretty close to being right, this could all be moved up, maybe just a smidge. But in any case, right here is the transverse tarsal joint, and it falls just right in front of that pressure ridge, right where we would expect it to be. All right, now, as far as I know, other than that picture by Lyle Laverty, there were no published pictures of the footprint cast, except for this one. There it is right there. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but in doing a quick mental run through of the images, that's the only one. And I don't think anyone even recognized that that was the same cast from that footprint because, you know, you just don't have any sense of the relief there. So the point being, no one had really talked about that cast until I came along post-1996. I didn't start talking about the mid-tarsal break or even publishing anything about it for a couple more years. Keep that in mind as we go ahead here now. Cliff was kind enough to share his contacts with the Crew brothers, and I was at a conference in Portland and was able to go and spend the afternoon with John And he let me look at that cast really closely. This is the original crew cast that still is in the family. And look at this now. Here's the Patterson, or the Patterson film site, the tip was cast. And when it was all cleaned off, you know, in the original photo of Jerry, it still had a lot of soil clinging to the cast. He hadn't cleaned it really carefully. There was a lot more detail between the toes to be seen, and look at this. There's a mid-tarsal break in that joint. It's just shallower, it's not as deep because the substrate's a bit more compacted. But it's there. And look, notice the shape here. We'll come back to that shape again in just a second here. Take a look at that. Okay. Now, again, sometimes it takes a person asking the right question. You know, some of these casts, I've got so much data that I'm still working with. There are things that have sat there that haven't gotten due attention yet, and this was one of those. After finding Bigfoot, made a little obligatory visit to my lab, and then didn't invite me into the field. Where would you go look for Bigfoot? Well, you know, you could, okay, bye, see you later. Of course, when I discovered they hung a rave ball from the trees, I thought, well, it's probably better I didn't go. Anyway, but I love the relationship I have with Cliff, and we reciprocate. I try. Sometimes I feel it's more of a one-way relationship. He's so generous, I try to reciprocate back. But so he had the afternoon off. He came back to the lab, and he was like a kid in a candy store. I just turned him loose, and he comes in the office and says, "Jeff, come look at this." And he had these two casts sitting side by side. He said, "Aren't these the same individual?" They've got to be the same individual. And you know, I said, "Well, you know, I've thought about that, but it kind of got pushed to the back burner." Renee DeHinden always made a huge to-do relative to the Blue Mountain material, to the angle of the toe row. And so it seemed unlikely that you could have two individuals, even though they have identical big toes and identical little toes, identical all the toes, to have a squared off toe row and a much more angled toe row in the same individual. But then I thought, well, you know, we have this tendency just to line up a cast according to kind of, we drop a vertical line, like a plumb line here, and line them up. I thought, what if we assume for a minute that they are the same, and we force them, the toes, into the same position? What happens? Well, then we see that the forefoot actually lines up perfectly. The only difference now between these two is the angle of the heel. And where's the inflection point? Right at the mid-tarsal joint. Now, if these are prints of one individual, one human subject, who was asked over here to force his foot down and turn his heel in. Now, even sitting there in your chair, if you sit there and with your foot flat on the ground, turn your knee inward and feel what it does to your foot. It twists it and flattens it down, flattens the inside so your arch is closer to the ground, not touching. Over here, he was instructed to turn his knee out and put all his weight on the outside edge of the foot, and then the arch shows up. This motion we call pronation in anatomy, and this we call supination. So if you kind of do it with your hand, pronation, the hand is flattened down like this, and the long axis is lined up. So you have to go to the next one. The long axis is more lined up with the fore and hind foot. When you supinate, kind of like this, it raises the medial border and twists the forefoot relative to the hind foot. The same exact thing that we're seeing here. This cast was made by Wes Summerlin. This cast was made by Paul Freeman. Then I went to China and looked at some evidence. To make a long story short, Mr. Yuan here pulls out a little suitcase and unwraps these two footprints, and I was just floored, because there's the pressure ridge.
Yep.
And look at the shape. Here it is in side view. There's no question. It's a pressure ridge. You know, some people, they looked at that and said, "Oh, that's a bear. This is the forepaw." You know, you see, it even has a little bit of concavity. Well, it's a little bit of an optical illusion there. It's rounded, and that is the pressure ridge in exactly the same position. Here you can really see it. Now look at the shape. Right there, that kind of bean shape thing that's going on. That's the placement of, with the foot flexed, that's the navicular and the cuboid that are making that kind of double thing there. Here are those bones. So here's the skeleton of this footprint, and that corresponds to that. So when the heel's up in the air and weight's down on the forefoot, pressure is over the cuboid and over the navicular. Okay, then this was sitting in the drawer too. And I had taken note of it, but I hadn't really incorporated it into my argument yet. And then I saw this and I looked more closely. This comes from the blues. And I looked more closely and look at the shape. Not only does it show the pressure ridge and then along this axis, but again, look at that shape. Okay, now we put all these together. There's China. This was cast in about I always forget the dates. I'm getting bad with dates already, almost as bad as with names. But this was in the, if I remember correctly, in the late 80s, 89. This was cast in 1967, but as I said, no one was paying any attention to it. No one had copied it until I did in about 1998. And this was cast back in 1984. This, Mr. Yuan had no clue about Sasquatch. He asked me, so is there anything like, through an interpreter, is there anything like the Yeren in the United States? Maybe. Maybe. Paul Freeman couldn't have done this, even if he had a notion of a mid-tarsal break. And there have been examples where people have introduced a mid-tarsal break into a hoax to make it look a little more convincing. He wouldn't have. Now, see, I've given away one of these secret characteristics, but I think, like I said, it's ironclad now. It doesn't really matter. There is just, I mean, do you get it? There is no way these are hoaxed. There is no way these three independent things spanning 2 continents and 3 decades of unrelated incidents could be hoaxed. No way. So what does that mean? I mean, yeah. I mean, this is... All right, and then you combine that with the half tracks, which reinforces the mid-tarsal break. And again, look at the angle and the shape there. You can see the slight little indentation, but it's the angle's the really most important part. There it is. Here's the Hereford tracks. Now this one was a little more obscure because it's broken, but you can see the prominence right there, even though it's broken right along that thinner part there, and then the bulge would have come down so that there, whoop, there's the thing right there. Once again, and this is what's so stunning too. This, I don't know if some of you may have already heard this, but it wasn't until I overlapped this with the full-length track that I realized not only does the toes line up and everything, but look at the edges of the half track. They're expanded out to the sides. The impact of running and landing on a more restricted surface area puts more energy into that sole pad and causes it to expand laterally. No way this was faked. I mean, there's just no way this was faked. I mean, you never say never, right? Science is always tentative. And then there's the cripple foot. I mean, the combination of the pathology here that astounds orthopedists and podiatrists, and but yet is dismissed by anthropologists who should know better, should consider it. Okay, so we've got all these converging lines of evidence, plus the film we mentioned, all these showing that this model of the mid-tarsal break of a flat, flexible foot is exactly, is real, and in hindsight is exactly what we would expect. Exactly what we'd expect in a hominid like this, hominoid. Like that. Now, one other little thought. I was on a plane, I picked up a magazine, there was an article about the imperiled status of tigers in Asia, and the graphic jumped out at me because I've been collecting. In addition, after seeing the Yeren tracks, I started looking more closely at these other Sasquatch-like tracks across Asia. And this graphic, this wasn't the graphic, but it was essentially like this, based on these data. This is the range of tigers in lighter orange as of 1900. And then by 1990, their habitat has shrunk, or their distribution, largely through habitat degradation. And what to think about that conclusion? Oh, wait. Well, look at this. I mapped on all of the footprints that I was aware of Sasquatch-like specimens. Look where they fall. Bing, bing, bing. And there's still some hanging on, presumably up here where the tigers are going on. Now, it doesn't have anything to do with tigers, except the tigers need wet, dense forest cover as their principal core habitat. as does the Sasquatch. Water, sometimes they're called water apes. They're forest apes, water apes. So there's an ecological basis for that. Now, isn't it interesting that clear back when Ivan Sanderson drew his conclusions in his encyclopedic treatment of the subject, he concluded there were 4 types of ABSMs, his acronym for abominable snowman. Well, and now here we are today as we embark on a quest for the relic hominoids. We have the subhumans, the Amasti. We have protopygmies, the orang-pendek, the ibugogo, the indutu. We have neogiants, the Sasquatch, the Yeren, the Mandabarum, so on. And we have the subhominids, as he called them, which are a species of, by subhominid he means an ape, a species of ape, the Yeti in the Himalayas. So it's been said, there is no history without legend. There is no legend without history. All right, and got to put a plug in. You can't contradict the most famous man in the world, right? Interesting. You don't have to be famous to be interesting. That's the case. Now, these weren't books, but they said, what can we do with a 3D printer? 3D printer, Sasquatch, 3D printer, Sasquatch. I thought, well, you could do a facsimile of the footprint cast, but it's kind of, you could do a new skull. You could do a new, there was a gentleman who created a new Gigantopithecus skull based on a paper he found that described the dimensions of some isolated Gigantopithecus teeth that were a third bigger than the ones in the jaw that Grover used for his reconstruction. I said, it'd be kind of neat to just highlight that by making a 3D model using the 3D printer. And they said, oh no, we want to do the whole skeleton. I said, what? The whole, you mean maybe half a skeleton? No, the whole skeleton, the whole skeleton. How would we do that? I said, oh my gosh, okay. Well, I would start with a pre-existing model. Let's not try to create it from scratch. So let's take a robust hominin like Neanderthal, a real thick skeleton, that we've lightened, and we're lean, mean running machines and have a gracile skeleton. And there's a pretty complete composite skeleton of Neanderthal that's been created, and you could probably license that from bone clones, and we can 3D scan it. Once we have it in the computer, we can alter it, because Neanderthals have short limbs, they have funny pelvies, they have some different characteristics, and certainly we have to replace the skull. All right, so how are we going to alter it then? What are we going to use as the basis? Well, that's our best model, our most objective, established model. John Green had done some interesting measurements from the film that provided some proportions, even if we didn't go with the absolute size. They said, we want to make it 10 feet tall. 10 feet tall, that's pretty extreme. I said, let's take it down a notch. How about 8.5 feet tall? And they said, okay, that's all right. We'll do it 8.5 feet tall. So using these proportions, we came up with, and I borrowed Ruben Steindorf's reconstruction, which he did for Sasquatch Measurement Science. And it has some funny things. He's not an anatomist, but it's still, the proportions are good. He derived this from a very careful analysis of film. I could have gone to Bill. Bill has all these data and probably could have modeled this, but we went this route. And so we went back to the Neanderthal. We got rid of the head. And we said, well, let's just replace it with a robust Australopithecine scaled up. Because Gigantopithecus, there's a lot of white plaster around that one jaw. It's a speculative reconstruction, but we have nearly complete skulls of the robust Australopithecines, and they are quite parallel, as I'll show you in just a moment. And so we adjusted, we tweaked our model to more approximate this. We replaced the head, and then, with the outline that John had made from tracing the film, it fits quite nicely. And this credit goes to Spears, R.C. Spears. This was a little sketch that I came upon, and I modified it a little bit, needed to bring the crotch down a little bit. He got the legs a little bit long, so forth. And so the tech ran all this stuff, and he sent me this. And I said, no, we said 8.5 feet, not 10 feet. And he said, that is 8.5 feet. He said the Neanderthal skeleton, the original Neanderthal skeleton which this is, the original scan, is only 5'6". It's only this tall. And so that is 8.5 feet.
Oh, they got lucky when she walked away. Roger and Bob rode out that day. Roger and Bob work on a week.
You'll know that this is indeed an authentic, genuine, creature, unknown creature. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Bill Munns.
Okay, everybody hear me all right? I've got a little wireless pickup. When I started doing this, obviously came from a different perspective than a lot of other people. Having a long history of work in the film industry and makeup effects and such like that. But I've always had a great love of science. And I know science depends on the best evidence. So when I started getting into this, I started getting familiar with all the photographic material and everything that was related to the Patterson film. I rather quickly realized that the amount of evidence in this particular instance is phenomenal. I mean, it literally overwhelms you if you actually understand what material is available. So I had made up my mind, if I'm going to really do an analysis that I'm proud of, I only want to use the best evidence and see how far the best evidence goes. Obviously, there's excellent evidence, good evidence, mediocre, poor, and terrible. And a lot of people, especially those who are skeptical of the film, love to indulge in the worst evidence possible. I wanted to work with just the best evidence. In my opinion, the best evidence is the film itself. Literally, I wanted the film to talk to me and tell me what happened that day. Okay? Now, one thing I should mention is that you're going to hear me talking a lot about Patty, you're going to hear me talking a lot about Roger. You are not going to hear me talking a lot about Bob, and this is in no way, shape, or form disrespect for his part of this rather unique encounter, this phenomenal day. It's just that the film shows us Patty. So the film tells us a lot about what she did. And the very act of a person holding a camera moving through a 3D environment tells me a tremendous amount about what the camera is doing, which means it's telling me what the camera holder is doing. But unfortunately, the evidence doesn't tell me what Bob was doing. So if I'm really going to be strict about, I want to work with the best evidence only, the film doesn't tell me what Bob was doing when Roger was chasing Patty. You know, he was there, of course, he was witnessing it, but it doesn't tell me he was at this point, at this point in time, or at this location, such like that. So the fact that I won't be mentioning Bob much in this particular presentation is in no way a reflection to suggest that his participation that day wasn't every bit as important as Roger's. Just happened Roger was the one holding the camera, so the camera tells me what Roger was doing. All right. Now, another thing when you're working with excellent evidence, you have to question everything. You want to make sure every piece of evidence has the most solid possible foundation. And I'm going to be talking about the film, I'm going to be talking about the camera that Roger was using. It's always been reported that Roger had a Kodak K100 camera, which looks like one of these. But I wanted to know for certain the very best possible evidence that that's the camera, because the analysis would hinge on it. And what I found out in my research is there's something called a camera identification mark, which does exist on a lot of film, because a lot of camera makers in the 30s, the 40s, and 50s of the last century would make these unusual shapes and forms in the aperture window or the aperture plate of the camera, and each one would produce a very distinctive shape or form, and it would actually embed image data into the film. Now, this is outside the projection area, so a standard projected movie, you'd never see it, but if you examine the film, for most cameras, it's there. And this first thing I'm going to show you here, you look over here at the top one there, that funny little thing where it goes into the sprocket area and comes back out in the middle and goes in again. That's the camera ID for Bell & Howell Kodak, or Bell & Howell 200 magazine camera. Is that configuration of space, a block, and then a space. If you look up over on the right here, that triangle that's between the two sprockets, that's a Bell & Howell Film 070. if you find that on a film, that's the camera that was used. Now, Kodak does it also. They have a magazine camera called the Sin Kodak, and it has a curved shape that comes around like this. If that's the shape you've got, you know that's the camera. And finally, an older one that Kodak made around 1930s, the Kodak Sin Kodak Model K, that has a circle and a square right underneath each other. Okay. These are examples of camera ID marks. Not every camera had them, but those that do, if they have the mark, you can look at the film and you know to an absolute certainty what kind of camera was used. Let me step over here real quick. Now, this is the aperture plate at the top of the K100 camera, and if you look in the lower right corner, you see there's a funny little curved thing that's kind of carved out of it. That's the camera ID for a Kodak K100 model. Now, if you look at, let's see, bring that down a little, sorry about this. This is from some bench testing of the camera, and that little curvature that's in the bottom actually ends up on the upper left corner when you turn the camera right side up, because the lens flips the image down and the film runs upside down. So to look at it right, you have to rotate it. So that little curvature that's up in the upper corner is what you can find on any film that's shot with a Kodak K100 camera. Now we go to the transparency, one of them that Roger had Kodak make for him. From his camera original. It's one of the first things that he did. And lo and behold, in this particular one, here is this curved shape. I kind of magnified it and kicked up the contrast a little bit. So here is that same curvature right here that's in that film. That is, in my opinion, the single most absolute conclusive evidence this is the camera. This is the kind that Roger used. And this would be literally forensic evidence to 100% certainty. So if I start talking about this camera, nobody can say, how do you know it's the one? Are we really sure? Done deal. This is absolute empirical evidence. Now the reason I bring this up as a point of reference is that there are things about this camera that are very, very relevant to what happened that day, as I'll be explaining to you. In the book that I just put out, and Tom was gracious enough to mention, it's called When Roger Meets Betty, there is one chapter on how the event occurred. I believe it's chapter 6. And it breaks down the film into 6 segments when Roger turned the camera on, off, and such, all the way through the film, and explains what he was doing there. Now, I feel that in the book, I explained it as well as text and as well as the black and white illustrations can confirm. But the truth of the matter is, there are some things that happened that day that just can't be explained very well in a text form or with a few black and white illustrations. They need an actual 3D live demonstration. That's what I'm going to be doing for you today. To explain what happened that day, but with the added bonus going beyond what the book could do, of actually being able to demonstrate things, especially with this particular camera. Okay. Now, there's a few things I just want to take a moment to acquaint you with this camera a little bit. Takes a 100-foot load in here, has single lens, single eyepiece, an adjustment here for your film speed from 16 frames up to 34, a wind crank that winds it up, and the spring inside this camera happens to be the largest, most powerful spring that has ever been put into a wind-up motion picture camera. It will run 40 feet of film. That's like about at 24 frames, it's somewhere around a minute and 30 seconds or a minute and 40 seconds. Most wind-up cameras only take 20 to 30 seconds, so this runs like 3 times longer than most of your wind-up cameras do. Kodak actually deliberately did that because they wanted to market this more on the professional end, where they could run longer sequences than a normal wind-up does. It's one of the reasons they designed it that way. It does make it a very big camera, and it does make it a very heavy camera. Now, here's the actual shutter mechanism for the trigger. Okay. When it's sitting in this normal position, that's off. If you push it up, it will take one frame of film, no matter how long you hold it. It just takes one frame and stops. That's for time-lapse photography or stop-motion photography or such like that. If you push the lever down in the first position, the camera turns on. We hear that? Good. Camera turns on, but it will only run as long as you hold it down. As soon as you let it go, trigger pops back up, turns it off. That's first position down. Second position down, however, you take your finger off the trigger and it's still running. It will run until either the spring runs out of tension or I push the trigger back up myself. So we have these different positions, and this also is somewhat relevant to what's going on. Now, the standard way you're using this camera, you're holding it by this hand, you're bracing it, and you're shooting through here, looking through here, and you're holding your hand like so for the trigger. Your thumb here isn't really supporting the camera, it's just kind of bracing the hand that's going to pull the trigger down, up and down, and stuff like that. But basically, this hand is the one that's holding it. Now, it's a little bit awkward because you can hold it this way, but believe me, it gets a little tiring on your wrist. But you can't grip it absolutely securely. Now, if I were to turn it upside down and my fingers were a little bit moist or the casing was a little bit moist, it could drop out of my hand. If I'm holding it this way, same thing, it could slide out of my hand. So it's not the most secure way to hold this camera. Now, interestingly, Roger had quite a bit of familiarity with this camera. He had used another one like it for some of his documentary work. Not the exact same camera, but one of the same make and model. But there's a few little differences in his film stuff that I was able to study. But he was familiar enough with photographic equipment that he understands the value when you're hand holding of using a pistol grip. Now, nowadays they have very elaborate wigs that have people wear for cameras. But in the good old days, a pistol grip of some kind like this was what people used when they wanted to hold the camera more securely. Now, some pistol grips come with an actual trigger mechanism where your finger here can actually operate the shutter. That only works if the camera is modified for that purpose. The K100 is not. So if you put a pistol grip on it, all it really is a grip of some kind. The nice thing about it, however, is your hand can lock around this pistol grip to the point that you can hold it any way you want, and it's much more relaxing holding it this way than holding it up. You can hold it like this all day long, and you're not going to drop it as long as you've got just a firm closing of your fist around that grip. It's absolutely solid, absolutely secure. This also is actually quite important, as I will get to in just a minute. Anyways, this gives you a little bit of familiarity first with the camera itself. Now let's go to the actual event. And we'll switch here. Go to now, this is a visualization that I worked on what actually happened that day. This is where Roger starts. Literally frame one when he turns on the camera. Here we have Patty. That's literally where she's seen in the first frame. We have Bluff Creek itself running along here, which we see on film. But the part of it that runs along there, when Roger's photographing, all of his ground is blocking that. We don't actually see it for most of what he's filming, but it is there. Okay? Then we have the center point. We have up there where Patty's going to do her look back and all that stuff like that. But this is the start position. This is frame one. Okay? Now, the analysis work that I did, I took the approach of trying to analyze what if it's fake, what if it's real. I wanted to consider both options equally and try to look at what the evidence will tell us. I'm going to start with what if it's fake? What if Roger is staging this with some kind of a hoax, and that's a friend of his in an ape suit, stuff like that? What would Roger be doing before he actually turns the camera on here? Well, okay, he gets to Bluff Creek. His sky is here, his costume's there, the other accessories, all the junk he needs is here. But he wants his guy to start there. If it's a hoax, all of this is planned, so everything you see was deliberate. All right, so he wants the guy to start there when he turns on the camera. Well, he's not going to suit him up over here and say, walk over there, because he's got to cross the creek. If you cross the creek in a costume, you will soak all of the leggings of the costume. He comes out and his legs are soaking wet. How's he going to explain that? We never see her cross the creek. If by chance his performer's walking across the creek in an ape suit and the water is getting around the fur on the legs, that might literally push and grab onto the legs a little harder, depending on the strength of the current. That could knock him over in the water. Then you're going to lose an hour, maybe 2, just trying to dry him off. No good. Better idea, take your costume, take your person, take anybody else to help along. All of you walk across the creek and dress the guy right here. Put everything together, put a mask on, the headpiece, the whole thing, brush it all out, make it look good, and then leave him there and say, okay, stand there until we give you the signal, start doing your thing. Tell him where he's going to go, and you figure where you're going to run. Then Roger gathers up any of his clothes, any accessories, brushes, brush out the costume, everything, go back here, cross the creek again, come back over here, put all the stuff behind there. Okay, he's got to do that first. Now, when he's done that, this performer's all ready to go. Then he's going to go get his camera. Okay? He's got his camera. First thing he's going to do, if this is a nice, calm, planned filming, he's going to check the pressure of the spring to see if it's up to 40. That's full wind. If it's not, he'll wind it up a little more. Then he's going to check his lens. He's going to make sure his f-stop is correct. Probably going to check his focus. He might even, if he's a good cameraman, he'll check the glass and see if there's any dust on the lens. So he's doing all this stuff, and now, finally, everything checks out. The guy's standing there, ready to go. Okay. So he's going to check on the site, see if, yeah, it all looks good to me. Now he's got to give the guy a signal for action. Well, he's 100 feet away. You got a noisy creek in between you. And he's got a head mask on, which means he can't hear much of anything. So you can't just yell, okay, starts. Doesn't work. Got to give him a big hand signal of some kind, like go, you know, get on one. Okay, so you give the guy the hand signal. You start it off, pull the camera, start it up, turn it on, and you go run it after him. Okay? That's how a guy would do it if he's hoaxing. Problem is, that's not how it happens. Roger did not start the camera and then run after his subject. What he did was run after his subject and then start the camera. Subtle difference, but it's very, very important. See, the guy who's planning the hoax is standing around most of the time. Got everything done there, checking it out, checking the camera, standing there. Finally, when I get ready to start it up, I'm going to start it up and I'm going to move out. If I do it quick enough, you might figure nobody's going to notice. But somebody back then would never have anticipated that we would be looking at each frame from the very first one and seeing if there is any change in the physical position of the camera through the landscape. You'd figure, oh, no, just start it up and go. And if by chance they projected it and thought it would be noticeable, well, we'll just snip off a few frames of film where I'm moving forward. Who's going to notice that? The person doing that would also not realize that a camera like this produces an overexposure of the very first frame because the shutter has not fully gotten up to speed. That's what's called a frame one or a first frame camera start overexposure. If you snip a little off the film, throw off a few things thinking nobody's going to notice, you lose the camera start. If you lose the camera start, we have evidence the film is tampered with. We've got to wonder why. The camera start is intact on that first segment of the Patterson-Gimlin film. We know for a certainty that is the first frame, and by frame 3, which is relatively clear, compared to frame 6, which is very, very sharp, Roger is moving substantially forward from frame 3 to 6, which is a fraction of a second. So by the time he started that camera, he was already in forward motion. That does not make sense for somebody hoaxing. They just wouldn't do it that way. They wouldn't bother. They wouldn't think anybody would know. But now let's look at it from a reality standpoint. If this is a real, spontaneous, unrehearsed, unexpected encounter, okay? Roger and Bob come around here. There's this big log jam. Patty's somewhere here. In scale, she was probably actually somewhere over here. Anyways, they come around. They see her. The horses get spooked. Roger's got to get off the horse. He's got to get this out of the saddlebag. And Patty's already walking away. And he's got to chase after her. And he's got to start up his camera to take the shot. He would not have started it standing still because he was probably never standing still. He was running every single second, which is why the camera started while he was moving forward. So someone who's faking it, someone everything's calm, everything's in a normal situation, would not have thought of that. They would start the camera and then they would run. But someone who is in a spontaneous, unexpected situation, someone who is literally desperate to get a shot, who is never standing still, he has no choice. He's going to turn on the camera while it's running. That is what Roger did. All right, now let's just take it a little forward, and we'll. Okay, now you can see Roger start running forward. There he goes. And at this point right here, he turns off the camera. Now, that distance isn't terribly far in terms, but we count it in terms of frames of the film. That's 90 frames of film where he suddenly shuts off the camera. Now, we don't know exactly the speed it was running. We don't know if it's 16 frames or 24. The film actually doesn't tell us that. If it's 16 frames, that's about 6 seconds of film, a little less. If it's 24 frames a second, a little less than 4 seconds of film. So basically, in this distance from here to here, that's about 4 to 6 seconds for Roger to go there. But he shuts off the camera. Okay? And then turns it right back on again and keeps right on running. But what we know from looking at the film is two things. One, when he shuts off the camera and turns it back on, we look at about where Patty is, and she's moved forward what looks to be relative to her body height. It looks to be about 3 to 4 steps. We know one step is about 11 frames, so that's about 33 to 44 frames. Between 1.5 and 2.5 seconds of elapsed time is the amount of time that this camera was shut off. We also know that when Roger shut it off and when he turned it on, he's still moving forward and still running this way. So he has started the camera, he's chasing after Patty, and suddenly, for some reason, he lets go of the trigger, and he's still running forward. Maybe he lost his balance. Sorry about that. Tripping over a microphone. He may have lost his balance or something, had to move his hand away from the camera or something like that. As soon as he hears it's not running, he turns it right back on again. Okay, keeps right on moving forward. Now, you want to ask yourself again, if this is a hoax, why would the person do that? There's no point. There's no analysis technology in 1967 that could see it. You project the film, most people don't notice it. They don't think, oh, that's the end of segment 1 to start segment 2. Just a little blur, and these keep on moving forward. So nobody ever sees it when they watch the projected film. There's absolutely no logical reason why a person would do it deliberately. So if a person were actually planning this film, if they were doing everything in a coordinated way, there's no point to that turn it off, turn it on again. And we know for certain he wanted it on because when you switch it off and immediately put it right back on, we can safely say it was accidentally turned off. And you want it on, so you switch it right back on as fast as you can. Hopefully people won't notice it. But in terms of a hoax, it makes no sense. You wouldn't see it on projection. Nobody would have the capacity to analyze it. Why bother? You know, just there is absolutely no sense to it from that standpoint. But in a true spontaneous encounter, yeah, well, Roger's doing this, he's following along. But remember, he's just not concerned with operating the camera. He's got something running across there that for 8 years he's been hoping to see, and finally he saw one. And he's got maybe 1 minute of time to try to get some footage of that. He isn't familiar with this terrain. He hasn't walked it before, hasn't been to Bluff Creek in a couple of years, actually, except for the weeks that Dave Bob kind of moved around on it. So he's improvising virtually everything here. So if he's improvising, he's not paying all that much attention to how he's holding the camera, and if his hand happens to slip off for a minute, he grabs it right back on and turns it back on. In a real spontaneous situation, that disruption right there, where he switches the camera off and on, that makes sense. Okay. As far as a hoaxing, it makes no sense at all. And you have to assume if it's a hoax, everything is planned, everything is deliberate. because everything is relaxed. You know who the person is who's over there. You know what they're doing. They've been assigned their route. You know where you're going. Roger's already walked that whole thing twice. Once there, once back. Everything is relaxed. Everything is calm. All the cameraman has to do is concentrate on operating the camera. Once the cameraman is focused on his camera, he's not going to let go of the trigger. But we know it was accidental. So the only explanation for that accidental disruption between segment 1, where he turns it back on, for segment 2, would be that it's a real spontaneous event. Okay. Now, turns the camera back on, keeps running forward. Run, 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 run. And this is only about another 4 to 6 seconds. He gets to this point right here. Now, at this point, he turns the camera off, but does not turn it back on. We may safely conclude at this point, he doesn't want to shoot any more footage at the moment. Well, why wouldn't he want to do that? A couple of things. This ground is going down a little bit lower. The ground here is getting higher and higher. Patty's actually going down an incline, so when he's about at that point, he can only see her from the waist up. The ground here is blocking everything from here down, and she's getting harder and harder to see. By the time he goes down to about here, he's going to lose sight of her completely. Okay? And then he's got to cross the creek, go up the other side. Now, again, let's look at this from the standpoint, if it were a hoax, if it were for real. Okay. If it's a hoax, remember, Roger's already walked that twice. He knows the creek is there. He knows where to go down the bank, what's a good place to cross, what's a good place to come up. He's done it twice already in the last 20 seconds, if this is all for hoax, okay? He knows he's losing sight of his subject, but he knows the subject's already got a planned path, and when he climbs back up here, he knows exactly what to expect when he gets up there. No surprises. Okay. So he runs along to this point. He's thinking, okay, I'm not going to get any more good footage. She's starting to disappear. So fine, I'll just shut off the camera. I'll go here. I'll go on my path. I'll cross here, come back up, and I'll start shooting again up there. That would make sense if all of this is planned, all of this is just staged. Problem is, that is not what happened. What happened, curiously enough, so when Roger gets a little closer, right about here, he pulls the trigger of the camera down so fast that literally it only takes 2 frames of film. That's between an 1/8 and a 1/12 of a second, depending on which camera speed he's running at. But he literally pulls the trigger down, and as soon as the mechanism engages, he lets go of it, and it breaks. There's only 2 frames of film exposed in segment 3. Okay? Now, the interesting thing about it is that in order for that to happen, this finger should be on the shutter. But from the time that I told you, the end of segment 2, when Roger was here, before he went to there, I told you he turned off the camera. Did you ever see this finger on this shutter? No. Because I'm relaxed, I'm in a controlled situation, I know what I'm doing, I'm presenting something in a deliberate way to all of you, but I'm in a situation where everything is under control, everything is occurring as it should be. I don't have my hand on the shutter of this camera. I'm just carrying it. There is no way that 2-frame trigger slip is going to occur if I'm in control of the situation, because if I'm in control of the situation, I don't have my hand on the shutter. So all of this time, when Roger goes here, 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 down there, up there, if this is a controlled situation, there is no way that 2-frame trigger slip could occur, because there is no way this finger is getting anywhere close to that shutter. Now somebody might say, okay, he rubs it against his body and something like that. Yeah, well, then I'd be shooting the ground right here. But the fact is, what he shot in that 2-frame trigger slip is straight at this bank of the creek and a little sliver of the creek right there in the bottom of the frame. But it's only 2 frames, and another very, very curious thing happens in that. There is a circular motion blur. Now, motion blur is when you are moving the camera somehow while you are filming, but it's usually linear. It goes up or down, left to right, diagonal. have a rotational motion blur, you actually need to curve the camera like this to get a rotation around the lens. It's the weirdest type of motion blur you're ever going to see. Okay? But that's the motion blur that's in that frame. Now, if it's for real, on the other hand, some of you are photographers, and if you have any background at all photographing wildlife, or if any of you are secretly paparazzi and you go chasing after movie stars, either way, you know that when you are in an unexpected situation and you're trying to get a great photograph, but you don't have control of things, you will always keep your finger on the trigger every single moment. You literally will walk around like this. It's always pointed forward. You're always ready to shoot. You never know when that great shot is going to happen. You're ready to take the shot in a second. A person in a spontaneous, unrehearsed, unplanned situation, photographing something that he or she has no control over, you're trying to get a great shot, you'll always have your finger on the trigger every second. It's a little awkward walking around like this. You don't have as much balance. Balance is better, of course, out here. But trying to get a great shot is your priority. So you're holding the shutter like this. This will only happen in a situation where you are filming something totally spontaneous, unrehearsed, unplanned, unexpected. You don't know when you're going to get a good shot, but you got to be ready for it. Okay, so Roger's holding the camera like this, even though he's now not shooting. And he's coming closer to the creek. Now, if this is for real, he might not have even seen the creek right there when he started. He comes here and suddenly sees it for the first time. If it's for real, he hasn't crossed it yet. He doesn't know what's the best place to go down, where the ground is secure. He's not sure where to walk across it, doesn't know how deep it is, doesn't know if he's going to walk in here and suddenly fall waist deep into the water. You also have to worry about the fact that if you cross that creek with this camera, if by any chance you drop it in the water, that's it. Go home. You've blown it. It's ruined. You got nothing. So he's going to have to be a little worried.
Got written up in magazines like Argosy. Made an impression on our conscious minds. It made an impression of the lasting kind. Or the film got shown on. We're worth a look. Oh, Bob Titmus came out to cast.
Across it and all the landscape there. But still, it'd be easier if he could just hold it this way and balance himself like that, but he can't. Because he's got to be careful to get that shot. Now, somewhere right about here, somewhere he must have hit, stepped on a rock or loose sand or something like that, and suddenly he did that. Pulled the trigger down as fast as he could, let it go while rotating the camera, trying to catch the bounce. That produced segment number 3. Realistically, that is never going to happen if this film were planned, faked, or hoaxed. It would only happen if this film were absolutely authentic. Segment 3 is one of the most fascinating parts of this film. For its 2 little frames, it tells so much about what was going on that day and what Roger was doing with his camera. Okay, now let's move on. Roger comes up to here. He's going to do his 2-frame trigger slip right here. Then he's got to come down the bank. He's got to go across there. And he's got to come up the other side. So let's go to that point next. And there he goes, and his 2-frame trigger slip is there. Then he goes down the creek, goes across the water, comes running up the other side, and we'll stop it right here. A little further than I thought. Anyway, this is going to be the start of segment 4. Now, let us again say, if this film is a fake, if it's planned, if it's scheduled, what would the man do who's doing this film? Well, okay. When he comes down here, as I mentioned, he can't see this performer. When he crosses the creek, gets to here, still can't see the person. But when he gets up on the other side, if this is all planned and staged, he knows what's on the other side. He knows what he's going to see when he climbs up there. It's all arranged. He's going to see his subject in the costume, still walking the same path. No big mystery. He's not worried about the subject coming back, turning back on him to attack him, unless he offered the guy a bad lunch. He's not worried about another person in a costume sneaking up on him and attacking him. It's not going to happen. He's not worried about the subject suddenly going off to the left into the woods. He's not worried about the subject hiding behind landscape, maybe jump out to surprise him. He's not worried about anything because it's all planned, it's all scheduled. So he knows if this is a fake, when he gets up to that point, he's going to see the subject right over there, exactly where he expects. He can calmly come up there and he can start his filming again. That's if it's a fake. That's what he would expect. But Roger, in a real situation, has got a totally different mindset. Okay? He shut the camera down here, had his little trigger slip. He's come down to here. He's working his way across the creek, which he has not crossed before. At this point on this side of the creek, he does not have any idea what he's going to see when he gets up to the top of that bank. He literally has no idea. He does not know if Patty's gone into the woods. He doesn't know if she's hiding behind some debris and he's going to jump out and surprise him. He doesn't know if she's turned to come back and attack him. He doesn't know if there's maybe another one in the vicinity that might want to defend her and attack him. He doesn't have a clue what he's going to see when he gets up there. Okay? He goes charging up there, and remember, he's got his finger on the trigger every minute because he's going to grab any good shot that he can get. And when he gets up to the top, or near the top, he does something that nobody faking or hoaxing a film would do. A hoaxer would get to the top, plant himself down, take a quick look around, everything's right, he would start up the camera when he got to the top. That's normal. Perfectly normal. Roger started the camera before he got to the top. He started this camera while he was still climbing up the bank. The moment he saw Patty in the clear, no debris around her, full figure, closer than he was before, he realized he's got another perfect shot. He was so desperate to get that shot that he started the camera while he was still climbing up the bank. We know that for certainty because in analyzing the frames, there's this curious structure here we call this S branch. He goes right around it. Well, in one of the first frames, it's relatively sharp. That curvature of the S branch is up in the frame, high on the left side. A few frames later, it is lower on the right side. Now, if we take those two frames and we align the backgrounds, so the background is the same height in the frame, if we see a difference in the foreground object position, actually means the object hasn't moved, the camera has moved in the opposite relation to that object. So if we see that foreground object is lower, that means the camera is actually higher. If we see that the foreground object is now to the right instead of the left, means that the camera has actually moved to the left and made the object appear to be on the right. So we know for a fact by the change in the height of that as he is building segment 4 that Roger's still going uphill. Someone who had planned this, someone who's organized it, someone who's calm, is just trying to, shoot a funny film with a guy in a costume, would not have started the camera then. He wouldn't have even put his hand on the trigger until he got to the top. Okay, I'm on the top. There's my guy. Great. I'll just start it again and run. Roger was running up the bank, his hand on the trigger. When he finally saw Patty and realized he had another potential for a good shot, he turned the camera on again, which begins segment 4 right there. But here's another curious thing. If this is all planned, if this is all coordinated, the guy's thinking, he's got a nice, clear, rational mind because there's nothing unexpected happening. He's going to turn on the camera, he'd probably try to make sure he's got a decent shot. Roger's mind at that point was so confused with conflicting ideas that he did something utterly illogical. He turned on the camera out of desperation, but then he also ran forward so frantically that his camera was kind of doing this. And there's only about 3 frames in that segment that are actually even sharp and even have Patty in it. The rest of it is the ground. And he's running like that because in one part of his brain is saying you got to get footage of her, but another part of his brain is saying you got to get closer. So he's literally trying to do both, and his mind isn't even processing the fact that those two are totally at odds with each other. You can't run forward real fast and get a good shot. It didn't work. That'll give you an idea of the state of confusion that's going on in his mind. He was so desperate to get the shot, he starts the camera while he's still going up the hill, and then as soon as he starts the camera, he runs in a way that's going to ruin the footage. Okay? Now that's segment 4. Let's do that. We'll move on to segment 5. Segment 5 is probably the most important one. So there he goes, run, 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 and stops here, which is the start of segment 5. Now, at this point, Patty's still in the clear. Roger's closer to her than he has ever been in this encounter while the camera's running. And at this point, Roger realizes, okay, this is it. I have got to get perfect footage of this thing. This is my last shot at it. What he does is what a good cameraman would do. He plants himself securely in the ground, lines up the shot, starts the camera, and he holds it as steady as he can, panning as she walks around. Steady, 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 steady. All through segment 5, which includes the look back. Okay. Now, a lot of people who think that this film is a fake, they're skeptical or doubtful of it. They love to say, Roger deliberately shook the camera so that we could not see how lousy the costume was the person was wearing. Well, this segment 5 that happens here, the look back sequence as we call it, proves irrefutably beyond any shadow of a doubt that Roger's intention was the exact opposite. He is closer to her than he's ever been in any part of the filming. He is got a clear shot of her. There's no debris on the ground that's blocking his way. And he is holding the camera as steady as he can to guarantee he's going to get the sharpest, clearest footage possible. Roger is doing everything he possibly can to provide excellent photographic evidence to later analyze what this is. So this argument that, yeah, he was just faking it and he shook the camera so we couldn't see how bad the costume was, this absolutely, irrefutably proves that silly suspicion wrong. Roger is doing everything he can to get excellent footage, and he succeeds. Okay? Now, segment 5 is going to go from where Patty's right about there until he's standing there, starting with her. She does her look back right there, goes behind tree 1 in the center group, goes behind tree 2, comes up on tree 3, and at this point, the tree that she's passed behind, you see there's 2 white trees that are a little closer to it. In Roger's position, those trees are all clustered together in a way that they're almost an impenetrable barrier. And Patty is slipping behind that cluster of the 2 white trees, and that third one, she just went behind. So literally, she's behind the trees now, and Roger can't see her. So he has moved forward about 5 feet, tried to adjust his position a little bit, but she's still behind the trees. He's waiting for her to come out. She's still behind the trees. He's waiting for her to come out. She's still behind the trees because she's walking straight away. She does that for about 10 seconds, actually. Finally, he ends segment 5 because he gives up on that camera position. He has no more confidence he's going to get a good shot. He probably knows he's running out of film, and she's, of course, going off into the wilderness. So he is suddenly going to stop the camera in segment 5. He's going to run over to the side where he can get around those trees and see her more clearly. And that will become what we call segment 6. It goes about like this. So here it is. She's behind the trees. You can't see her. She's behind the trees. You can't see her. Behind the trees. You can't see her. I give up on this shot. Let's go shoot it from over here. Runs over to there, starts the camera, and this is the end sequence. He's filming here, but he kind of moves around. He doesn't plant himself in one position. He kind of moves inside and forward. She's getting further and further. So some of the frames are good, some of them are shaky. Then she goes around that debris, and that's it. Camera runs out of film. Okay? No more film, she's gone, so that's basically it. Segment 6, that last one, is probably, in terms of evidence, it's one that we don't use very much. There's nothing about his behavior that deliberately says more real than more fake. Just he was taking his last shots, he was running out of his film. But when you look at all of these steps, from the very first, where he starts, while he's running, while starting the camera, while moving forward, then he stops the camera, starts it again, while he is still running. And he stops the camera, goes to the creek, and has that 2-frame trigger slip, which would never occur if this was a planned situation. Then he goes down the creek, up the other side, starts the camera while he's still going up the hill, which is totally insane, then runs, waving the camera around, shooting mostly the board ground, till he gets to his final position where he plants himself and gets the perfect evidence of it. You add up all of those things, and the simple, inescapable reality is that everything about this is the behavior of a person in a truthful, spontaneous, unplanned, unrehearsed, unexpected encounter, where he is so desperate to get any kind of credible footage, and not knowing if he's got it or not, but he's doing everything he can to get it. There's absolutely nothing in the behavior that in any way, shape, or form adds up to the idea of what someone would do if the situation were planned, if it were controlled, if everything was on schedule, there was nothing unexpected, and they were trying to film some type of a staged production. Interestingly enough, it is the combination of the film and this camera, the way you handle it, the way you operate it, those things which actually prove so conclusively that this film was a truthful and truly spontaneous event. Now I'm going to run that one more time, and I'm basically going to narrate in real time what all is going on, what had to be done. And if you think this is some kind of a script for a film performance, I can assure you, there's no way in the world that anybody is going to, is that playing again? Yeah. Okay, here we are getting ready to start again. Roger set, guys set, gave him action, starts running, starts his camera, running, starts his camera, stops his camera, starts his camera, keeps running, keeps running, keeps running, gets to the end, stops his camera, moves over closer to the creek, has the 2-frame trigger slip right here, then goes down the creek, crosses the creek, gets ready to go up the creek here, starts the camera again, runs around the S branch, ruins that particular footage, finally plants himself, stops the camera, starts it for segment 5. He's finally got the good shots. Okay, Patty's still good, still shooting, she's still good, she's shooting. Finally, though, she goes behind the trees, waiting for her to come out from the tree. She's not. Waiting for her to come out from the tree. She's still not. Okay, this isn't working. Got to get something else. Shut off the camera, change position, get to a new position, see her real well, start the camera, keep it rolling. She's walking away, adjust your position a little bit, keep it rolling. She's adjusting, walking away, you're adjusting the position a little bit more, and then finally, camera runs out of film. Literally, that's what happened in real time. Now, if you want to try and tell me that someone wrote a script for what he as a cameraman was going to do, and that was his script, and that was the amount of time, and he had to remember all of those things, and do all of those things in that short amount of time, in that landscape, that'd be a hard sell for me. I wouldn't buy it for a second. I doubt if anybody else here would either. Simple reality is that when you actually analyze the film, when you look at it carefully and you consider the reality of the film, the camera, how the camera is used, everything about that, everything about it is an incredibly powerful endorsement for the reality of the film itself. It's for real. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Now, how much time have we got? Anybody? Are we good on some time? When's the after? Oh, we'll start here. A few things here. Let's see. We didn't talk about Patty, and there's quite a bit about her, of course, and why she is real. One of the things that I want to show you is kind of a new thing that I was working on. One of the interesting things, I do describe this quite a bit in the book, and I show some examples. There's a problem with the size and shape of Patty's head, in that it's a very unusual shape of the head, but it's a very, very small, compact head. And I have several examples that I have in the book about this, but I wanted to show you a new example that I have worked on. Show? Yeah. Okay. This is another one that got me thinking. The concept is the fact that in the makeup profession, if you try to create a mask for a person to look like something which is not human, we cannot subtract from the real human head. We can only add. We would try to subtract, but the actors complain. So we can only add to the head. Well, now, if you want to make something look smaller, but you can't subtract, you make all the surrounding areas bigger, and then whatever that was relatively seems smaller. That's the standard technique. Unfortunately, when you do that, the head gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Now, as I mentioned in the book, there are several illustrations, but this one is one I put together more recently, and it's a little bit newer. I don't know how many of you are familiar with a fabulous movie called Tarzan the Legend of Greystoke. It came out around 83, 84, thereabouts. Unbelievably beautiful work of these 8 characters that Rick Baker and his crew did. Absolutely phenomenal. Most of them are designed to look a little bit more like chimpanzees. And that got me thinking, because I've worked a lot with animal trainers and real animals. And I was thinking about this thing about how the heads end up getting bigger and bigger. So I went into my photos of my archives, and this is a trainer by the name of Hubert Wells. And this charming fellow here is a male chimpanzee, a mature male, about 15, 16 years old, weighs 150 pounds. His name is Karunja. And the photo was taken when we were actually making him up like a gorilla, believe it or not, making a chimp in a gorilla suit. That's what this is. That's part of his costume there, the practice one. The reason we were doing it, in case you're wondering, is because there are a lot of trained chimpanzees in Hollywood. There are no trained gorillas. So if you need gorillas in a movie, you either have real ones or you put people in gorilla suits. Those are the only 2 options. Either one of them is really very practical. So on this particular production, we were actually experimenting with the idea of putting chimpanzees into gorilla costumes. We get the anatomy perfect, plus we have the locomotion perfect, but the real chimpanzees are a little bit more available. So that's actually where this photo came from. I was helping Hubert make Karunja into a gorilla. But what's interesting, though, is this is a full-grown chimp, 150-pound, mature male. He's the only big working male, actually, in Hollywood at the time. And look at the size of his head, and look at the size of Hubert's head. Now, what got me thinking was in Greystoke was that the apes that were done are as good as you're ever going to see in Hollywood. They are breathtakingly fabulous. Rick Baker and his team did an awesome job on it. But nonetheless, there's one inescapable problem, and that is you can't make the human head small. You can only make it bigger. So I got to thinking about that, and I figured, okay, that's Christopher Lambert, who plays Tarzan. And I scaled his head about the same size as Hubert's. And in that shot, that's the one I used, that's the original. He's over there, and this chimp over here on the right, that's the close-up of that head right there. And I got to thinking, if you scale those up, so Christopher Lambert's head is about the same size as Hubert's, how big would that chimp head be compared to a real chimp? I just thought, I'll just throw it up and look at it. Well, those blue lines will show you Karunja's head from the chin to the top of his head. Here's the chimp head, the chimp mask from the chin. Look how much head is left over there on the top. Or if we take this one of Christopher Lambert, this character, scale Christopher again, the same size as Hubert. That's how big the head scales up. Look how much larger it is than a real chimpanzee's head. And this is a mature chimp. The simple reality is you can do a beautiful job making a human look like something ape-like, but you are going to make the head bigger and bigger and bigger when you do that. Reality is you cannot make it as small as something really is. And the intriguing thing about Patty that no one has ever been able to explain in the makeup business is that her head is in fact remarkably small relative to her body when scaled to any other gorilla suit that's been constructed. There's 3 examples in the book that show that. But this was a new example that I had was experimenting with after the book came out, just before this talk, and I thought that I would show you just another fascinating example of the fact that, yeah, we can make some truly astonishing lifelike masks of ape-like things, but so they're always going to end up bigger and bigger and bigger, and Patty's head is remarkably small. The simple reality is, for the shape of Patty's head, there is no way you're going to make a human mask to shrink down to that size that's going to be a functional mask that she can wear and still have the shape of her head. It just doesn't fit. That's one of the points of analysis about her, particularly, that shows why she must be biologically real. She is simply not a costume. There's another thing, though, that I did want to show you. There's a problem sometimes with evidence that you have to watch out for. And what I'm going to show you here is one of the problems. See, a lot of people in the business okay. These are 3 frames where we see Patty. And I've just zoomed in on the head for the moment. When we work with evidence, one thing that's obviously imperative is that we want to find out the full potential that the evidence can deliver in terms of conclusion, but we also have to know the limitations of the evidence. And I'll be very honest with you, I think a lot of the problems in the past where people have looked at this film and other things, they've looked beyond what the evidence actually supports, and they've actually come up with some bad ideas that are easily defeated and made it look like the analysts don't exactly know what they're talking about because they're showing something which isn't so. And that's a problem with photographic evidence because there's a tendency to look closer and closer and closer and closer, thinking you're going to see more and more detail, but once you get to the grain of the film, that's it. That's the cutoff point. Now, some people have said that they see motion in Patty's face, suggesting facial movement. Okay, let me show you some facial movement. Let me just kind of blink this back and forth and see what happens here. I hope I'm not blocking anybody. Now, if you look first at the one on the far right, see how the mouth stretches down? The eyebrows kind of raise up like he's a bit surprised. Looking at the middle one, the eyes kind of squint, the nose raises up, the jaw kind of thrusts forward. The other one over there, the brow raises up here, down there, up there, down there. Jaw's doing some funny things. People could look at these and say, wow, isn't that amazing? We're actually seeing facial movement in her face. Fabulous, let's announce it to the press. A little problem with that, however, though. Let's just bring it to the picture here, and I'll show you the little problem. Okay, these are the same 3 faces in the same order, right across, but now we see more of the frame. And now if I blink these pictures back and forth and back and forth, It's the same picture. We're seeing what people think is movement in the face, but it's the same picture. Because what we're seeing is grain noise. Okay? When you copy film onto another piece of film, each copy has a random pattern of film grain. So if you copy one source picture twice, those two pictures are actually not identical. Now, in the larger sense, yeah, they seem to be. But if you go in close enough that you're actually looking at grain, you will actually see different grain patterns. And if you don't know what you're looking for, you will actually see what appears to be movement because it's different grain patterns in the two pictures, even though they're from the same source originally. Unfortunately, some people who have analyzed it have done exactly that. They've said, I found facial movement. Here's where she scowls. Here's where the mouth moves. And what they don't realize, even though they're looking at different frames, like one and then another frame or 2 frames apart, they don't realize that they're looking at grain noise. They're not actually looking at movement. So it's important when we're doing an analysis, not only do we have to know the potential of the evidence, we have to know its limitations, and we have to draw the line and say, okay, when we get to just a close-up of the face, we are not going to see detail, we're going to see grain noise. But oddly enough, when I was contemplating this, it actually brought to mind another way of doing photographic analysis that normally is not done, because normally you don't have the necessary circumstances for it. Now, the grain is what is causing that movement, and the grain is actually what's causing the loss of detail. But many of the times when the Patterson film was copied, they were printing the picture, same picture, over and over again. Now, they didn't do this for any type of analysis technology. It was done simply because that is how you produce slow motion imagery in 1967 and 68. You print the same picture 2 times, or 3 times, or 4 times on a device called an optical printer. That's a projector that's coupled to a camera, and they both run separately. So you can set them at 1, 1, 1, 1, or you can have 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 4, whatever. Or you can just set it at 1, and you can run this continuously, and that produces a freeze frame. You're still projecting the film at 24 frames a second, but you got a couple of hundred frames of the same picture, looks still. Those were the standard techniques back in the 60s and 70s for creating film slow motion and stop motion or freeze frame effects. You set it up on an optical printer and you just print it again and again and again. Well, unbeknownst to them, 30, 40 years later, along comes computer graphic technology, and we can do some very, very interesting things with those multiple repeated frames if we have them on the film. And we can do a technique which is referred to as grain nullification. Okay? If you have 4 pictures printed from the same source, and you want to see if you can eliminate the effect of the grain in the picture, or if you want to try to get back to the original of the source image, you use this technique of grain nullification. But you do need multiple prints of the same picture, the same frame. And luckily they did this, not for analysis purposes, just for slow motion and freeze frame. So in some of the printings that were done, particularly by a company called American National Enterprises that put out a movie, Bigfoot Mannered Beast, in 1971, and Rogers footage is in it and stuff, they did some freeze frames on padding. What I was able to do was take a number of those individual frames from the copy, bring them into Photoshop, and they're set up in multiples of 2. So it's either 2 or 4 or 8 or 16. With a long freeze frame sequence, I can easily pull out 16 frames. What I would do in Photoshop is take 2 of them, perfectly align them to each other, and then set one at a 50% transparency on top of the other and melt it down. Then take 2 more, put one on top of the other, 50% transparency, perfect position, melt the 2 layers down, that's composite 2. Take another 2 of them, one on top of the other, get them aligned, 50% transparency, melt it down. Did that like 4 or 8 times. for 16 frame nullification. So I did that 8 times. Now I've got 8 of these composites. I take the first 2 of them, put one on top of the other, 50% transparency, perfect alignment, melt them down. That's now a composite of 4 frames. Did that again with the next block of 4, the next block of 4, the next block of 4. Then I took 2 of those, one on top of another, 50% transparency, melted them down. That's now 8 frames composited. Then did it again with the other 8, then put them together finally, so that I've got 16 frames of the same picture. What they do is they eliminate all of the grain of each individual copy, and what they keep is the detail which is common to all of them. The detail that was in the source film, the camera original. I'll show you an example of this. I think you'll find it quite fascinating. And it's most intriguing because when the people were doing this on the optical printer back in '71, they had no idea that they were doing us a very, very big favor in our ability to study the way Patty looks. Yeah, she shows up pretty well there. Now, that's one frame. Notice how broken up everything is. It's blotchy here and irregular. Hardly see the hand at all. That's the film grain. At this level, that film grain is breaking up all the detail. But with 16 of these individual pictures, all with a slightly different grain pattern on them, you melt them all together. Notice how much sharper the hand is? It's beautiful. Everything is smoothed out, furs laid out. Anywhere there's a highlight, that's a real highlight. Contours of the back are lit up and such like that. It's a fascinating new technology for analyzing the body in far greater detail because it restores the picture to a much higher level of detail comparable to what the original camera detail was when they set this up on the optical printer. They also did something very nice. Again, they didn't do this to please us. They didn't even know we were going to be doing this 40 years later. But when you set up something on an optical printer, you can print one-to-one, size to size. That's the normal way. But if you want, you can zoom in. So you zoom in on your original, but it fills the full frame on the copy side. What that does is it makes the grain on the copy side much smaller relative to the image data. The grain is much smaller relative to that. Which means if you do that, and this was done on a 4x magnification of her, so basically almost the entire frame was just her like this. When they're doing that, the grain on the copy side is 4 times finer, which means it's a much higher quality image. I mean, there's still a touch of loss of grain, but relatively speaking, it's much less grain loss than if you were copying one-to-one. So you have this 4x magnification, you have it printed multiple times, you can now go back and nullify all of the grain on the copy side, and you can actually reconstruct an image that's far closer to the actual reality of the camera original. You can see wonderful details like the sharpness of the hand and the contours of the body. There's some very, very fascinating things like this that can be done with film, and we're still actually exploring some of these possibilities now. Interestingly enough, they weren't done intentionally by the people who copied the film years ago. The way they copied the film was done entirely for other purposes. But if we understand the technology, both its potential and its limits, we can look at the film, and the amount of evidence in the film is actually phenomenal. I mean, literally, you almost don't know what to do with it. There is so much excellent evidence. The challenge is simply understanding the technology that we currently have, how it can be applied to the film image data, so that we can pull all of the evidence out of the film itself, as well as what I had illustrated earlier before, how we can pull out all that information about what happened that day, because Roger, bless his heart, was running all over the place with the camera, and by constantly changing his position, he allowed us to be able to know the shape of the landscape, where Patty was going, get through that landscape, and where he was going, casing. So inadvertently, Roger did some incredible things to give us a phenomenal amount of evidence. With all of that evidence, it's very, very effortless to say, when you really analyze this properly, there is absolutely no doubt. The film is authentic. She's the real deal. There's just no more argument about it except for people who are blind to reality. Bottom line is, she's real. What's out there making all the other footprints, what the other people are seeing, I'm not so sure myself, but she's for real. Pretty much done.
Thanks, Bill. It's outstanding.
Rode out that day, and their lives changed in every way. So did ours, because we got to see a living Bigfoot walking tall and free. Yeah, Roger and Bob went down in history.
Are we having fun? Yeah, and we're learning a lot. And we've had some incredible speakers here today. I'll tell you, these guys, they're incredible. I mean, so I don't want to bore you people with my dull stuff, my life, and so forth. But I'll tell you, thank you again for coming. A lot of you folks have heard me speak before, and I'll excuse you whenever I get started here. The ones that don't want to stay, just leave, and I might be talking to myself. But anyway, I still, you folks are so wonderful to be here, and for me to be able to talk to you about your experiences or whatever, your personal life, anything. I'm wide open, and I'll start out here a little bit by telling you a little bit about myself, if you folks will allow me. And I'm hoping that the chairs don't empty very quickly. I was born in the Ozark Mountains in 1931, October 20th, to, well, I'm getting these dates mixed up, aren't I? Thank you, John. Hey, I have to have, you know, my wife keeps kind of keeps me straightened out at home, and John and Tom kind of do that when we're on a trip, and then Mark backs them up. So, you know, I've got to stay straight pretty much. But anyway, yes, I was born October 18th, 1931, in the Ozark Mountains, down in a log house, about 35 miles from Branson, and probably you guys relate to Branson more than you would where I was born. But anyway, I was born to Mr. William and Dola Gimlin, and I had three brothers and two sisters. So I came from a fairly large family, and we moved to Washington in 1940. So I grew up on an Indian reservation over here, Yakima Nation Indian Reservation, and I lived a very exciting life from my early days. But I learned in my early days to track, and I was in the woods a lot with my older brother, who was 4 years older than me. And actually, we went on a trap line when we were very young at age, but my dad taught us a lot of things and a lot of respect, and just a whole lot of living things to do, and be honest with people, and treat them like you'd like to be treated. So I've kind of tried to do that throughout my life, and I know I've probably deviated somewhat, but if I have, I apologize. So we came to Washington, and then, like I say, I grew up over here on the reservation, And I was a very active young fellow. I running wild horses at a very young age, catching them, and actually doing a lot of it from the ground, getting drugged through the sagebrush, and come home crippled up. But my dad was a very stern man, and he believed in lots of rules. So he'd say, Bob, you can get crippled up as much as you want up there on running them wild horses, but that doesn't pertain to farm work. So you're going to go to work in the fields like everybody else if you come back all buggered up from chasing wild horses. Well, I learned right then and there that I come home, I didn't even show my bruises and stuff to anybody because I learned that I was going to be going out there to work every morning. So I'll get along with that. And so later on in life, about 1957, 58, I met Roger Patterson. And Roger and I hit it off because we were both amateur cowboys. And I say amateur, we really were amateur. So, and I was fairly young. I went in the service in I'll back up just a wee bit. I went in the service in 1950 in the Navy. I served on a destroyer ship in Korea during the Korean conflict. And then I came back to the United States and got injured in the United States, spent 2 years in the hospital. And so the doctors, when I left there, said, Bob, you will not be able to live a normal life. You'll have to be a bookkeeper, an accountant, or stay inside, or whatever. You won't be able to work. You won't be able to do a lot of things. Well, I respect the medical field a lot, because I've been through a lot of things in my young life. And so I was determined not to prove the doctors wrong, but determined to do what I wanted to do and how I wanted to do it. My brothers and sisters call me hard-headed. Well, maybe that applies a little bit, of course. And so I like chasing the wild horses and so forth. But anyway, I met Roger in the rodeos in 1958 or 57. It might have been late 57 and 58. And then I got out of rodeoing in late 58 because I thought I was getting too old to ride the rough stock. And one day I was going past my uncle's service station and I saw a little Plymouth pickup. How many of you folks have ever seen a Plymouth pickup? Okay, there's very few. I saw this little pickup, never seen one, so I walked up and I was looking at it, and I was just hauling some horses down out of the hills. And who bounces out of the service station but a little guy with a cowboy hat on, and he says, well, howdy, Bob, I haven't seen you for a long time. I said, well, Roger, where you been? He said, I've been sick. And he didn't look real well, and he didn't look like the Roger that I'd seen in 58. Now, this was in 1960. And so I talked with him for a minute, and he said, have you got a minute? And I said, yes, sir, I've got all the time in the world, Roger, to talk to you. He ran over to that little Dodge, or Plymouth pickup, and grabbed a plaster cast out of there. And he said, this is a cast of Bigfoot. And I said, well, sure enough, it is, it's mighty big. And he said, do you know anything about Bigfoot? And I said, no, not a thing, Roger. I don't know nothing about Bigfoot. He said, let me bring you a book that Dr. Ivan Sanderson has wrote about the Tom Slick expedition and a lot of other things in it. And I don't know any of you folks who have ever been able to get a book of Dr. Ivan Sanderson's. They're pretty rare to find this day and age, but if you can find one, grab it up and thumb through it a little bit, because there's some good information that you've heard from these incredible speakers today that Dr. Ivan Sanderson was talking about back in the 50s and 60s. So I'll get on with my story here. And so I didn't see Roger for a while, and I was riding a lot of young horses then, and I talked to him again one day, and he said, I live up above Tampico, which is about 35 miles up here. And he said, where do you ride, Bob? And I said, I just ride back up here in the mountains wherever I can find training facilities for these young horses that I'm riding for people. Well, he said, you got to come right past my place. Will you stop and let me throw my horse in and go with you. I said, why, certainly, Roger, you can go with me anytime you want. So I go past Roger's place, and by then he'd been over his illness, and he was getting better and better, and so he put his horse in the truck, and we'd go back and maybe camp a couple of nights, or if it was holiday weekend, I'd be off and camp 3 nights. And Roger would have these this little battery-powered cassette player, and he'd play those for me about testimonials that people had witnessed footprints in casts, and that's where he got some of these casts. And so Roger was right into this Bigfoot phenomenon in big time. So anywhere that he'd hear about any evidence, Roger would go and investigate. Well, I didn't have that kind of time because I had a full-time job, plus a weekend job, plus riding colts. So you can see I had a pretty tight schedule. And so this went on for a while, and then I kept thinking, well, Roger is a pretty honest fellow in my opinion, and if he believes in Bigfoot, then there must be something out there that I'm just letting go on by. And I rode a lot in the mountains, but I wasn't looking for the evidence that was probably right underneath my eyes at the time I was riding. So I never saw footprints, I never heard tree knocks. If I would have, I'd have probably thought it was a woodpecker. And you know, folks, any of you that's been out there in the woods for this purpose, and you hear the tree knocks, you know they're not a woodpecker, but it still sounds similar to that. If it's, you know, I don't know, woodpeckers don't probably have the same rhythm. But anyway, this went on, and so I got to the point where I said, well, yeah, there's got to be something out there. Well, I ended up getting remarried in 1964, and we went to Harrison Hot Springs on a honeymoon. And there was a big plywood face there of a Sasquatch right out of Harrison Hot Springs. And I looked at that. My wife looked at it and said, well, what is a Sasquatch? I said, well, I don't know. And she said, well, sure, an ugly creature, isn't it? And I said, well, yeah, I wouldn't win a beauty contest. I said, I really don't know. I don't know whether it's Native American people or what. Well, then it wasn't probably a month or so after that, Roger came into my place and started talking to me again about Sasquatch and Bigfoot. And I said, oh, are they one or the same? He said, well, yeah. He said, that's what they call them in Canada. In Canada and all up to the north. I said, oh, okay, so down here they call them Bigfoot. And Roger said, well, he said, yeah, that came from California, you know. He said, there's lots of names for these creatures around. For the Native Americans, they call them different names. In different areas, they call them different names. And, you know, some of them, I couldn't pronounce them if you told me right now what they were again, because they were Native American words. So anyway, this went on for a while, and I went out a few times with Roger just to do some weekend field investigation, and you know, Roger and I were pretty close, and by the time he got back with me then, we were getting closer, and I'd go by and pick him up on my way to the mountains. And of course we'd sit around the campfire at night and talk, and got to the point where I said, Roger, if you go out on some of these, if I've got any time off, if I can get away, I'll go with you. Well, I really didn't have that much time, so this went on for quite a while, and the weekend of Labor Day weekend of 1967, we planned a trip over to Mount St. Helens, because Roger had been talking to me a lot about the Mount St. Helens area. They'd seen lots of footprints over there, and there had been people up there that disappeared, and it was close to Ape Canyon, and different things that he talked to me about. So my interest was growing all this time about the Bigfoot phenomena, and also that Mount St. Helens was such a beautiful mountain. I said, yeah, I'd like to spend some time over there. So we went over there that Labor Day weekend and rode a lot and covered a lot of area, but never saw a footprint or anything. And on Sunday night, when we went, got in I had a truck with a van on it with a canvas over the top that I hauled the horses in, and it started raining really hard. So by Sunday night, it was everything we had was wet, and I said, well, we might as well go on back to Yakima. So that's what we did, and I think it was probably Thursday or Friday. Roger come in my driveway with his eyes all wide open, excited. He says, Bob, can you take me to Northern California? And I said, what for? He said, well, over the Labor Day weekend, they were building new roads up in the Bluff Creek area, up high on the mountainsides there in the Bluff Creek area. And he said they put a tank, a fuel tank in there with a tractor, of course, on Friday afternoon so that they could fuel the road graders and the cats up when they're working up there, so they wouldn't have to drive that 30 miles back down to Willow Creek. So when they came back to work on Tuesday morning, there was 3 different sizes of footprints in the dirt around there. But unfortunately, it had rained all up and down the west coast, and I guess it must have hit California a few days later than it hit the Mount St. Helens area. So my reply to Roger was, hey, I've got a full-time job, I got horses, I got cattle, I got things, I can't just leave. He wanted to leave in a few days. He said, how long would it take you to get ready to take me down there? And I said, well, a month, maybe. You know, he said, oh man, a month, we can't wait a month. And I said, why don't you go on down? He said, oh no, he said, I don't have the transportation. You got the truck and everything to go. So I go talk to my boss, and I was hot roofing at that time, and I was what you call a low man on the totem pole as far as the layoff time goes. And fall of the year, October, is starting to get a little bit slow for hot roofing. And so I said, well, could I take a week or so off? And he said, well, yeah, you can have a week or so off if you want, Bob. He said, he said, don't want to lay you off, but he said, probably in another month I'd have to lay you off for the winter. So I said, okay. So I told Roger, let's get this thing together and I'll take you down there. Well, it took me that long. I think we left the last day of September, or maybe the last couple days of September. It took me 2 days to get down there. And I didn't know where to go because I'd never been down there. So Roger tells me where to go through Hoopin and through up to Bluff Creek and up into the mountains. Well, like I say, unfortunately it had rained down there. And I had never seen a footprint. The only thing I'd seen is plaster cast. So I wanted to see a footprint in the worst way. And I get down there and we drive way back in there to where this tank was. We was going to make our camp about 2 miles, or about a mile, I guess it was, from there downhill over a place called Onion Mountain. And all I could see were these footprints that they talked about, the 3 different sizes of footprints. They weren't identifiable real good because the rain had hit so hard in that fresh dirt and storm down there that it just kind of washed them out. And so I was pretty much disappointed, but we were down there, so I said I'll make the best of it. So the next 3 weeks, Roger and I rode many, many miles through them hills and mountains and look. And it was a warm, sunshiny fall, just like we're experiencing right now in October. And even later in October, it was good. And I'll explain to you why Roger ran out of film here as long as I speak. Anyway, so it was, of course, October 20th, and we decided that we covered a lot of miles there close, so we was going to take a pack horse, pack our equipment, and go back about 25, 30 miles farther back in. Because those mountains down there in that area are rugged mountains. Steep, got beautiful timber on them, but they're rugged mountains. So we were on our way. We left about 12 o'clock from camp, packed up, ready to go back in there and stay all night or 2 nights if we had to. Probably 2 nights is what we was going to really stay, depending on what we ran into. And we were about 3.5 miles from our camp, and we had ridden past this place a few times before, but it had been a few days. I can't remember the exact amount of days that we had ridden past this same place. And we just followed the creek up that day, and going along, and Roger was taking, the trees were turning, the underbrush was turning red, yellow, the leaves were absolutely beautiful. It's a sunshiny October 20th day, and I was riding a big horse and leading this little pack horse with the equipment on it, and Roger's riding out in front. And he was filming, of course, and filming me probably part of the time, and the rest of the time he was filming the scenery around, which was very beautiful that time of the year. And then when we got up there and rounded the creek, there was a big downfall tree, and most of you folks know what a tree looks like. It's been uprooted and tipped over from the flooding area and down and turned down, and the roots are upright. Well, this was what this was, and the roots and everything was probably about 10, 12 feet high, and apparently the creek had hit the base of this big downfall tree, and the creek had rerouted itself around it. So we made the bend around the tree. Roger was out in front on his little horse, and I was behind him about 2 horse lengths, which would be about 10, 12 feet, so something to that. I don't remember just how many feet I was behind Roger. And all at once, these things started happening. The horses started jumping and lunging. And Roger's horse, I called it Waspy. What it is, it's Roger never ever got a really broke horse because he still thought he was rodeoing all the time. And this little horse was an agile horse. He was a cross between a quarter horse and some kind of a large pony. He was, right now I've seen a lot of cutting horses no bigger than him, but he was probably 800 or 900 pounds, but he was a compact horse. But the horse I was riding was a big 16-hand horse, if you're familiar with hands on a horse, and big stout horse, and I was leading this little pack horse with our gear on it. Well, when I first saw the creature, she was standing, I call it she now, I don't know what it was then. I didn't know what a she was supposed to look like from a he, and didn't really know what a Bigfoot was really, in real life, was supposed to look like. And so, when I look over and see this big thing standing right by the creek, I thought, oh my God, they really do exist. And of course, it turned immediately and started walking away. Just like it was going down to the grocery store to get groceries. It was not running. It didn't act like it was frightened. And it just acted like, hey, there's 2 dumb cowboys here trying to get a picture of me, and I just want to walk away. Well, then, this all kind of has been, Bill, unfortunately, kind of explained a lot of that earlier today, so I won't spend a whole lot of time going through that with you folks, but I'll just tell you what Roger and I did, because I wish Bill could have been there and watched what was going on too. But he did such an incredible job. And again, folks, how lucky I've been to have friends like John, Dr. Malgrim, and Bill Mons here to do their presentation today. I'll tell you what, I take this old white hat off to them. Thank you, folks, because I think that everybody here today has really learned a lot from those 3 gentlemen. Now, I learned a lot today, and I knew I didn't know much, But I've been lucky enough to get Bill's book, and I just got through reading it. That's an incredible book. Anyway, I'll go on with my story because Bill can tell his own story, and he does it well. So this thing went on, and Christian, a lot of you folks have seen the film footage, I'm sure, and the excitement between Roger's horse jumping around and him trying to get off and get his camera out of his saddlebag off the left side. And Roger used to keep his saddlebag, it had two flaps that buckled down. And Roger used to keep the one flap in the front unbuckled so that he could grab his camera fast if he had to. Because, you know, we both believed in being prepared if you have to. Well, we had no idea that we were going to be, I'll call it lucky, that close to camp and that early in the day. It was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon by that time we got there. And so, like Bill said, Roger gets out and runs across the creek, and if you've seen the film footage, you'll see the fuzziness and the blurriness in there. Well, and he got straightened up and did all the things that Bill said, plus when he ran out of film, I rode across the creek with my horse, having control. Roger's horse took off back down the way we came, and the pack horse was pulling on me, so I guess I just threw the rope back. I don't remember. I let go. Things were happening so quick, folks, that I've had people say, well, Bob, were you scared? Well, no, I wasn't scared. I didn't have time to get scared. This all happened fast, just boom, 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 like that. And so all you do is do what you can at the time you're doing it. Plus the fact, we were both pretty doggone tired, actually physically tired from riding and putting time in down there. And it just happened to be that every night was prior to that time, that week was a full moon night. So we actually even rode out at nights up across where they were blading these roads to see if we could find any tracks or any footprints of a Bigfoot crossing them in the fresh dirt. Well, we found raccoon tracks and deer tracks and bobcat tracks and cougar tracks, but no Bigfoot tracks. But anyway, so the story goes on with Roger and I there, and when Roger ran, I rode across the creek and got off the horse. I had a .30-06 rifle with 180 grain bullets, and I didn't know what to expect, and I never raised the rifle to my shoulder and never ever intended to shoot unless I thought it was totally necessary. If the creature would have turned around and come back towards me viciously, I say now I wouldn't have, but at that time I was young and I had hunted a lot and I was an excellent shot. So I'm glad it didn't happen. Anyway, and as she went on, as Bill explained to you folks earlier, as it went on, then when she went almost out of her sight, Roger said, "I'm out of film, Bob." Well, what I wanted to do, my natural instinct was to get on the horse and follow her. So I got back up on the horse, and Roger said, "Don't go." And he said, "Don't leave me here." Well, he said, "I'm out of film." And he said, "We got to catch up the pack horse and get a poncho out of that so I can get underneath there and put new film in there." Well, that took us quite a little while to run his horse back down and catch it, get the pack horse, and him get the film back in there. By then, I was kind of out of the mood of taking after it on my horse. So then Roger got the film in, and we went on up the way that she disappeared when we last saw her. And about a quarter of a mile up, we saw where it had walked across the creek, stepped partially in the creek, and left a half a footprint on a big flat rock. And from there, it went right straight up through the cliffs and rocks. And I said, "Well, I think I'll go up through the rocks." And Roger said, "Are you crazy?" I said, "No, I can get up through there." I was young and active then and pretty strong. And he said, well, it's getting late. You know, down there in October, the sun gets over them mountains, and at 4 o'clock, you better start making plans to get down out of there, because it's going to be dark, you know. So he said, we got a lot to do. We got to get casts made at the footprints, and we got a lot to do. So I said, yeah, I realize that. I wanted to try and follow it. And I wanted to see it again, basically, is what I wanted to do. So we went back and got the equipment to do the casts and so forth, and that took a while, and we got that done. And then I got up on, I was quite a bit heavier than I am now. In fact, it's about 40 pounds heavier. And with a cowboy boot with a riding heel, I got up on a stump there that had been cut off or broke off or whatever, and jumped off as close to the tracks as I possibly could to indicate the depth of the creature's tracks. And my cowboy heel, with my weight, with 1 foot hitting solid first, went about a third as deep as the creature's track. So the next thing I did was got up on this 1,200-pound horse and rode it fairly close to the tracks, kept away from them far enough to try not to disturb them. And the horse's tracks, the weight distributed on 4 feet, didn't go as deep as the creature's track. So that indicated to us that it was heavy. Well, I knew it was heavy with the heavy muscle that it had and so forth. But I had no idea at that time that one of them could have that kind of weight. And of course, they asked me, well, what do you think she weighed, Bob? I said, well, they said it. Nobody said anything about she yet. And I said, well, I don't know. I said, the muscle reminded me of a large quarter horse muscle. That's the only thing I can think of, see, is a horse weight, in a big quarter horse weight. Well, anyway, I guess when they figured it all out, it was pretty heavy. So that's kind of what the story is on my part, folks, and thank you for tolerating me here, and sure do appreciate you being here.
See, we've run long, but let's do something. Don't leave the room yet, or you'll miss out on. We should do a group photo. I don't know if there was a photographer here earlier. He's still here, but I'll check with Andy, and maybe we do this when we congregate in about a half hour for the dinner. I've got table assignments I need to copy, and we'll put them out. There'll be tables will be numbered. But we'd like to get a picture from the balcony looking down on us in the table area. That'd be our group photo. Can we do that, Andy? Later in a little bit? Great. What are you gonna do, Mark? I guess we got a present for Bob Gimlin, whose birthday is coming up quick.
We have to have it once a year.
Yeah, Bob, on behalf of all of us in Ohio, in the Ohio Bigfoot Conference, we'd like to wish you a happy birthday. And
thank you, Mark.
And one of my great creators, B. Mills, is a wood carver, and she made you a custom, limited edition Bigfoot SWAT stick.
I retired from truck driving, and we had a little wooden thing not near this big that we called tire beaters, that we'd run around every time we stopped and hit those dadgum tires, see if they had enough air in them. Man, I'll tell you, if I go back to driving truck, I'm going to be the envy of all truck drivers.
We have somebody here special, and I'd like you to get a picture with her. She came all the way from Pennsylvania, Miss Nicole Law. Please come up here. I know if you're interested in all things Sasquatch, and it's also, they printed this shirt for you special. If you could show us, Nicole, show us the shirt. It is October, which is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we've all been touched by that in one way or another, and so we've printed this special for Nicole. Thank you to Wayne. Thank you, Wayne Barnes. All right, Nicole. Right. You saw on the schedule today that we had a message from Bob Pyle. Bob Pyle was supposed to be with us. He got sick yesterday. He's fine. It seems like a flu, cold type deal. He sounded stuffy. He called this morning. But he sent me an email. What he wanted to do was update. As you know, he's the author of Where Bigfoot Walks, The Dark Divide. A great friend of ours, and he really wanted to be here. So I'll read what he had to say. Dear Tom, I don't know if you received this. Oh, wait, that's it. Tom, to my huge disappointment, I have to call off my trip to Yakima. Okay, here it is. Well, I guess I'm reading a personal email. Dear Tom, great visit last week. No. Dear, am I blushing? Yeah. Dear friends and colleagues, I am hugely disappointed not being there with you today. I had looked forward to seeing seeing many friends and to hearing the excellent talks. I hope there will be another opportunity before too long, though I am sure there will never be another gathering quite like this one. I had hoped to share 3 items of possible interest to you. I've asked Tom to read these brief comments in my stead. 1, the tracks in bold. Had I been able to make the drive to Yakima from Gray's River, I would have passed right beneath the northern edge of the Dark Divide on my way to White Pass. Many of you know my book, Where Bigfoot Walks, Crossing the Dark Divide. If you've read it, you may recall the profound auditory experience I had at Elk Pass at the end of my month in the Dark Divide in 1990, followed by finding a dramatic set of tracks at the same site a few days later. What you will not know is that I have had 2 additional finds of tracks in the same area, first 9 years later with the Japanese film crew in tow, and then again in 2010 following one of our Bigfoot Bash events in Home Valley. The second find was a single impression on a rare patch of bear pumice. The cast didn't take under the hurried circumstances, but I have 2 pretty good photographs. In the third instance, a pair of tracks, one mature, one juvenile, crossed along the angle of repose of a shaly slope interspersed by handholds punched into the lens of looser material riddled with ground squirrel holes. One interpretation would be that the tracks represented an adult teaching a youngster how to hunt ground squirrels. I have good field drawings of this array, but the most significant thing is that the best, most clearly measurable impression in each of the 3 instances was the same dimensions as the other 2, about 16 inches long, 6.5 inches across the instep, 3.5 across the heel. This suggests the possibility of the same animal being present within 1 square mile over a 20-year period. This area about 15 Raven miles from Skookum Meadows. The book, number 2. My second announcement concerns the state of the book itself. Houghton Mifflin Hardcore dropped the title, along with many others when they went through Chapter 11. I have subsequently reacquired the rights, and I am now negotiating with a couple of publishers, including Sasquatch Press in Seattle, for a new edition of my book. When the contract is in hand, I will revise the text to include a full account of the information above, with illustrations and a few of the more significant developments since the book was published in 1995. And finally, number 3, the movie. Finally, some may be interested to know that a film is going to be made based on Where Bigfoot Walks. About a year ago, I received an inquiry from a filmmaker who had read and appreciated the book and who got the book's main message. I felt he would do a respectful job of it, so I sold him an option on the book for a film. The filmmaker is Tom Putnam. He is well known for directing a number of excellent documentaries. He made a Hollywood feature film with Paris Hilton right out of film school. But he so hated the experience that he has made documentaries ever since. Is this guy, am I being punked? Tom's remarkable movie about the Detroit Fire Department entitled Burn has been shown all over the country this year. Recently, Tom and his son came up from LA and went up to view the bookless and Sonica artifacts at Chief Leluska's longhouse at Ariel near Mount St. Helens. I was impressed by his approach. Tom's treatment has been named a finalist for a Hearst Foundation script completion grant. If he wins, it may lead to a production grant that would allow him to be more ambitious in casting, though I am not expecting George Clooney or Paris Hilton. I added that. In any case, at some future Bigfoot Roundup, I hope to be able to screen Across the Dark Divide, the movie for you. I think Tom will treat our mutually beloved subject well. Thank you all for your attention to my absentee remarks. May you enjoy a splendid gathering with all due honor and lots of fun for Bob. I wish I were there to shake his hand again and see you all. Robert Michael Pyle. Other people's encounters, other people that have had encounters. And it's a great honor and pleasure to have him here with us today. And I want to thank him because he drove, many miles. And what you're going to hear now is some of the most intelligent and evocative analyses of this subject. So without further ado, Mr. John Miosinski.
Well, Tom said that I'm a wildlife consultant. That just means I do a lot of consulting work as a biologist, and I'm not aligned with any agency jobs. And I'll explain why. I've been doing work currently with bighorn sheep diseases at high elevations. I've been doing that for a long time through the University of Wyoming. Also currently and for many years working with tribes, interviewing the elders for the information that will soon be lost on their use of medicinal plants and food plants, as well as tribal oral histories. This proves to be important, as you'll see later, for our studies with Sasquatch. But I'll give you a little background on myself. I don't go to a lot of these events. Mostly because it's hard to get out of the mountains, and I'm in the mountains most of the time. I work in intensive studies that require a lot of field work in remote places. 12,000 to 13,000 feet, it's hard to get out of those places to go to a lot of these kinds of events. I'm going to kind of change the beginning of this talk, because this morning I had breakfast with Bill Munns before he left for the airport, and we'd been friends for a while, and we were talking about some things, and he said an interesting thing, that it seems like in his life, all the diverse things he's done, his intense curiosity about things, and the need to follow through on them, and his need to be meticulous with his hands, and his love of movies, all came together for this thing, this Sasquatch interest. And I was sitting there thinking, that's the same story I have to tell. I worked my way through college as a musician, and I was, different scientific fields in college, and I have an intense curiosity. I love being alone, and I like the mountains. And I like, as a hobby, going out and not bringing any food along for a month or 6 weeks and finding what there is to eat out there. I've done that. Every habitat I could think of in Africa and here. And it's just a hobby. When other people were climbing mountains, I was going out in the woods without food, which is different. But it plays a role in what we're going to talk about here, because my approach to this whole subject is a little bit different than most of them. So I'll just give you a little background. Actually got out of college with a degree and couldn't use it because there was this thing called the Vietnam War going on, and you could not get a job with any of the agencies like the Forest Service, Park Service, Game and Fish Departments, or any company because you were not employable if you hadn't been drafted yet. So I became a prospector. I like being alone, like I said, so I went out into these Wind River Mountains and lived off of finding gold and jade and did pretty good at it. And when I became employable, became a technician for the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. And they picked me up because I was in the mountains prospecting, and they said, we need somebody that likes to be out there and not come home for long periods of time. How would you like to collect some elk for us and collect some other species so that we could do studies on them? So I went from being a prospector to a real job, and pretty soon the Forest Service said, well, you're up there anyway, we could use you to get information on this new thing that's coming through our mountains called backpacking. It became a fad in the late 60s and early 70s. And somebody had to study the impact so that the Wilderness Act could be enforced and some rules set up. So I became this person who sat around the spotting scope and watched campers to see how trails were created in remote lakes and whether those trails destroyed vegetation and created erosion pathways and that sort of thing. And I'm proud to say that was directly resulted in the leave no trace policies of most of the agencies now in wilderness areas. But it was one of the first studies of that kind, and it involved sitting alone and not sitting necessarily, traveling in the backcountry and observing things for long periods of time without coming out of the mountains. That led to another job, a multi-agency job, where I worked undercover to find criminals who were escaping the law, because one of the things that happened when backpacking became a fad, and it started to get very popular, is backpacking schools and outdoor schools started to train people in outdoor skills. One of them was called the Outdoor Leadership School in Wyoming, and they were advertising that actually Paul Petzold, who started it, interviewed for Life magazine, and he said that our schools occur in some of the wildest country in North America. If you ever want to get away from the world and never be found again, you can do it in the Wind River Ranges. So what happened was almost every criminal that could get there ended up in the Wind River Range, and we started seeing violent acts happening, and my job was to find these people, pretend to be a prospector, and show them how to make money while they were in the wilderness. And we actually sent a few crazed murderers to the prison for this study. And that kind of set the course for me. I had a reputation as being somebody who liked to be alone in the wilderness and do observations. And that's pretty much what I've done most of my life for different agencies as a consultant. So, fast forward to 1980. 1978, and I was lecturing at Washington State University on goats, and right around the corner was Grover Krantz, and I read a lot of his stuff, and I decided I want to meet this man, and I went to see him at his laboratory, and we sparked up a friendship and corresponded for years, and he was wanting to hire me to go out and find these track lines that he had laid out on very detailed maps of the Blue Mountains and try to get a type specimen. And we argued over that for years, and that was really the reason we parted ways, was I didn't really subscribe to the idea of collecting a type specimen of this animal. The reason I was interested in Bigfoot was because in one of my mountain sheep studies, where I was living with an abandoned mountain sheep for a year or so, I had an encounter with a Bigfoot in my camp. And I came out and told my boss about it in the Forest Service, and he said, well, we've had lots of reports of people seeing large hairy primates running around the woods in this mountain range close to where you were. How would you like to take on a project to interview these people, go to those places and dig up some information? He said, we can't really hire you because Forest Service has a policy of not employing people to study animals that don't exist. But we have people coming to this office asking where the last sighting was so that they could shoot one and acquire the ultimate trophy on their wall. And he said, if it turns out this is a guy in a monkey suit and I told him where to find him, I'm involved in the lawsuit. So that was the reason I started going out and actually studying these sites. That was in 1972. So in '88, I learned a lot from Grover Krantz, and fast forward to 1998, and I got a call from Jeff Meldrum, who said, I understand you've been doing some Bigfoot research, because most of the work I've done was habitat work related to bighorn sheep and elk and mountain goats and grizzly bears. And I applied all of that technology to Bigfoot sightings in northern Rockies, and just sought out all of these sightings after the Forest Service initially got me started doing that in 1972. Of course, one of the things that happened in 1972 was I found a hair sample from one that had been shot and brought it to the Game and Fish Lab in Wyoming, where I was working in. It was analyzed by our forensic people at the lab. And the report on that was, officially, this is not a species native to Wyoming. Unofficially, the hair analyst said, this is a primate hair, and it doesn't look like it's human. So he said, you should take it to the University of Wyoming Anthropology Department. So I did. I gave it to George Gill. He looked at it, sent it off to the expert at that time on primate hair. It was Walter Berkey at Arizona State University. And he was known as a non-believer in Bigfoot. He thought it was a total myth, and he requested all hair, suspect Bigfoot hair, be sent to him so he could debunk this whole thing. So his report back to George Gill was, where did you find this hair? This is my first stumper. It's definitely primate hair, but it's not a known primate. That's really what kicked me off on this whole project. That was the opinion of the best hair expert on primate hair in the world at that time, and I couldn't let that go. So by the time 1998 comes along, I met Jeff Meldrum. I went to his lab. We talked about how we could combine all of my hundreds of pages of habitat information on Sasquatch sightings at certain times of the year, why they seem to reoccur in certain places, what is it that brings them to those places, just like we did with grizzly bears and other animals. You can learn a lot by getting a lot of information about where animals occur at certain times and how they move away from those places and move toward them at certain times of the year. told you a lot about his foods, and food is the primary thing you have to study to understand an animal. So Jeff and I had a talk, and it was one of the best conversations I ever had in my life, because we thought we were coming from two disparate places, places that couldn't come together anywhere. He was studying physical anthropology and anatomy of the foot of these tracks, the foot that made these tracks, and I was studying plants that attracted these animals apparently, or habitat types that favored certain animals that attracted these primates. But in the end, we met in the middle because I had never worked in Idaho. I'd worked in Montana, Colorado, and Wyoming on Sasquatch stories and anecdotal evidence and tracks and hair samples. And I had never worked in Idaho, so we did an experiment, and I said, I can predict where these animals are going to be at certain times if you have a habitat map, because Idaho has the same vegetation that the Northern Rockies has, because it's part of the Northern Rockies. But I hadn't worked there before. So we made some predictions ahead of time, and then he got onto the computer folks, and they put out a map of the habitat types of Idaho, and then Jeff overlaid that map with his track clusters for certain times of the year. Jeff, being the meticulous scientist that he is, he had all these records with dates, and you could bring them up by date on the computer. So you could see where all the tracks are on the 15th of September every year that he was doing this work, which was at that time about 10 years. So I said, I can make a prediction that we're on the 15th of September, wherever you have this particular species of plant, you're going to have a cluster of Sasquatch anecdotal evidence, tracks or sightings. And it worked. It was 100% accurate. All of the tracks were in these little tiny places where this one species of plant grows at that time of the year after the first frost. And that kicked it off, and we decided we can actually do something with this. So we started something called the North American Ape Project. You may not have heard of it because we're kind of low profile. In a way, low profile. We deal with contacts we've made over the years on Indian reservations, in local areas, outfitters. Most of these people don't want the knowledge of where these tracks are to be known. And people who've had sightings and then continued looking for more evidence often don't want these places to be known. So we don't like to advertise it. We work quietly. There's plenty of sightings every year for us to do this kind of habitat work with. So when we talk about habitat, we have to kind of put it in a framework so we can understand what that means and how it can be useful to Sasquatch research. So what Jeff and I decided to do was set up a systematic method leading to knowledge and discovery. But in this case, applying the techniques, the scientific techniques of wildlife research and anthropology. So, obvious question is talking strictly in terms of science. What do we know about Sasquatch? Strictly in terms of scientific material, we don't know anything. We know there's clusters of track evidence that seems to be related to these sightings. But no one has put that foot into one of the tracks and said, yes, this is the species of animal that created this track. We have no type specimens. We have some anomalous hairs, or primate hairs, but we don't know for sure what they come from, so we have that animal in our hand. We have anomalous tracks. We have lots of tracks in the woods. We find them every year. We can assume that maybe they come from this animal that people are reporting seeing in those places, but we don't have that information yet. Lots of anecdotal evidence. So what we have is a lot of assumptions. It's a large forest-dwelling primate. It can be an assumption by the way it looks and where we find it. Based on anecdotal stories, they're gathering berries, they're eating plants, often bushes, they're eating leaves, they're collecting frogs and fish and other animals. They are reported killing elk and deer, and sometimes picking up rocks and apparently looking for insects, maybe rodents under those rocks. So we have these assumptions based on anecdotal evidence. Some reports of them being nocturnal, others maybe not nocturnal. Remember, chimpanzees, when they were first studied in war zones, were thought to be nocturnal. In other places, they were thought to be nocturnal, but they were being hunted by the native people in those areas. It was bushmeat. And then when they were protected, they became dire. They started to be daytime animals when they weren't hunted or threatened anymore. So they may not be nocturnal. So Grover Krantz, of course, started this concept that we're dealing with a known animal from the fossil record, which is Gigantopithecus blackie. You're probably all familiar with that and his famous skull reconstruction. Well, that's a reasonable assumption. The foot dynamics, the movement of the flexible foot that Jeff Meldrum has spent so much time studying and documenting as a hypothetical primate foot structure related to the ape, makes a lot of sense. It still may or may not be a lower ape. It may be a higher ape. It may be more intelligent than us. It may have gone off a different branch from the human line. We don't know any of this. All we know is that it has some ape characteristics. So sightings occur from Alaska all the way to Georgia and Florida of some unknown primate. But in almost all cases, they're forest-dwelling. But knowing that, and I should say that we're talking about assumptions here. Let me lay this on you. All science begins with assumptions. So it's not like we're dealing with unscientific material that talk about assumptions. So, all of these, one assumption is that they may be on the verge of extinction. We interview a lot of tribal people about their history and their relationship tribally with Sasquatch. It's not always called Sasquatch, in Shoshone lingo, Eastern Shoshone lingo, it's known as Nawazi, the lost brother. There's Chiatanka, the Bigfoot, the Lakotas. They all have different names for it. But one assumption is, based on those stories, there used to be a lot more of them than there are now, according to tribal traditions and knowledge. So maybe they are suffering from some of the same symptoms as most other large animals in North America, habitat encroachment and possible disease from related species like us might be causing their numbers to decrease. Another assumption. So what we found from some of the habitat studies that I've been doing is that they seem to congregate in the same areas at the same time of year. We call that seasonality. So that if you get a map that shows habitat types and then habitat productivity for certain species at a certain time of year, that will give you a clue as to what the animal needs and whether they're there at that time of year using it. So when fish are spawning in Yellowstone, the grizzlies mostly turn up at the spawning areas, the streams which are easy to collect fish because when they're spawning, they're easy to catch. So if you have a habitat map of Yellowstone Park, you have clusters of grizzly sightings right where the spawning activity is at its peak. And they're not in any other places, even though there's plenty of food available from plants in other parts of the park. So that's what we mean by seasonality. They always spawn at the same time of year, and they're always an indicator this animal needs that food. So in order to study this in some kind of a systematic method, we need models to go from, to get at least a baseline of information that might apply to what we're looking at. Sasquatch is a large mammal that is forest dwelling. These are our assumptions. And if we're going to use a model of something that we have a lot of information on, we can use the grizzly bear. I spent years studying grizzlies in the Yellowstone ecosystem. We tracked them, we put radio collars on them, then we followed them around to see what they were eating. And we came up with these distribution maps that had a lot of seasonality attached to them. And it was perfect information for a large omnivore living in the woods. So that was our first model that we used. The bear, we know, is an omnivore from its teeth and from its intestinal tract. Scaptology studies that show what it's actually been eating and how much it's digested. We can tell all that by studying the scap. And we followed them around to see what kind of behavioral issues there were with the habitat. So people are definitely influenced. Grizzly bears are smarter than black bears. They tend to avoid human contact almost all of the time, except when it's absolutely necessary to get people to leave. And you have mostly bluff attacks. And that would be in the case of farming, because grizzlies are great farmers. They kill an elk. There's this myth that grizzlies are these great carnivores that kill animals and eat meat, and they generally don't. When they kill an elk, if it's wintertime and they're out of the den early, they'll generally eat the intestines and maybe the brain and leave the red meat there. In spring and summer, and sometimes they eat the meat. But in spring and summer, when there's more food available, they'll kill an elk and drag it over to a sunny spot, dig out a hole for it in nice black dirt on a south-facing slope, and bury the elk, and then sit there and guard it so the other animals don't eat it until the maggots are nice and ripe and wiggly, and then they come along and lick up the maggots because their preferred protein is, in terms of meat, is insects. So they dig up a lot of ants, they eat a lot of beetles, they eat a lot of moths, and they love maggots. So this is one way that grizzlies are a little bit different than people. Although I did eat a lot of maggots when I was in Ethiopia, and we ran out of food on an expedition. It is possible, and you don't die from eating maggots. So we have an omnivore who could be similar to Sasquatch. We think Sasquatch is an omnivore, grizzlies are omnivores. They occupy the same locations, forest locations, prior to habitat shrinkage and overhunting. Grizzlies occurred all the way across the western states and into the south, into Mexico, and into Louisiana. They occupy many of the same places where we get anecdotal evidence of Sasquatch. And they also almost became extinct. So we're dealing with a possible population decline of Sasquatch that is similar to what grizzlies went through up until the Endangered Species Act. And in the early 70s, grizzlies were protected. That's why I was working for the National Academy of Sciences, studying grizzly bear food habits, is because they were on the verge of extinction in the early 70s and would probably be extinct now if they weren't protected generally. So we may be dealing with that issue with Bigfoot. So we have another model we can use that occupy the same habitat, and that is the human omnivore is a large omnivore that occupies the same habitats. Although we have much more broad in our scope, we occupy all habitats on this planet, including the glacial terrain in the Arctic, although no one really lives in the Antarctic. We occupy all of the habitats that actually have terrestrial food source. So we are an omnivore, we live in the same places, and we almost became extinct. The reason I say that is because when we're studying animal a model that reflects human habitat, we go to the Native Americans. And they live off the land close to where they live. They don't import things. They don't use technology. The old tribal information on food habits is what we'll use to compare grizzlies. And what we find is grizzlies and humans select for and have preferences for exactly the same species at the same time of year, with the exception of maggots. Now, maggots are an insect, and many Indian tribes, Paiutes, Utes, have a long history of using insects of other species for primary protein source at certain times of the year. So it's not unheard of. So grizzlies and humans are almost identical in their food habits in terms of preferences and selection. So if we use both grizzlies and humans as our models for what a grizzly or what a Sasquatch is going to find and prefer in the wild, we need to know the differences between grizzlies and humans, and then the differences between those two and Sasquatch. And we have some information. There is one major difference between humans and grizzlies, even though they seem to prefer almost all of the same foods in the wild. And that is, we cook our food. And fire was a major change in the evolution of our species because it breaks down protein, it breaks down carbohydrates, it allows you to extract a lot more energy and reserve foods from reserve nutrients from the plant or animal that you're cooking. So this was a strategy to become more successful than the other species. Part of the reason that we were able to dominate the earth, for better or worse, we did, and we are, except we're still losing to the bacteria and fungi that outnumber us by biomass. But we are the dominant large animal that survived and took over the environment, and it was largely because of efficient use of food and the ability to maintain energy through extracting more of it from our food source by cooking. So Sasquatch has survived somehow. It managed to elude us, but it's still surviving through the mass extinctions of other species in our presence. And one way that we think it did it, and this is kind of new science, but the idea of gigantism in animals was another strategy for competing in a threatening environment. One of the main advantages of gigantism, which occurred in the Miocene, the fossils of Gigantopithecus are a good example. There were 6 species of Gigantopithecus. We think, or Grover thought, that there were probably 5 that were quadrupedal and 1 that was bipedal. Gigantopithecus is black. And that's, if we're dealing with Gigantopithecus, then that's probably the species of it, or some descendant of that or related species that made it to North America from the Southeast Asia. So one thing that is an advantage of gigantism, and some biologists believe, or anthropologists believe, and paleontologists believe, the advantage of gigantism is that it allows you to extract more energy from the food you eat. And it does that by extending the passage time of food through the digestive system. It does it by having an animal that can support a much larger diameter small intestine, a much larger large intestine with a longer span. And that allows for a slower movement of foods through the digestive system and a longer exposure to enzymes and other digestive components in the system. So, in addition to extracting more nutrients, you can produce enzymes now that take a long time to act, but can denature plant toxins. And the whole reason that gigantism probably happened in the Eocene about 45 million years ago was because after the extinction of the dinosaurs around 65 million years ago, mammals radiated over the entire planet, and they began to diversify and mutate and become these wide-ranging animal forms, both herbivore and predatory. And they were radiating very fast. Most of them were herbivores, and they were eating up all of the plants that were also mutating and evolving. So through this whole process, the survivors used natural selection to avoid being eaten. And one mechanism that they used in the Eocene was to produce plant toxins. So a lot of animals now can restrict their diet only to plants that weren't toxic. So animals, of course, react to everything in evolution, as do the plants. So animals began to develop mechanisms for dealing with plant toxins. The plants that survived that radiation in the Eocene became more and more toxic because the survivors were only the ones that had thorns, or they had chemical toxins, or some other method of repelling animals from being eaten. So gigantism was one method of doing this. There were other methods we'll discuss, but what you're able to do with extending the passage time through the alimentary canal is extract more nutrients, denature the toxins so that you can eat the poisonous plants that your neighbor can't eat, and get energy from things that are in abundance because they're not being eaten by anybody else. That's the whole principle of gigantism. So it increases biomass of available nutrients within any habitat that the animal is native to. So we think of Sasquatch as a generalist omnivore. Grizzly bears are also considered generalist omnivores. They eat a wide variety of things. Plants of all kinds, berries, roots, seeds, and animals and insects. So what we have is a list of the primary toxins that occur in plants. Many of these are what we call medicines now. They're toxic parts of plants that usually become medicines for us. But we don't eat these things generally in the food source unless we can get rid of them. The way we get rid of them, and we maintain the dominance within our ecosystem, was to denature these things by cooking. What we think Sasquatch does, and other large animals out of the Eocene period that became giant 5,000, 6,000 pound animals, mammals like Uintatheres and giant rhinoceroses, which all evolved in North America, by the way, including the first primates who evolved in western North America. They were changing, and what you see a lot of in that period, the late Eocene epoch, is animals getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and we think it has to do with this phenomenon of being able to denature toxins and find food and compete in the environment, which was getting filled up with mammals of all kinds. So there's another model we can use, and that is the goat evolved about the same time as these other giant mammals. When plants were developing plant toxins, and this occurred in North America with the progenitor of the pronghorn antelope, which is native to North America. And originally the pronghorn antelope was about 1.5 feet tall, and it was frugivorous. It ate fruit. But as plants developed toxins, including the fruits, berries and stuff, they developed an expansion of the esophagus, which eventually became the rumen. Ruminants are another example of dealing with toxic materials in plants, because goats and other ruminants, but especially goats, famous for this, can eat almost anything and denature the toxic parts of it, including cyanide, which we can't do. They do that by having a large rumen, which takes the food in, exposes it to enzymes and digestive juices that break down all of the edible parts, including wood, lignin, in the case of a goat, and can break down aldehydes, or rather alkaloids, glycosides, phenolic resins, all of these poisonous parts of plants. It takes them 4 to 5 days to pass the food through their body. We do it in less than a day. Most other animals do it in less than a day. So horses are non-ruminants. They can't do any of this, and their digestion of food is very inefficient. So, amongst the food sources, we have faunal food sources. And they're the common ones you would think of. We have evidence of Sasquatch killing deer and elk, of them fishing and collecting fish, and of eating insects, turning over rocks. There's a tremendous bank of evidence from British Columbia all the way down to southern Colorado, New Mexico, Rockies, of Sasquatch turning over rocks, digging something out from under rocks. It's probably insects, it could be rodents, but probably beetles, ants, termites, many insects. So we come up with about 35 species, and I call them species. In this case, they're not always individual species because ants in one spot may be different from ants in the next little niche within that. Too many different species to list. So in this sense, we have animals eating about the same things that bears are eating. And it amounts to about 35 species of animal meat. But animals are not a consistent food source. They go away at times. After a fire, you lose all the insects and they migrate somewhere else where they die off. And they come back slowly as the revegetation occurs. So everything is really based on the plants, because the plants are the indicators of the habitat that allows the animals to live. And the plants are usually there all the time. If you have a fire, most of the roots stay intact and revegetation occurs fairly quickly after the fire. So we identify habitat types even though they involve animals that live there by the vegetation that happens to be there. And that's the key to understanding these migratory patterns of any large omnivore, including Native Americans when they were living in these habitats in the wild. So we have about 84 of the primary floral food sources. These are the preferred species that almost all of the animals living in the wild will eat because they don't contain very many toxins, if any at all. So the primary floral food sources are the base upon which you can look at an omnivore's food source. About 94 species. And they include things like sedges, which have no toxins, but have a lot of very usable carbohydrate value for energy and to convert into fat for wintering over. Pine nuts are the primary protein source for grizzly bears. We think of grizzlies as primarily meat eaters. Well, that's not true. They're primarily vegetarians, and they primarily eat pine nuts in the Yellowstone ecosystem in the northern Rockies for their protein source. You may have read that grizzlies are now changing their food habits because the extreme droughts and warming at high elevations are causing these trees to disappear. They're getting infected with pine bark beetles that were never there before, but because of the warming climate, the pine bark beetles don't freeze out in the winter and they're able to invade these pristine high elevations above 10,000 feet, or above 10,000 feet where whitebark pine lives. So grizzlies are now converting their primary protein source from vegetation, pine nuts, to moths, because moths are very abundant in the alpine, and grizzlies prefer the alpine climate over the lowland climate that black bears prefer. So we're having a major shift in grizzly bear food protein sources right now, just in the last 10 years. There are mechanisms for getting protein more efficiently. We should mention this because it's important to know that the bears don't have to climb up in these trees and break open each individual cone and eat a seed, one seed at a time. Pine nuts are stored by other animals like squirrels. The red squirrel is a prodigious collector of pine nuts. They store them underground, and grizzlies have this very sensitive nose, thousands of times more sensitive than our sense of smell, and they can detect where the pine nuts are under the ground and dig them up. This is a dug-up squirrel cache where grizzlies feed every year for white-bark pine nuts. It's not too far-fetched to assume, since I've done it and Native Americans did it, that Sasquatch can also dig up squirrel caches and come up with gallons of pine nuts within 10 minutes. So if you wonder why these large animals, or how these large animals can survive in an environment where we don't see much going on food-wise, there are concentrated sources of protein, carbohydrates, and fats in the environment if you know how to get it. And we can assume that this omnivore probably knows some of these methods because our models know how to do this. There's just an abundance of berries. These are thin-leaf huckleberries that occur above 9,000 feet in the mountains. Very abundant along water sources. We find most of these very abundant food sources occur close to rivers and streams in the high mountains, and that's where most of the sightings of Sasquatch occur. So, pond lilies have edible roots, very high in carbohydrate. And then we have a list of secondary floral food sources. We've got 82 of these, and they are toxic to many animals, including humans, if we don't cook it. We think of a lot of foods as being edible that really aren't if we don't cook them, like potatoes are toxic to humans because of solanine, which is an alkali that would kill us. But if you boil it, they're safe to eat. And it's all in the skin, so if you cut off the skin, you can eat the interior. But most of the nutrients are in the skin of the potato. So one way we get a lot of extra nutrients is by boiling. And we think that animals like Sasquatch, with the gigantism phenomenon affecting their digestion, they're able to detoxify solanine and most of the other toxic components. Lichens are another thing we think Sasquatch can probably eat. Many lichens are very, very toxic, but they can be denatured by goats with prolonged passage time through the rumen. So it's reasonable to assume that Sasquatch can eat lichens and many of the other poisonous plants. The organic acids, mostly that are poisonous in those. Now, things like buffalo berry have a high saponin content. We don't eat them. It's interesting, though, that Europeans don't eat buffalo berry, this russet buffalo berry. They eat the silver buffalo berry, but the russet one tastes horrible to us. It's just offensive. Grizzly bears can eat it. They have a mechanism of detoxifying the saponins. And Native Americans ate it. They used to call it, when the white man came, they called it Indian ice cream. It's interesting. Native Americans can eat this berry, and Europeans can't. So there is some adaptive evolution going on here. So you combine the primary and secondary food sources, you get 176 species in the Northern Rockies. This almost doubles the number of species that can be eaten if you don't have this mechanism of gigantism working in your favor. So what does this all mean? Now we have almost doubled the ability to eat food, doubled the abundance of the food source within the same habitat that humans are running into in bears. It means that you can support a very large animal, an animal with a lot of body weight. But there are other factors to consider with gigantism, and one of them is the size of the head. The occlusal surface of the teeth. And you caught Jeff Melvin's talk yesterday. You saw that huge mandible that causes the neck to not appear from a frontal appearance, and that mandible is controlled by a huge masticatory muscle system that can crush very, very tough and fibrous roots and nuts. So although you have the pine nut as a food source in the right season when they're available, theoretically you can obtain a lot of nutrition from the roots of trees and shrubs if you are able to crush them. And this is what the primatologists call durophagia. Durophagia is the ability to crush and break down very tough, sinuous, fibrous, woody materials and extract nutrients from them. So although the pine tree produces nuts, it can also be pulled out of the ground when they're young, and the roots are eaten for another carbohydrate food source. So this adds even more. It's kind of hard to calculate those things. But being able to dig in the ground and extract nutrients from other animals' stored food, and being able to break down woody fibrous materials to extract nutrients is going to add to this 86% increase in the food source in a given habitat forest systems. And it's hard to calculate that. Bears, of course, are equipped to dig out these things, but they can't. They don't have the same durophagia that Sasquatch will have in breaking down roots in underground storage organs. So that all added up together is well over 220 species that are available. Some are counted more than once because you eat the fruits and the nuts off of this species, and then later in the year you eat the roots and the storage organs, they call them, or carbohydrate sources. This may allow for things like going into dormant state later, even hibernation, ecological hibernation, kind of bears do. So this just shows the difference. The final count on the species available in forest habitats in the northern Rockies is more than double what would be available to animals that don't have this ability, this mechanism to digest inedible foods. And that all adds up to reclusive, which is one of the characteristics we associate with Sasquatch. How can they be up there in family groups, weighing 800 to 1,000 pounds, and hardly ever be seen? Well, grizzly bears are seen a lot in Yellowstone because they have to go to the Lamar Valley, they have to go to those meadows next to the roads, and they have to be eating constantly to find enough food. They have a very inefficient digestive system. And they don't do well with toxics in plants, so they have to avoid most of the plants in the Yellowstone ecosystem because they simply can't digest them and they taste bitter. So we have an animal that can be reclusive because of its digestive system. It does not have to expose itself to the threat of predators like us. We're probably on his list of primary enemies. So, just kind of summarize, you need several things for a good habitat. You need this water, primary thing. Sasquatch is a water animal. Occurs around streams and rivers. Just watch the Patterson-Gimlin film. There's a river right there. Most of the tracking we do in the northern Rockies is following streams or going from one stream to another. Not because of the fish necessarily, although that's on the list. There's just an abundance of food that occurs in the riparian zone along streams. And you need food, and you need escape cover. Sasquatch apparently needs escape cover, just as many other animals do. Mountain goats call escape terrain rocky, open, windy mountainsides. where they can escape things like mountain lions and wolves. But in the case of an animal like Sasquatch, who's a forest dweller, thick forests with lots of vegetation and undergrowth are probably prime habitat. And of course, wherever we have Sasquatch sightings, we have lots of water. So what we do with the North American Ape Project is we collect the data, we define the habitats, we look for tracks. This is a grizzly track. We find grizzly tracks very commonly where there are Sasquatch tracks. And we catalog all of that and overlap to see what are the common factors that lead to these tracks occurring in certain habitat types at certain times of the year. And it fits. It just didn't work. It wouldn't fit year after year, but we're finding that it all makes sense. If it were a hoax, this wouldn't happen. It's not a hoax. It's not misidentification, because that's Jeff Meldrum's job. We both interview people, but we see a lot of phony tracks. We see tracks that aren't really Sasquatch tracks. They're usually bear tracks or some other tracks. Now people wear those finger shoes, and some of those are being interpreted and turned into us as Sasquatch tracks. But Jeff and Robert France have done an excellent job of defining the proportions to real Sasquatch tracks and to define the dynamics of those tracks. So if they don't bend in the right place over certain types of terrain, we know they're not real. So combining actual definable tracks with habitat types is leading us to predictability. We're able to look at places and say, next week we're going to have some Sasquatch activity in this area. We can't say 100%, but we can say in this area we know the limitations of the habitat for certain key factors that add up to required nutrition, and you can make it like an 80% prediction. You're going to have people reporting tracks in that area at that time. And you find other anomalous things that are only common where you find Sasquatch activity, and we document all of that because those are key important indicators that we have actual activity. Tracks are a pretty good indicator, but when you find large animals like elk who were died by having their necks broken, and they always break between the first and second cervical vertebrae, that is what we are calling a Sasquatch indicator, because grizzlies can't do that. They cannot take the head and bend it back over the spine and break the vertebrae in that place and cause death. We find that in elk and in deer, where there have been recent sightings, and in one case a horse that was killed that way in Colorado. So this is a unique indicator that we use. And part of the way we get this information, and we don't have to go on television, at least not very often, is we contact the agencies that manage the land where these Sasquatch activities occur. The U.S. Forest Service, the Fish and Wildlife Service, Natural Resources Conservation Service. We presented at the Wildlife Society. We lecture at university anthropology departments all over the West. Jeff is good at publishing in professional journals, so this information is available. We publish things together for the scientific community to digest. If they take the time to read it, they will find out this is genuine science. We talk to a lot of tribal members because we believe that that's really where most of the information resides in the history of these animals. And I call them animals in the same sense that I can refer to Native American food habits in an animal way. These are beings. They may be more human than ape, we don't know, but they follow the patterns of wildlife distribution based on food habits. We talked to ranchers who had given us a tremendous amount of information, even though they didn't tell their neighbors about it. They usually only told their spouse, who got laughed at. And then we are available enough through some of these agencies that they work with that they will talk to us about it and give us reports. There's a lot of them out there. They're coming from these kinds of people. We're getting reports from professionals who work in the backcountry. They never tell anybody about it. You won't see any of these people in the newspapers. But when they find out that the university has a group called the North American Aid Project, they'll give us a phone call and confidentially tell us the story. And then we can follow up on it that way. So we've had backcountry rangers, park service rangers, wildlife biologists, range conservationists have given us a lot of good sightings. Although they certainly don't tell anyone else. They're afraid that they'll get the same treatment I got when I started in this investigation, of having my job threatened if I ever spoke about it again. Which is why I cannot work for the Game and Fish Department today. Which is the best decision I ever made, because consultants can do whatever they want to do. Not tied down to a company policy. We have a lot of forestry technicians that are timber beasts, we call them, who go out and mark timber. And they're out there all the time. They have had a lot of really good sightings for us. Trail crews, road crews, wilderness guides, people working for companies, outfitting companies, have seen a lot of these things. So the next phase is to follow up. We've been working with several different things. Trying to lure them in with music is something I mentioned last night. We do that on a regular basis. Trailing dogs that are used to, cadaver dogs are one type you've heard of where they look for dead people. But there are also dogs that are trained to look for missing people while they're still alive. Entirely different set of looking for them there. But we experimented with taking Sasquatch samples that we have of hair and scat, and there are a lot of hair samples out there. That Jeff has a lot of them. In his lab, we also have some very suspiciously reliable scat samples that we're using. And these dogs identify them as something they've never run into before. There is a sign they give their handlers that tells us that this is something new and different. And if it looks like it came from a Sasquatch, for instance, we followed a track line once that the Forest Service had clued me into, and I went out there and followed the track line for a long ways. And at one point, the tracks, which were one right in front of the other over very rough terrain, coming out of the wilderness, stopped. They separated, so the right foot was right across from the left foot, and then all the weight was put onto the balls of the feet, what we would call the balls of the feet, but on the heads of the metatarsals. This animal was obviously squatting, and right in the appropriate place was this scat that showed extremely meticulous digestion of plant material, even though it looked like a dog's scat. So this was an animal that could digest, very carefully digest, all of the nutrients in sedges and grasses. It couldn't be a dog. And we used a scat in this case like that, which we think has high reliability as a Sasquatch scat. And tried to train them to that scent. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of money. These people are professional in what they do. They don't do it for free. They do most of their work for free. But if we're going to send them off on a new thing, to raise and train a dog or a team of dogs to follow a specific scent, they really can't be used for anything else. So, it's an expensive proposition. But anyway, we've experimented with this, and perhaps we can come up with a body nutrition rate should be about the same as it is for humans. If you have a population of 20 animals in a mountain range, some of them are going to be reaching old age, and over several thousand years living in that mountain range, you can expect a mortality rate and body parts lying around in the mountains that can be found in those home ranges. So that's what we're looking to get for DNA and possibly bones. So that's it. That's the end.
That was outstanding, and I think you've just had the Sasquatch equivalent of TMI. Too much good information.
Yeah.
That was, wow.
a story I'm told from a long time ago, remembered by few anymore. And they say it took place in the Evergreen State in the spring of the year 24. They were miners by trade, working their claim at the foot of St. Helens back then. And in all 6 years, found little to fear from either the forest or men. They built a log cabin where the 5 of them stayed, and finished it strong and secure. As fate had it happen, the snow and the rain wasn't all it would have to endure. From the forest around, they began to hear sounds made by no critter they knew, and found tracks left behind near the trail to the mine, like a barefooted giant walked through. It began, I believe, when they went to the stream to fill up their water supply. It was there they would see, leaning out from a tree, what they thought was an ape, great size. It was one man who dared bring his rifle to bear and fired at the creature 3 rounds. And the others could see bark fly from the tree, but the creature was not to be found. They decided that night to leave at first light. Safety was now on their minds, and they all went to bed with dreams in their heads of going home after all this time. And it was just past the hour of midnight, I'm told, when the start of the siege began. There were sticks, there were stones, and they were all being thrown at the cabin again and again. There came then the sounds of walking around as the monsters all gathered outside. And they pushed on the door and pounded the walls till the men became panic inside. So the miners yelled warnings and fired at the door. And they fired at the walls through the night. And they shot at the sounds that they heard on the roof. This went on till first morning light. When the morning arrived, they ventured outside, anxious to see what they could. But the men could just stare at debris everywhere from the all-night assault they withstood. It was then one man spied an ape near the side of the cliff where no trail did go. And he shot several times and watched as the creature fell to the canyon below. Well, they took up their packs and never looked back, leaving all that they worked for behind. Now the cabin and gear have all disappeared, lost to the passage of time. I camped near the place where the old cabin stood. Only part of the fireplace remained. Along about midnight, a tall figure appeared, and in the moonlight I saw him plain. He was hairy and big. He was Sasquatch, I knew, but with age his hair had turned white. And he stared for a while at the cabin's remains, then headed back into the night. Then he stopped and he turned and looked straight at me, and I sensed no emotion but one. And as he walked away, I noticed a limp, as though shot long ago by a gun. Thank you all very much. I just want to say it's been great to see an old friends again, and maybe hopefully making new ones, but you've all been really great, and I look forward to talking to you some more and seeing you all again. Thank you very much.
All right, fantastic. Let's hear it again for Lenny Green.
Yeah.
Well, this is a real labor of love what we've put together this weekend, and a lot of friends step up and say, I give them a call and they say, hey, could you be part of this? And they say, sure. And none more so than the man you're about to hear, who, and just as I've known him for 10 years, has really come a long way and is doing great things in research. And besides being a television personality and star on a very popular show, Finding Bigfoot, Cliff has always diligently documented evidence and cataloged evidence. And it's this type of meticulous attention to detail that sets him apart. And he really is one of the leading, if not the leading, researcher of our generation. And he's a very good friend of mine, so please welcome Mr. Cliff Berger.
We'll start with the timer so I don't go over. I don't know how long I have, so it's going to be hard to do. Thanks. First of all, I'm Cliff Bergman. I am not a Bigfoot expert, though I play one on television. I'm not going to try to teach you much today because I don't know much. Ignorance is bliss and I'm the happiest guy alive. But I do have quite an extensive track cast collection. To me, they're sort of like baseball cards. I get to learn about the players and the stats and stuff, so to speak. For someone like Dr. Meldrum, it's his job, so I'm very transparent with Dr. Meldrum. Give him all my stuff. Whatever I come across that's new that he may not have, I float to him. And one of the questions that I think is so interesting about the track cast is not so much that they're evidence of Bigfoot. Honestly, I don't care if Bigfoots are considered real by everybody else. I know they're real. I've got no problem with it. The evidence is overwhelming. I'm beyond if they are. I'm now looking at what they are, and more importantly to me, how they are. And those are some of the questions that TrackCast can actually help us answer. Oh, and by the way, I have to use, I'm a teacher. You know, I was an elementary school teacher before I was on television, and I still live like that. So I don't own Microsoft PowerPoint. I do the free one. So I don't have a remote control or anything like that. So much like those children's books, you know, when you hear the tone, turn the page. So, computer guy, when you hear the tone, whoop, turn the page, please. Okay. So let's start this now. Whoop. This is a great book, Mammal Track and Sign. It's all about mammals of all sorts. They do leave Sasquatches out for some reason, but that's their problem. But one of the quotes in there is so interesting to me because this is one of the reasons I study the track casts. It's the location of tracks and signs and the surrounding environment provide as much information about behavior, habits, and ecology as the signs themselves. And that is so true. When someone like Dr. Meldrum looks at a footprint cast, he looks at the metatarsals and the mid-tarsal break, as he spoke about yesterday, and the anatomy of the print. And of course, just far beyond that, but he really looks at the anatomy because he's an anatomist. That's his gig. I'm starting now to look at locations and dates, and looking at the entire breadth of my cast collection, which numbers about 200 tracks now, and starting to find patterns within it of locations, times, and the subject of this talk, recurring individuals. We assume Sasquatches are very rare, and I think that's probably a pretty safe assumption. They're not plentiful like ground squirrels, for example. Because they are primates, they're hominoids, they are some type of great ape, much like us. How similar to us? I don't know. I don't have any answers for you. I just have a lot of questions. But because they are like us, we can assume a few things, I think, that are pretty safe. They probably live a long time. They probably have a low birth rate. They're not having litters of Sasquatch pups, you know? And therefore, because they are rare and they do live a long time and they have a low birth rate, we can assume that most likely there are going to be repeat occurrences of Sasquatches, either that are seen or that are found in the tracks. Now, people generally, you know, we think we look very, very different from one another, but I'm sure, you know, bear, when they look at us, think that all humans look the same, pretty much. And I think that goes back on Sasquatches. I think when humans see a Sasquatch, unless there's some very distinct physical characteristic about it, that we just kind of look, they think they look more or less the same. Whereas if you got to know that Bigfoot, you probably recognize them. Much like the orca, marine biologists study orcas and they can identify them by distinguishing marks on their fins, for example. Or the people who study white sharks do the same thing. Well, most Sasquatch encounters last a second or two at most. Very, very brief. You don't get a chance to see the scar, you don't get a chance to see the shape of the face or anything like that. But footprint tracks are forever, kind of, as long as you cast them. And we can look at the footprint tracks and over time kind of figure out, oh, that guy was seen before. And when you start doing that, some really interesting revelations happen. You see, we can learn things about the animals that leave the tracks, whether it's bear, Bigfoot, or in the case of these two photographs, orang pendeks from Sumatra, another unknown species of hominoid. We can learn, or at least assume, start to speculate about population sizes. Before I started studying the track casts and the recurring individuals, I thought there were a lot more Bigfoots than there probably are. But now that I'm doing that, I've really downgraded my numbers, my population numbers. We can figure out something about maybe their territory size. We could probably figure out something about or speculate about their social structure and their diet, their foraging strategies, and maybe even migration. You know, there's no massive like wildebeest migration for Sasquatches, but they do move around just like bears would. They follow the food. These pictures here, by the way, from last January 2013, a year ago January. Up in the upper right, there's Jonisa, one of my trackers I employ in Sumatra for the orang pendek project. And he and the witness over on the left who saw this orang pendek, they're studying a torn apart log. They followed the track line of the orang pendek to the torn apart log. Apparently this orang pendek was foraging for grubs, and this is a common behavior that's often reported for orang pendeks. And down here, I gotta pull out my lightsaber. By the way, I have a green lightsaber, not a red one like the Sith presenters before me. But this down here is a type of fruit. It's a pu'er fruit, I believe is how you say it. And this was found along the line of orang pendek tracks. So we have one trackway with two different food items found along it, plus a foraging strategy of ripping apart rotting logs. That's pretty cool. I think that's amazing. But that's a orang pendek stuff, and unfortunately I don't have good examples for the Sasquatch. But that's all right, because the data set is so small at this point. People don't tend to look at the track set information in the same way I do. They're not looking for this stuff. They're looking for a track they can cast. And that's it. Well, look around, because remember the context of a cast means as much as the cast itself, if not more. So to start out this study, I'm going to start looking at various trackways where more than one footprint was left by one individual. And we know it's the same individual because it was all along in one trackway. This is from 1982. This is the very, very famous Dennis Hereford cast. It's a beautiful cast. It's probably one of the cleanest, nicest casts, and it's because of the substrate. And this is a very unique trackway. Number one is because it's meticulously documented by Dennis Hereford and his friends. Grover Krantz was there. Even Cliff Crook was there, and he cast a footprint that day. Cliff Crook gets a bad rap because of some photographs that probably weren't real that he was involved in, but nonetheless, he was on the scene at real events, like this one. This is the Dennis Hereford cast. This is the Cliff Crook original. I have, that is now in my possession, so I own an original cast from this event, which is cool. And this was given to a friend of mine by Dr. Krantz. This is from the same event. These two are also there, and this is a half cast for the creature when the creature was running. And here's another half cast that I uncovered that actually I documented my Bigfoot road trip DVD, where this cast was unknown until about 3 or 4 years ago, even though it was cast in 1982. It's an interesting story. It's on the DVD. I won't tie you up with that. But as you can see, look at the shape of the toes and the front edge of the ball, the distal edge of the foot pad. And look at the shape of it. There are some really interesting distinguishing marks, and we're going to be looking at some of these distinguishing marks in other footprints and tying them to individuals in the data set. The slant of the toes along the front is important. There's a little dip right here in the side that corresponds to a break in the bones between the metatarsals and the phalanges right there. And you can see that a lot of these casts have those features. The big white heel is a little bit absent on this one, but that's important to note because a very common misperception with Bigfoot footprints is that the footprint cast is the shape of the foot.
No,
it is not. Footprint casts are not the shape of the foot itself. The footprint cast is the shape of the damage done to the ground by the foot as it was passing by. And that's an important distinction, a very important distinction. These are beautiful and clean because of the substrate. There was about 1 inch or 2 of mud, it had rained previously, on a hard packed gravel road. So a nice hard substrate underneath. So when this Bigfoot walked by Abbott Hill in 1982, it squished the mud, it compacted down on the hard stuff underneath, which caused a lot of interesting features to be seen on the foot, like lateral expansion and stuff. And then it kept going. But these are actually pretty close to the shape of the foot, which is interesting. But some of the casts we're going to be looking at later are not. Just keep in mind, it is the shape of the damage done to the ground by the foot. Oh, by the way, these are the notes from Dennis Hereford. He found in March, oh no, I think it was April and May, forgive me, April and May of 1982, there were 3 track finds. They cast at Abbott Hill and Elma Gate, about 7 miles away from each other, if I remember right. And he looked at these casts and said, I think they might be the same Bigfoot. Interesting thought, especially back then. So he measured all these different aspects of one of these footprints and did the same thing for another footprint, and then he showed the difference. So look, 1/2 inch difference, 1/2 inch difference, 3/4 inch difference. No huge differences here. And then he came to the conclusion, oh, these are probably the same animal. Well, we're going to see later that some of those differences can be huge in between 2 footprints left by the same animal. But again, this work was started, this is the earliest known work I've seen, the earliest known documentation that I know of about people saying that like actually taking measurements and saying these 2 are the same because of the measurements. Although back in the day, John Green and Titmus and those guys, they all knew they were dealing with 2 or 3 different Bigfoots at Bluff Creek. Whoop! These 2 footprints are from the Blue Mountains. I'm going to start off with the Blue Mountain evidence because there's a lot of it. These are from the same track line. Place called Clicker Mountains over there by where Dr. Meldrum cast his prints in 1996. April '87, and beautiful footprints. Like look at the little toe sticking out here. Just a huge toe splay. You have a big twisted part of the foot here. It goes in a different direction, kind of like that footprint cast that Meldrum was sharing with us yesterday. It's just a beautiful, awesome, contorted, nasty, dirty print. And I love stuff like that. The clean ones are cool, but I love the ones that are all messy. They tell us more information, you know? And this guy over here looks kind of funny, but it was in the same track line. Look at those toes. A lot of people think, oh, that Freeman stuff's a bunch of garbage. Look at the toes on that. Oh, don't give me that argument, because what that shows is that the person who's criticizing that data is showing a lack of understanding of the flexibility of the Sasquatch foot. These toes look all right. These toes over here look a little funny, but check it out. Look at my feet. Look, pretend my fingers are toes, right? What you're seeing is that the toes were bent up, and you're only seeing part of the toe stem. That's why they look so funky. And there's a lot of casts in the Blue Mountain evidence that the toes just kind of taper into this weird point. So, oh, that's nonsense. That's garbage. That's malarkey. Well, you know what? No, it's the toes were bending up at the time. Not like that at all. They are so bendy. They're almost like hands. They bend so much. And that's what we're seeing here. Weird looking toes because the toes were flexed in a different place than here. But also I want to draw attention to the lengths. This is a 16-inch footprint. And by the way, a number of these slides will have the length of the foot, the footprint underneath it. But I did not measure to the edge of the cast. I want to make that distinction. These casts are actually bigger, but I measured down to the back of the heel. And there's a little difference there. I just want to make sure that you know that I measured the foot itself, not the length of the cast. But still, 16 inches, 18 inches, that's 12.5% difference. That's a pretty healthy difference, considering we know these two came from the same Sasquatch. Ooh. Well, later that same year, another track line was found in the Mill Creek watershed. And these 5 footprints were cast. At the time, this was, except for the Titmus example of the Patterson-Gimlin film site, these were the most, this represented the most casts at one location. Titmus did 10 at the PG site. Paul Freeman here did 5. Meldrum later did 8 in 96, and I did 64 at the London cast site. But look at the lengths. That's the first thing I want you to point out to you. This guy's 14 inches. This guy's 19.5 inches. But we know it's the same Sasquatch. It's the same track line. And how could that possibly be? Oh yeah, that Cliff weirdo said that the footprints are the shape of the damage done to the ground by the foot. It's not the foot shape. It's the shape of the damage done to the ground. Maybe there's some sliding going on, maybe there's an extension of the toes going out, a drag out, maybe it's going downhill and pushed a lot of dirt out. So remember, it's the shape of the damage done to the ground. But still a 39% difference in length. 39%. You know, 50% is half. That's approaching half. That's a pretty big difference. And also look at the toes. Here you get those funky toes that we saw in the previous slide. Here's a really beautiful print. This one's pretty long too. But look, funky toes. Funky Toes, there's a new song I think I'm going to write soon, Funky Toes. And then this guy over here is cool too. By the way, I only measured back to here, 15 inches to here. This is all extra. But look at that, that was a slide in. You see that? It slid into the footprint because it was the damage done to the ground by the foot. But look at the different toe configurations. Like this is a very weird diagonal sort of toe configuration. This is almost along the front. This represented that clicker print from the previous slide. Remember the one with the cool toe that I liked? And again, the Sasquatch foot is almost like a hand. It's so flexible and mobile. And we see that here with all the different shapes. Ooh. You're awesome, computer dude. I bring this sample up for a reason you'll see in a moment. 11% difference in lengths. We have basically a 13.5-inch print. Jeff had this one on the table yesterday, by the way. This, interestingly enough, was cast by Dr. Mindzinski. I don't know, I believe, and I actually probably need to check with you if it was actually taken at this date on Biscuit Ridge, because Jeff mentioned yesterday in his presentation, he let me loose in his lab and said, yeah, take pictures of whatever you want, use it however you want, let's go for it. And I was like, whoa! And I went crazy for like 3 hours. And some of the information on the back of the casts are actually contradictory to other pieces of evidence in the lab. So I'm trying to sort all that out right now. So I got to talk to you later, John, about this and see if it actually is this. Yeah. But this particular cast, we're going to look at more in depth in a minute. But these are all, I believe, with the possible exception of this one, I have to ask John about that. But these 3, and I think this 4th one, are from the same track line again. You can look at the difference of toe shape, toe position. This one's really neat because it's so dynamic. Look at the toe slide in. There's a big twist in the middle, nice big mid-tarsal arch there. It's an awesome print. Now let's take a closer look at that really interesting print that I like. There's the big guy right there. There's a different angle on that print, so you can kind of see what was going on with it as it went in the ground. It's phenomenal. I mean, the toe slide, you can see the striations there. You can see that there's the mid-tarsal section, like the front pad of the foot. That is so consistent in Sasquatch. And look at the angle. Like this goes like diagonally up to the left, and then all of a sudden this kind of goes to the right. Now look at these here. these are like my block models of the Sasquatch foot, and we'll start with this one right here. The gray segment represents the heel segment. The white segment represents the front part, the bald part of the foot. Sasquatch feet bend an awful lot, and that's in that sample there. What you're seeing is that like here's the heel and here's the front part, and Sasquatch feet can do this very, very well, and that's what gives rise to the mid-tarsal break and all that junk that Jeff was talking about. It can go up, as we see in the PG film, or down, and when they push off, it's a really neat mechanism. And actually, it really comes in handy when you're traversing very, very steep terrain as well. I was backpacking in Ape Canyon earlier in the week, and I was thinking about this as I was going up these hills like that, like how amazing of a foot, how amazing it would be to have a foot like a Sasquatch. It'd be so much easier to go up and down these hills, right? But and being Bigfoot nerds, as I'm assuming all of you are, because I know I am, being Bigfoot nerds, we know about the mid-tarsal deal, right? But what often is overlooked is that same hinge allows other directions of mobility with the foot. For example, let's look at, I just shot myself with a laser, pardon me, right here.
Whoa.
It's a good thing this isn't a lightsaber, by the way, now, right? I guess I'm just a Padawan after all. So look at this model here. This is looking from above. Like the ankle bone would be right here. So from above or below, if this is the heel segment of the Sasquatch and this is the fore part of the foot, it moves like this too. And you can see it in that cast. So not only does it go like that, it goes like this. And once more, this guy right here, this is like looking from like down the heel towards the front part of the foot. It moves like this. And you can see that in that cast. That is a tremendous amount of flexibility in the mid part of that foot. It's not just on that one axis. It's at least three. I mean, it's three-dimensional. It blows my mind. That math is beyond me. I'm not a scientist. I have a degree in music. I'm not a scientist. You know, I taught elementary school science. Yeah, I'm smart enough to do 10-year-old science, but I'm not a scientist. But that's cool. I may not have the math ability or the right words to put into shape, but then again, I imagine most of you don't either, and that makes me a good interface between science fun stuff and you guys, right? So like this, and this. And you see most of that movement in that cast. Keep that in mind as we look at these following examples of individuals that are found again and again and again in the evidence. These two are from Clicker Mountain. There's that cast I really enjoyed with the divergent toe there. And there's the other one with the funky toes I brought to your attention. And here is the slide that came after that, all 5 of those with the various toe designs and diagonal toe design. So this cast, I feel, compares most favorably with these, most congruently with these. Look at the toes and the shape and stuff. And this toe configuration is strongly reminiscent of this one. And since we know this and this came from the same trackway, what kind of bending of the foot is going on to angle the toes like that? I mean, just kind of think about it in your mind. I'm not here to give you answers. I'm here to ask a bunch of questions. And then when you think about the way the foot can bend, on those 3 different ways that I mentioned on the previous slide, think about how that is that. All 7 of these casts are from the same individual. All 7 of them. And some of these prints are 19.5 inches long, and some of them are 14.5. That's interesting, at least to me. I'm a Bigfoot nerd, what do I know? Whoop. So looking elsewhere in the data set of the Blue Mountains, I found this example. And the first thing that jumped out is that these 2 come from the same trackway. Those 2 we know that's the same Sasquatch. We know it. This looked like that first one that I looked at, with the funky toes. So what I did is like, well, that's a really weird shape, isn't it? But we know that's the same animal. So looking this way with the arrows, this is a print that Jeff mentioned yesterday. This is the one I kind of pointed out in his lab, like, Jeff, these are the same guy. And he goes, yeah, I think you're right, and we started looking at it more closely. But this toe design kind of looks like this toe design here. And we know that these 2 are the same animal. This is from Indian Springs, it's West Summerlin print. This one looks a lot like that one from Mill Creek Watershed on the previous slide. It's a lot shorter, it's about 3 inches shorter, but it looks a lot, very, very similar. And this one came from this trackway, which looks like this one. This toe configuration looks like this one. Actually, well, we know that that came from the same trackway. I'm sorry. These came from the same trackway, so we know it's the same animal. This is a different example of that same animal from elsewhere in the Blue Mountains. And this, if you're familiar with Dr. Krantz's writing, as all of you should be, is Wrinklefoot. There are 3 examples of Wrinklefoot, but Wrinklefoot was taken at a spring, Table Springs in the Blue Mountains. And we think that this creature stood there for a while in wet, soppy ground and then took off. So this is probably very close to the shape of the foot. It is still the damage done to the ground by the foot, but it's probably pretty close to the shape of the foot itself. So imagine a foot that's shaped like this, making all of these different kinds of footprints. And when you look at the Blue Mountain evidence, there's something like 50-something casts. Right now, I'm hypothesizing that that probably represents about 3 or 4 individuals being found again and again and again. Because Paul Freeman went to the same spots in West Summerlin, like he had his favorite spots in the mountains, and he would go there. And over the last 20 years of me doing Bigfoot stuff, particularly this last 4 years of finding Bigfoot and traveling the world, but mostly the country, looking at Sasquatch evidence, I've found again and again, Bigfoots go to the same place. And it has a lot to do with what Dr. Majzinski was talking about, food resources. Food happens at certain places at certain times in the mountains, and Bigfoots go there and they know about it. Bears do the same thing. Why wouldn't a Sasquatch? 32% difference in length. A third difference. That's nuts. Woo! So now what? Well, quite recently, and this is a really exciting turn of events in my life, this here is now in my possession. Paul Freeman's daughter got a hold of me about a month ago and said, hey, I have this map on which my father wrote down every track find, every time he saw a Sasquatch, how far the tracks went, and Wes Summerlin also put his information on the same map, and Dr. Krantz also contributed. You want to work something out? I would love this map to go to a place where it can be used. So now I am in possession of this map. It's almost 7 feet. It's very, very large. Dr. Meldrum now has a copy. I just gave it to him this weekend. I have a copy. And each one of these things here, each one of these highlighted areas are multiple occurrences of Sasquatch footprint finds or sightings that Paul Freeman was involved with or he heard of. What you can't see very well is there's probably 40 or 50 other pencil marks of trackways and locations where he saw or heard something, etc. There's probably about 75 or 80 or more Sasquatch occurrences on this map. I've only had the map for about 2 or 3 weeks now, but one of my big jobs for the next 2 or 3 years is going back to the footprint data and tying the footprint cast by date to the locations. So I can figure out where these individual Sasquatches are going. So we can predict where they're going to be in the future. Because this map is I'm going to mark where certain Bigfoots were found, when they were there, and that might help me figure out why they were there. How many individuals are there in the Blue Mountains? I'm thinking 3 or 4 in the western part by Walla Walla, or western by Walla Walla. I guess it's more northern. What direction were the Bigfoots going? That'll tell me something. That might tell me about how big their territory is, and I want to compare that with current sighting trends. Because the Blues went quiet because Paul Freeman and Bill Lowerty and all those guys are now passing away or dead already. But there are still a very small number of researchers, most of which I'm in contact with in the Blues. And I still hear things all the time from the Blues. So I want to compare historical sighting and footprint locations with current trends. And that will help me predict, because it was this map and that big circle right there that helped Paul Freeman get his footage. He looked at this map and found that the sightings at Deduck Springs happened in August and September. So he started going to Deduck Springs every morning at 6 a.m. in August. And it was less than a month later he got his footage at Deduck Springs. He predicted where they were going to go, and he pulled it off, man. So you got to hand it to the guy. So that's what's next for me with the Blue Mountain evidence. But since we all joined together here today to kind of celebrate the luminaries who came before us, the adventurers on whose shoulders we stand today, like Mr. Gimlin and everyone else, I wanted to look at some historical data and kind of shed some light into the Bluff Creek region back in the 1960s, which actually has a lot to do with the Blue Mountain evidence. I didn't stand up last night and do a tribute to Bob. I thought I'd save it for today, so very, very quickly, Bob, I love you. Let's start at the beginning, the Jerry Crew footprint. Jerry Crew is going to blow everybody's mind. My next Bigfoot Road Trip DVD, I have an hour interview with John Crew, who saw these footprints in the ground as a 7-year-old boy. We have so much information. Craig Flippy and I go backpacking to the actual site where this footprint was cast. As far as I know, we're the first people to go back there since around that time, because the road's decommissioned. It doesn't look anything like it anymore. But based on maps that Jerry Crew himself drew, we went to the site, and it was just a fun historical thing. So I've been to the Jerry Crew site, the Patterson-Gimlin site. I went to the 8 Canyon cabin this past week. I'm trying to hit all the spots. You know, I'll go to Ruby Creek and the Jocko Canyon and all that stuff eventually as well. But starting with this particular print, Jeff did a great thing yesterday. He noticed the mid-tarsal break right here. There's some distinctive things about this particular Bigfoot. And by the way, this Bigfoot's name is Bigfoot. That's how the whole species kind of got that name with the American public. Jerry Crew and his friends there, according to John, named the creature. It was not the newspaper article guy. I forgot his name, but Jerry Crew and his guys called that thing Bigfoot. We can attribute that word to Jerry Crew, if John, his son, is correct. Even finding this cast was amazing. We didn't know it existed until finding Bigfoot. Went to Bluff Creek with Bob Gimlin to do the Patterson-Gimlin thing, and the Crew brothers showed up with the cast. I thought it was lost, and it turns out that it was actually about 7 miles from where I live in Portland, Oregon. So, and I've since become friends with the sons, and they've helped me out with so much, and they give me so much historical archive that I want to make public eventually on the DVD and also on my website. But, so anyway, look really nice, look really closely at the shape of the foot, and a distinctive feature of this particular foot is the big toe. And also kind of the slope of the toes here. And it's a big one. This cast is about 16 inches long. Whoop. Here are some prints found in High Palm, California in 1963. Bob Titmus cast these things. I'd like to draw some attention again to the big toe, the slope of the toes, the length. All of these casts are 17, 18 inches long or more. But as we saw for the Blue Mountain evidence, a difference in length does not mean it's not the same creature. In fact, some of the old-time investigators have criticized the idea that the same individuals were found again and again in Bluff because there are different lengths. So no, there's a 14.5 individual, that's Patty. There's a 15-inch individual, and even a 15.5 individual. And like, well, that doesn't matter anymore. The length, a small difference like that doesn't matter anymore. It's probably the same one, but we'll look at that in a minute. But okay, let's go to the next slide. This is from 1963, Laird Meadow. By the way, Roger Patterson has pictures of these casts in his book, Do Abominable Snowmen or North America Really Exist? But he mistakenly labels it as 1964. Okay, and in fact, even the display up there has 1964 and 1963 in the same display with these casts. There's some confusion, but the original casts themselves had 1963 written on the back, so I'm going with that. So these are from Laird Meadow, which is on the slopes of Bluff Creek on Onion Mountain. Got a left and a right. Look at the big toe. Look at the slope. Whoop. Here are two casts that we don't know exactly where they came from. This is a cast taken by Bob Titmus in 1958. Our best guess at this point is that he went to the Jerry Crew site and cast another footprint in line. Our best guess. Initially, it was thought that this might be the Jerry Crew cast itself, copied itself. The old thing on the outside of the foot is not in the Jerry Crew cast, and we're lacking the mid-tarsal break. So we think this might be the Bigfoot creature, but the same track line, but a different cast. This one we have no idea. A guy named Roger Brown cast this. It's in the Willow Creek Museum. This is the original. It was cast in 1963 or 64. We don't know where. I don't know anything about the guy. I can't find any information on the guy. But to me, it's clearly the same critter. Whoop. And here I lay out all the different footprints of what I believe are belonging to Bigfoot, that original Bigfoot creature. The one that stands out as kind of weird in my opinion is this one over here, because the toes are kind of straight across a little bit more than some of these other ones that slope more deeply. But again, remember that flexibility in the mid part of the foot. Remember, Sasquatch can do this too. So that is no longer a barrier between tying footprints together. We know these three are the same. I'm hypothesizing that all of these are the same creature. I mean, look at them. They sure look like it. And if it's not the same creature, we can maybe speculate they're closely related, maybe brothers or who knows. But again, I don't have to answer it. I just have a lot of questions. Now, what we can do with this is, whoop, it usually works better with this. We can start mapping out where some of these things were found. This is the Jerry Crew site. And that's where that footprint came from. These are Laird Meadow prints. Laird Meadow's right at this turn here. By the way, Laird Meadow is also the place where Bob Titmus got that hand cast, I think, in the 1980s. And it's still a very active area, the whole place. Don't know where this was taken, but we think it was probably there, and we have no idea where that was taken because of bad documentation, basically, or utter lack of documentation. But this next slide's pretty cool. This is, by the way, this is Bluff Creek. Bluff Creek kind of slides up in there. PG slides up in here somewhere. Whoop! This whole thing here is this yellow rectangle. That's High in Palm, California, where these three footprints were taken. Willow Creek is in here. That's 60 miles. Could that large male Sasquatch be traveling 60 miles? Why not? It's not very far, really. And when you look at the location, there's basically one ridge that goes all the way down the High in Palm. Very easily traversed if you're,